out and and have Geneva Convention completely eviscerate the Geneva Convention and go in guns blazing, blowing up shit with no distinction between civilian and military targets. Those are war crimes, and our soldiers and military officers who give those commands and follow through on those commands can be court-martialed under United States USMC. You know what I'm talking about, right? So the idea that we're going to go in under political leadership and completely carpet bomb, or we're not talking about carpet bombing. We're saying just kill a little bit of civilian, whatever the fuck it is. If they don't follow the rules of war. And I'm not talking about rules of engagement. Rules of engagement are different than rules of war.
To define it, TC, break it down.
Break it down. I don't want to be quoted on it, but we know what the laws of
I'm not. No, but help me on this, because like I was giving examples of taking out transportation depots and the systems of communication, and so what's acceptable to cripple a country to its knees? Like, how would you do it?
I'm not an attorney.
No, I'm not. I don't practice the law of war. I'm just curious, like, how do you do it?
I was going to answer your question, but I wanted to preface it by saying I'm not an attorney.
DC, let me let you answer it. I do want to add something to this. Go ahead, just answer it and try to do what you need to do. Go.
Yeah, based on my layperson's understanding, right? You can target infrastructure that's being used to foment war. If it's considered a target that is used to, for example, transport military equipment or military technology, if it's used to fuel military infrastructure or technology systems that are in place, those can be considered legitimate military targets, even if they're also being used for civilian purposes as well. So, for example, a military target like a hospital, right? So you, as an enemy combatant, cannot go in to a school and say, I now commandeer this school and now I get sanctuary from being targeted militarily under Geneva Conventions because it's a school. No, you've effectively turned that school into a military target. So when you're talking about locomotives or if you're talking about transportation and that type of thing, and it's being used by enemy combatants to effectuate war, those become legitimate targets. What I'm suggesting that should not be the case, okay, is that we don't use any type of distinction when we're evaluating whether or not a target is a legitimate military target, such as what was being proffered by the previous speaker. And we just go in and blow up a whole bunch of shit. No, we have laws in this country. Like, that's what stops us from being the very tyrants that we seek to eliminate from.
I never said anything that you said.
No, you were promulgating tyranny.
I never said carpet bomb, you fucking idiot. Goddamn, you're dumb. Stop fucking strawman, you faggot.
I looked up.
Let me add my question really quick. Yeah.
Sorry, what now?
I looked up the rules of war if you want me to read it. It's not that long.
I simply said they should have hit the IRGC harder. I never said anything about civilians. I said they're a casualty of war, and it sucks. But the same thing that Israel's doing in fucking Gaza is justified. And they're showing the fucking
It's not fucking justified what they did in Gaza.
Alistair Crowley,
doesn't exist, you
please
faggot.
timestamp this. This is a man with 140 IQ. This must be studied.
141.
Yeah, 141 claim.
And don't steal my 1 point.
Okay, Sean, hold on. Let me ask TC, if the generals and the powers that be that make our decisions, I'm assuming they go in always thinking that what they're doing is to win, right? If something comes down the pipeline where they're told that, okay, if these X, Y, and Z decisions are made, we're automatically winners. Regardless of what we're doing, there's no way they're not going to do it. That's kind of like that's the counter argument to what you're saying. Unfortunately, we're there to win. It doesn't really matter at what cost, actually, in some sense. Do you see that at all or not? I know you're going to.
I agree with you. I agree with you that no other international party can hold America accountable. That's correct, right? We answer only to our U.S. Constitution. However, our U.S. Constitution place certain demands that America is bound to through international treaties like the Geneva Convention and makes it the supreme law of the land in the U.S. That's in the Constitution, right? And so if the Geneva Conventions that the U.S. is party to in that treaty says that we have to engage through distinction and we cannot just go in and say, oh, that's just the casualties of war, collateral damage. Oh well, no. If that's the case, then when those guys
Can I ask for clarification?
I disagree legally. I disagree legally. The supreme law of our land is not the Geneva Convention, and nor does it overshadow or trump, excuse the pun, our Constitution whatsoever.
I agree with you on the second part. I disagree with you on the first part.
No, it's
the international treaty was not part of the Constitution.
This was the point.
Hold on, Sean. I'm engaging with Abby for a second.
Spoken long enough.
All right, so hold on, Sean. Let me respond to Abby specifically.
That who would hold
Abby,
accountable
while I
the U.S.
disagree
armed personnel?
that the United
You said it would be
States
the
are
U.S.
not
military armed personnel.
treaty to international constitution.
Where was the Geneva Convention violation when Obama instructed his fucking
I'm not
Air Force?
fucking defending Obama.
I'm not talking about you're defending it, you dumb faggot. You fucking said, oh, well, the people that stopped would be the armed service personnel. But where the fuck was the court martial? Where was the goddamn trial for the fucking armed fucking, the military, the fucking airmen who were instructed to take the fucking drugs and airstrike fucking U.S. citizens? Where was the court martial? Where was the Geneva Convention fucking trial where they had to go and fucking before a tribunal because Obama instructed them to fucking drone strike U.S. citizens? You said they wouldn't pull the trigger. They surveyed armed personnel and they asked them, would you fire on U.S. citizens? 70% of them said yes. They said during martial law or a lockdown or a severe situation in the United States, they would engage U.S. civilians as combatants and fire on them. What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you done, dude?
You're a fucking idiot. You said
Are you done?
the military would stop them in the Constitution. Well, didn't fucking stop them when Obama said, hey, drone strike that motherfucker. Did it? I want to see where the fucking court martial and the trial was. You dumb fucking faggot. Stop strawmanning. I never said carpet bomb anybody, faggot.
You got your point out.
Goddamn dumb cunt.
Now that's easy.
You're like a stupid midwit faggot talk.
Rich,
You know, I should have.
stop it. Go ahead.
I should have never gotten down to this level because I know I'm not going to be able to match that level of idiocy. But I'll at least try and respond. So there, and I'm driving. I'm happy to grab the sources once I'm done driving. In the Iraq War, I can't remember exactly what the situation was, but apparently there was some situation in which a few of our soldiers went in and.
No, it was in California. It was a guy who killed a cop too. Don't forget about that.
Our guy.
Fucking black guy. There was a black guy that was running road
I don't have to hurt you for this.
in California, and they drone striked him on U.S. soil. You fucking retard. I'm not talking about There was a black guy who went and fucking murked a fucking cop, and they drone his ass.
Chris Dorn.
Yeah, the guy was running through the forest. They drone striked his ass.
Yeah,
The guy in California, he's running through the forest like playing fucking.
No, they burned his house down. He was in a log cabin and they torched the building and they roasted him.
Where was the tribunal? Where was the court martial, you dumb faggot? Where was the fucking airman that said, I'm not gonna do that because it gets the fucking Constitution?
You know, what's interesting about all of this is that ideologically, I kind of align with what TC is saying to an extent. I do think Gaza was wrong, and I do think killing civilians is bad. But unfortunately, because we needed and did go into Iraq,
Yeah, they have free elections in Iraq now.
hey, because what we were going to do in Iran, and it should have just been, again, overwhelming force from day one, because this sends the word.
Senior, what makes you think that it wasn't overwhelming force on day one? What makes you think that? Because they put down an incredible amount of firepower, and so apparently it's not enough firepower for you. Well, how much more firepower would you require to satisfy your complaint?
To satisfy my complaint, I want honestly, jokingly / not jokingly, I want enough firepower that I don't want a building standing in fucking Tehran. That's what I want.
So you want to nuclearly obliterate an entire city full of innocent people? Wow, that sounds like black supremacy and black fascism to me.
Reagan threatened.
And nobody would hold us accountable. They all would have been fucking happy when the RGC was completely eliminated. Just like everybody's going to be happy when Hamas is eliminated 100%.
Let me ask you a question, since you put this on the table, Senior. What do you think the unintended consequences of that action would be? If we did do what you're suggesting, which is to flatten Iran, what do you
I
think?
think that's what he said, though.
I thought he said,
No, he said flatten fucking the RGC and the 10% would support them.
Right. No, he wanted the bomb.
Yeah, he said all the ones that are part of the RGC are the 10%.
No, that's not what he said. That's not.
I needed clarification. He said yes. That's exactly what I was saying. Because they said
Let me ask you, Senior, did you say? I thought you said you didn't care much about the civilian casualties.
No, he said the casualty.
I'm less concerned about it. Yeah, I'm not particularly. I'm not open. Would have been okay if you dropped a nuclear bomb and eradicated Iran? Would you have been okay with that? No.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Okay, so what's the balance here? What did you want to see? If I'm going to be asked, well, what sort of overwhelming force would I be having satisfied me from the beginning? Jokingly / non-blatantly, I would have said level all of Tehran, or at a very minimum, every address that we had for where someone who was in the IRGC lives, the whole fucking building came down.
Yep.
If there's a guy in the IRGC who lives in your apartment building, it all comes to the fucking ground. Okay, and what are the unintended consequences of taking? I mean, listen, dude, hold on. I'm not gonna sit here and say that there's not gonna be any unintended consequences, or there's not gonna be bad consequences from it. But I think for America, because that's what my concern is, the consequences are going to be now. We look like we can't fight no fucking body now.
Yep.
We look like the fucking Iranians are able to hold.
Yeah, but man, the point is, like,
do you think they're looking at the consequences, Rich? Do you think they're looking at the consequences of what happens to American citizens when they threaten death to America and when they get the nuke and they have long-range ballistic missiles that can hit our shores? Do you think they really care about the damage to American citizens? They surely didn't care. Wait, let me just finish my sentence. They surely didn't care about the damage to the Israeli civilians on October 7th with their proxies. They went in and they caused all kinds of damage to civilians. They didn't care, nor did they when they shoot their ballistic missiles into Tel Aviv and into Jerusalem. And they hit civilian targets like universities and hospitals that don't have military installations. They don't care. So why are we?
That's the balance.
Okay.
Wait, and let me just say one last thing. On the other point, the Constitution is our supreme law of our land, and it overshadows foreign treaties, legislative. The supreme law of the land is the Constitution. So it needs to be clear on what you were saying.
To a treaty, it becomes the supreme law.
It does not become the supreme law of the land.
Do you want me to get you the chapter and verse?
I will tell you what part of the Constitution
Israel's the
makes
size
it
of fucking
very
New Jersey.
clear that the Constitution
They've been
is the
claiming that they're
supreme
going to bring
law
up on war crimes and
Oh my
fucking
God.
throw him to Hague and shit like
So,
that.
the supremacy clause, so if we want to talk about what part of the Constitution, we can go through Article 6 and we can talk about the supremacy clause. Treaties that are made under the United States are supreme over state laws, but not over the Constitution.
Abby,
Yes,
you're not gonna be able to debate me on this.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you.
agree.
How many years have you been
Sorry.
practicing law after?
This is a moot point here. We both agree.
Okay,
The international treaties do not trump the Constitution.
Thank you.
If the dimwit allowed me to speak earlier, he'd be able to understand what I agree with and what I
You said they were co-equal.
it's the Constitution.
Come on, TC. TC. What do you call a dimwit, TC? That's just ad hominem projection, TC. Come on, TC. No ad hominem projection, please, TC.
Why are 10 people ganging up on TC?
We're agreeing on it.
If you're going to debate, why are you having a debate with 10 people and one guy? Like, because he's being asked 10 of you. I mean, it's irrelevant. Just ask one at a time.
He said that the Arnold
I don't care. Just ask one
would
at a
not
time.
they would not fucking violate the Geneva Convention, and that they wouldn't
I don't care.
commit fucking war
Why do they
crimes.
care?
But
Just
they
ask one
Obama
at a time.
drone strike an American citizen in California.
Okay, great. You know what? I would have fucking shot him too.
Yes, so would I.
Whoever
So
just
would
said
I.
that,
Were you
U.S.
ready, Brad?
never conducted a
TC
drone
said
strike
they
on
would never
U.S.
do that.
soil. You
He
are
said
a
they
liar,
looked
sir.
at their superior and said,
There has
we're not
never
gonna
been
do
a
that.
lethal drone strike on U.S. soil. You are a liar, sir.
What breed? What breed?
There has never been an illegal drone strike in
I didn't
U.S.
say it was. I didn't say it
soil.
was.
I said lethal.
Oh, lethal. Yeah, there has.
No, there hasn't.
Yeah, there has. There was a guy that was in the fucking log cabin in California.
You're
Got
a
caught. They drone strike him.
You're a liar.
You're an enemy. Go look it up, retard. You're also drunk.
What's
So
U.S. soil to you?
California?
Is it U.S. based, U.S. soil?
Yes, 100%. So is embassies.
Is it territory?
Correct. Yes, 110%. Yeah, Guam. U.S. Marshall, Marianas Islands,
Okay,
American
great,
Samoa.
great. Why don't you let TC finish what he was originally saying, then you guys can rebut it.
Yeah, this is hard to do because
And
I'm
the
driving.
U.S. Virgin Islands.
But I'm going to put this in the chat now so that we can read it. This is what I was saying. I don't disagree with you, Abby, that it does not trump the Constitution. But the Constitution is clear, and I posted it in the chat. I'm driving. Any questions on it, you can take it up with the Constitution. It says, it clearly says, all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. Take that and shove that up your ass, Sean.
But it also is very clear that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Yeah.
Without
Treaties have to be self-executing. They have to either be self-executing or they have to be, which means they're implemented by Congress, or they have to have legislative action.
And the one that
Yeah,
we're talking
TC's
about
equivalent argument is when the Muslims say, oh, well, there's
criteria.
we don't accept it.
In 2013, Christopher Dahmer, a former LAPD officer who killed 4 people, including law enforcement, waged a revenge campaign against the department, ended up in a California mountain cabin standoff, but no drone strike was used to kill him.
Like, conservatives, we have to do better. Like, if we're going to be as dumb as Sean, at least mute him so that we can correct the misinformation that's spewing out of his mouth.
TC, can I leave it at this with
At
you?
the very least, we
that-
have some credibility and mute him when he's spreading bullshit.
TC, although the treaties will have certain status, they can't supersede it.
Again, TC, please stop with the ad hominem projection, TC. You keep projecting your ad hominem onto Rich, and Rich is making valid points.
Probably more relevantly than most people, because I know that I'm an American citizen. I have the Constitution. I joined the Army, and I was under UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice, which stripped me away of having my constitutional rights because I was now underneath the UCMJ, but also because I was a medic. In order for me to be a medic on the battlefield, I had to take the Geneva Convention license. I am certified to be, no, but like, I have my Geneva Convention card, I have the Constitution, I have the UCMJ, and like, y'all are completely, and dude, I'm 100% on Abby's side with this thing. Like, if you are a civilian, the Constitution.
That lasted 42 minutes.
Let me ask you, Brent, people who have served 45 minutes. Because I do want to get a real world example. So just real quick, if there's a person in a house, a high value target, right? In a house, and, we need to get him. We can't do it like with special ops, let's say. And
he's building a nuke.
Okay, maybe. Just hold on, Rich. We'll get to that maybe. But the person's doing their business there, and there's family members and what have you. what is the rule there? Like, what are we doing? Like,
Well, that would be like when
That was for Abby, not Bree.
we cornered Uday.
Bree, it could be Abby, and
Let's hear Abby so we don't have to hear about Bree going tear-downs.
Chill. No, like when we cornered Uday Hussein, right? He was with his family in like one of these little small houses. We surrounded it. Like they had people that were in there, plus his family and all that shit. And we were taking fire from them. We surrounded that motherfucker, and we got tired of it. So yeah, we dropped the J-Dam on that motherfucker.
So is that a war crime? Like, are those people in prison?
No,
And
But
who's
TC
gonna
said they
enforce-
wouldn't do
That
that.
was my question to TC.
we do that. So in HVT,
Yeah, that was the whole point, Brad.
okay, dude, chill. I'm talking. All right, chill. You can talk after me. Just take a breath. So like in HVT, if it depending on who's ordering it, I mean, and we're talking. You said high level, some guy that we like Soleimani type. Yeah, we will take out the house, we'll take out the children, we will take out the wives, we'll take out everybody if we have to. If that's the last and best option to go ahead and do this, yes.
Even if you're a U.S. citizen.
Jesus Christ. Even if they're a U.S. citizen, then fuck. People act like we didn't drop fucking bombs on top of an apartment building because Black Panthers were in it. Like, spare me your outrage. So this HVT, if they're an asset that we deem that has to be killed or removed from the field, yeah, they're gone. So are their children. And unfortunately, in the days of modern warfare, the way they hide amongst children and they put family members around them, Bree is right. Like, you're going to, yeah, we'll try to snag you in a way, but if it doesn't work out and we have a limited window, yeah, you're going to get a J-Dam, you're going to get a tomahawk, you're going to get something coming through the window to come put that warhead on the forehead. It's going to be a lot.
So far, Bree, Brad, and Senor and Rich are all right.
So is it fair to say that they have immunity of some sort going on here? I mean, how is this not being applied to like pretty much a lot of these things? I don't know.
Because war crimes are determined by, to be honest, the winners. If you really want to know the truth.
What do you make of what you're hearing right now?
But that's not your point.
He's on a point.
That was our whole point.
Do you guys want an example on, or TC, do you want an example? He's on the, I put a case in the chat.
Don't worry, as soon as TC gets off the phone, he'll tell us about his multi-million-dollar deal that he was just throwing out.
So I'm not, okay, I guess the difference is that was like a sick bin, it's one person's versus say 100,000 people.
Look at it this way,
Is
man.
that the difference, Brad?
Yeah, it's one person, plus they're not generally like an enemy of the United States or a combatant against the United States is not granted the same constitutional rights you may be. Hence why we still have Guantanamo Bay waterboarding, having people stand up and stretched out for days on end, tight little boxes, having to shit in their own hands. These things, they get a little murky on it. The UCMJ does govern us, but if Top Hat actually says, go ahead, it's cleared, Top Hat's going to get what they want. They're going to execute. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter where you run to. So like for those saying it's a war crime, yeah, but who's going to actually enforce it? Because the U.S. The U.S. doesn't agree to any of that. Neither do a lot of the countries. They have their special provisions. Like France is never going to turn over Macron for a war crime. France is committed war crimes, but no one calls them out. England, I guess you can throw Tony Blair under. You think England's going to give up Tony Blair? Putin? You honestly think Russia's going to hand over Putin to a world court without any enforcement mechanism? It's just a virtue signaling court. That's it.
How about like a scenario? Let me just throw it out a little bit bigger. And if we want, we can throw in Rich's scenario there of a nuke. Let's say there's a gathering, say of 500 people to, 800, and they're all like in a factory working on various
Nuclear
activities.
physicists.
And we go in there and we just completely, bomb the fuck out of it. We're still in the clear, because the whole point, like I was mentioning in TC, is if there's a way to win the war, we're gonna do it, right, Brad? I mean, it's just the way it is.
Correct. That's what we did in Japan. We targeted resources. Like here's a simple construct of how the military operates. We'll attack you from the front. We try to dominate the skies and we take out your threat aerially because we don't want the aerial threat to exist. And then what we do, if we hit your resources, we cut your supply lines. We cut off where you're going to manufacture your bullets. Who manufactures those bullets? Civilians. We're going to bomb them. We did that in World War II. We did it in Vietnam. We did it in Gulf War I. And we did it kind of in Gulf War II. The U.S. has a 3-tiered prong attack
with the ballistic missile facility in Iran.
Jesus, Rich. And if it's at sea and it involves a sea element or a naval element, we will do it at sea as well. We absolutely fucking destroy civilian areas. We cut off, we do chokeholds, and we will starve, eradicate. We will blow up watersheds, infrastructure projects, water pipelines, energies. We absolutely will. Like, total war is not fucking your video games or your fucking Hollywood movies. Like, war is war.
And we win at all costs. There's no, like, honestly, there's no way going, well, because so and so is there, we can't do it. It's about, like, it's. I mean, unfortunately, that's just the way it probably goes down, right? I mean, I don't know. Like, Beamon's gonna come off and like, Beaman, I know you're there, and like,
but no, it's not
full throttle.
Matt, it's more of this.
Against this or what? Come on.
No, it's the problem is that now you have these groups that embed themselves in the civilian population. So think about this. Would you, like, every American in this room, let's say Iran blows up, I don't know, LA, and Karen Bass doesn't get to rule over that. All of a sudden, you have a total war. We issue war on Iran. Fuck every Iranian there. We're coming in. We're going for blood. We're taking scalps. Now, all of a sudden, the IRGC, all the Houthis and whatever ABC alphabet group that wants to exist under them, they're going to hide amongst the civilian population. Do you think your sons and daughters deserve to die because of a war that was, regardless of how you feel politically, but your sons and daughters should have to go in and go through room by room? Fuck no.
Matt, real quick, you mind if I?
We're not gonna. The whole idea of war is to kill the other side or kill enough of the other side until they surrender. That's the end goal of war. How you do it doesn't matter.
Really, the issue that we had with TC's exact statement was that they're bound by the U.S. Constitution, and our armed personnel will not do that. They will not violate the Geneva Convention. And it's like, no, we do this all the time. Like Brad said, we bombed the fucking ballistic missile facility and killed civilians in fucking north of Tehran. We had no fucking problems or quorums with doing it. But he's like, oh, that's a war crime. People like Brad would never pull the trigger. Yeah, who the fuck Brad would? Brad gets a fucking command, pull the trigger, he pulls the fucking trigger. Because that's what he's supposed to fucking.
Yeah, I would probably pull the trigger. Depends on the
Of course you
scenario.
would. If my guy controlled the ballistic missile and they said push the button, you push the button.
Oh yeah.
If you're a Minuteman, you would do the same thing.
But I mean, here's the other thing too. Like we abide by it, but I mean, fuck. You're talking about like the Germans wanted us to get rid of shotguns because they thought that was such a horrifying weapon. Like really, we abide by a lot of rules. Like we generally like Abu Dhabi, whatever it is. The prison there, we had, that was torturous and people paid the price. We have various other black sites that now exist in other places. So you just don't get to have your like feel good feelings and your virtue signaling, because I hate to tell you this, the other side is going to kill you. Like you may not like the gritty of the war. This is why it's a calling, not you're not forced into it in the United States. You get to call up and you get to go do it, and you better let the men and women that can do it and sleep okay at night, you better let them go ahead and do it, because quite frankly, you're not prepared for that kind of fight.
This is just a side note, out of curiosity, because I'm just gonna try to. This Beeman's not gonna do it, or maybe she will here in a minute. If we didn't have a army or military or any kind of defense, how quickly? This is kind of a little bit off topic, but I've always had this question: how quickly would we be invaded on the mainland? Do you think, Brad? I've always wondered this.
What you mean? If we didn't have the ponds on either side, and
like anywhere, I guess.
Like if we were in Europe, we would have been invaded multiple times already. If we were like Poland, yeah, we would have been fucked with a long time ago. The U.S. is saved by topography, it's saved by distance, and it's saved by, I mean,
Rednecks with shotguns and beers and pickup trucks. How quickly would we be like the mainland? Like, if all of a sudden, like, we woke up the next day, tomorrow, and all of a sudden, for whatever reason, we don't have any military or what happened, but how quickly would China just be like, fuck, we're going to the mainland?
I don't know if China really would. It's a dangerous crossing. They got to cross the pond. They have to find an entry point. And by then, you'd have a civilian population that was armed. Yeah, they could probably launch some missiles. They could do some damage. But would they be able to suppress the entire territory of the U.S.? Fuck no. I mean, you would have to get mechanized units. You'd have to get supply lines over the Rockies. Fuck, good luck with that one. You're going to have, if you decided to come from the West, the East, good luck with that because you got fucking Europe sitting right there that would fucking actually go ahead and start knocking on their door, along with some of the South American and Central Americans. They would start fucking putting out, an arsenal.
So kind of like
you need the Arctic though, Brad, to be fair, right? So that's why we need Greenland. I'm being honest.
How about
Because
Russia? Would Russia move on us? Or like, so here's the thing, like, it kind of goes.
There's 120 guns for every 100 of Americans.
So Matt, I think
We have more guns than people.
Right, hold on, what the hell are you talking over, man?
I know, but Matt, I think your actual question that you should ask.
You asked a question, I was
I'm
answering it.
not asking a question right now. I'm actually doing a follow-up. Okay, so I'm just trying to think, okay, so first of all, now you made me lose my fucking train of thought.
They would take Taiwan, Japan, Hong Kong,
Okay, my
Mongolia.
question is, how quickly would that happen? So are we saying it would happen, right? Or are we saying it wouldn't happen?
A total invasion, Matt, or takeover?
God damn it. Okay, my point is, this kind of goes to the favor of people who are like, anti-war, anti-military. If they're not going to do anything, then maybe we don't need a military. That's
It's
right.
about batteries and beers, Matt.
Go ahead, take it. Go for it.
Okay, so Matt, a takeover would probably take, year and a half. If you were really talking about really invading the U.S., maybe 2.5 years, 1.5 to 2 years, to get your resources to set up logistics. Like, people don't realize how big the U.S. really is. I know a lot of you don't, but trust me, it's fucking massive. Its terrain is so diverse. You go from desert to fucking tundra. We'd probably lose Alaska. Hawaii would probably be taking over parts of California and probably stop at the Rockies. On the East Coast, they'd probably get to about the Adirondacks, and like the Appalachian Trail thing, and then they'd probably stop there. Just because it's so vast. That middle prairie is not something you want to contend with. Like, fuck, it takes you 2.5 days to get through Texas. That's just one fucking state. And that's driving at 85 miles an hour. Try moving a mechanized unit of like 100 fucking men, supplies, resources, fucking water. Like, you have to know where water supplies are. I mean, shit, these guys would be drinking from cobalt ponds in the back of fucking, electric plants, and then they'd be fucking dead. So, I mean, it's...
So our military mostly to be overseas doing our business, not mostly protecting the homeland?
Well, we have a really strong... We have a strong protection, dude. Like, it's massive. Like, our defenses... our defenses are massive. Like, trust me, no one's invading us. Not for the next 100 years.
I just play like a devil's advocate role here, because like if we're safe here in the mainland and we don't need it, like if we didn't have a military, then why do we have a military?
Well,
Hold on, like if we're okay here, like what the hell? Like we're just sitting here, no one's gonna do anything. Go for it. Yeah.
Well, Matt, I had a question, and maybe Brad can answer this, but the only vulnerability, and it's not really a vulnerability, but the Arctic is the area where the Chinese have tons of ships right now, or at least tons of interest in there. Same with Russia. I mean, it is an area where the U.S., Canada will get attacked first, but the fact is we're right there. So it's an important area that I think that's why Greenland is so important. And that's why other presidents, including Truman, have looked at Greenland as a strategic stronghold. And it's probably the only chance that any country would really have to try to come to the U.S. Doesn't mean
you're under the impression that we would be pretty invaded by China.
No, not quickly. I'm saying that's the only place that would stand even a 1% chance to try would be that area.
Okay.
Because Greenland is protected by the Danish, which in 5 minutes could be destroyed, right? So I mean, I know we have bases there and stuff like that, but we don't have our full strength there that we would have on the West Coast or East Coast. So to hit the mainland U.S. is going to be really rough. But if you're going to come in through the Arctic, you may.
This is a really interesting thought experiment. I know it was kind of off topic to what we were just talking about, war crimes and what have you, but I've always just been wondering about that because if we're, maybe, just maybe, I'm just playing that part out, that maybe
She's not taking the bait, man.
I know. Well, you try to get me off the mic. I'm trying to find something here to support the people who think that we should have less military. And if our mainland.
All right, Matt, tell them that they're going to kill all the plants. They're going to kill all the plants and all the flowers that you come up.
Oh shit!
Yeah, why is the U.S. Army older than the United States of America?
Way older?
Yeah, the U.S. Army is 1775. The United States of America is 1775.
He's not lying on that.
Okay.
1 year old.
Why? I mean,
well, the answer is because it took the military to make the United States. And the reason we have the United States is because we have a military that will fuck shit up.
That's true. No, I don't disagree with that. Chaos wanted to jump in here. Go ahead, Chaos.
Slumdog Millionaire.
Is that Chaos and chillism?
Yeah, it's a Slumdog Millionaire chillism. Chaos.
Yeah.
Andrew's pumping.
Yeah. Really good topic, guys. It's a good topic. Like talking about stuff. I do think that America can be invaded at the moment. I feel like you guys have a really good geological advantage, which would prohibit any force at mass like accumulate and attack. And couple things. I think Matt, you asked how why does America have a huge military? I think I want to draw comparisons to I think Rome, and it became from a local regional power. The superpower, the military just expanded completely. I think we could draw similar parallels with America as well, where after World War I and World War II, I think it became from a regional power to a superpower. And I think we could draw parallels like that. So that's one thing I want.
USA, 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 USA.
So, is there anybody here that thinks that we should have less of the military? Just out of curiosity.
Still try and look at it.
I just want to see. I
think she's sleeping, bro. Her night is
It's amazing she's not chiming in.
Well,
I'm not chiming in because
I felt guilty that last round.
I wasn't trying to bait you, Bima. But I actually have a question, Bima. Do you have it? And you don't have to answer if it's too personal. Do you have family members that are in the military or were in the military?
Yeah, the man that I'm with served almost 20 years.
And so what's your impression of the military?
Well, it's shit. It's shit. It's
he think it's shit, the guy that served?
Yeah, he does. And he recognized that when he was out serving in war, when he was over there, and he was told what to do.
Where did he serve?
He served in Iraq and Afghanistan. He went to both. He did both. At first, he was in the front lines. He did a bunch of stuff, but it was you could talk to him about it. But ultimately, he saw that there were different narratives that were being played from the recordings of what they would record news articles and news stations here, send them out there, and then they would play them over there. And when they'd be playing them, the narratives of what U.S. was being, what we were being told back home was completely different from what he was experiencing out there.
Also, what would play? Would it be curated just for military, or would they CNN or Fox or
all of that stuff?
All of what?
All of CNN, Fox.
So how is that curated differently for the? How is that curated differently for the
because
military?
It didn't match what he was experiencing. He wasn't against a bunch of terrorists that were trying to kill. And he wasn't, him along with all of his members there, they were experiencing something much different. And
So anecdotally, he had a different experience.
right, he had a different
Was he
experience.
in a command position?
At one point,
Like a captain level?
No, never, no. He couldn't get that far because he was causing too much trouble. He's like me, he's hard-headed, and he's a good person, and he refused to do things. But they knew that he was a good person, that he wasn't refusing to do it out of, I don't want to follow command. It was a genuine, like, I can't do this. I can't morally do this.
So what happened? Was he court-martialed for it?
No, never. Everybody that was always in a bigger command position than he was, they would try and do whatever they could. He tells this story of them taking him on long rides, having conversations with him, putting him in different positions where he had to do the things that he was asked to do in other positions. He got into land nav because of it. They took him out of the front lines, and then he got into land navigation. And
he wasn't in a command position, and he wasn't privy to those levels of strategic.
You would have to talk to him. I
Brad
don't know what
Brad might do. I asked this than me.
I've never heard. I'm sure Bree's going to back me up on this. I've never heard of like a captain taking me out because I wanted to refuse an order. That shit just doesn't happen. Fuck no.
Well, I mean, it did. So
No, it didn't. The story doesn't make sense to me. Like, there's something misaligned.
Okay, well,
I'm not saying.
I'm not going to try to.
I'm just. I gotta ask the question so you can chill.
That's fine. That's fine.
There's something that doesn't add up because that's not anybody's experience in the military. No, if you refuse an order, that's trouble.
In
an article.
Well,
and they don't take you out for a ride and go, here, you can have a new job. Like, you don't get these things. Like,
right, just like I'm sure people in prison don't have weapons and phones and
but your story doesn't make sense.
Right?
All of us that serve
Would you
just
agree that people don't have cell phones but they do.
That has nothing to do with one. That has nothing to do with it. You're just making up a story.
Okay, then I'm making up a story, then don't talk to me about it. It doesn't matter, just because.
Your experience is wrong. Like, it's flat out.
Right.
I hate to tell you this. He either didn't serve,
I
or he did it.
appreciate you, but you can't just say that.
You can't say that he protested in the fucking military. You don't do
You
that.
can't say that. You understand that? You can't just say it and believe it to be true. I mean, sure, of course you could say it, but it doesn't make it true. And you, as loud as you are, or as loud as anybody else is going to be, it doesn't make. Okay, sure, that's fine. You can deny it all you want. If it's too difficult for you, to process that something like this happened, then that's fine. Listen, I have no desire to prove myself to people on Clubhouse or to try to prove somebody else's real life experience wasn't the truth. Like, it's just.
I want you to find a military. I want you to tell me. Military and get to drive out. When's the last time you got a cushy ride by an 06 that fucking go on and talk about your life choices?
Maybe you guys are good people. Maybe you guys are just trash human beings.
Tier 1 operator. Don't fucking forget it. Put some respect on this fucking name.
Especially out of a combat role. Like, fuck.
Well, I know that you're scared, but it does happen because we do have good people, and we even have good people serving in the military. We do have people that are in command positions that are still good people. We do, and that's just the fact of the matter.
Entire military shit. So then all of us, and then you want to proceed to say that you're soft.
No. The concept. No. I don't think that the people. No. The system, Brad. The system.
I'm call cap on it. The story doesn't add up.
That's fine. You can call whatever you want. I don't care. here. It's not going to make it that it didn't happen.
I got these off the mic. My goal. I accomplished it. Thank you, Eva.
What's crazy is that I feel like you guys are so disconnected that you think that this isn't the experience of so many people and so many soldiers that we had to add. No, not that. I'm talking specifically that there was. Hold on. Yeah, Brad, it absolutely did. Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. Well, guess what? Guess what? I have evidence where he can prove it to you. I mean, like, how far do you want to go? Like, you're just, it's stupid. It's no point. But I mean, and then what? How far is he gonna? He's gonna dox himself up. I mean, this is. I understand that it is. I understand. Okay.
That does it. I call Cap. I call him. That's the story he told you verbatim, and he's full of fucking shit.
Viva, can he come on the house?
Yeah, he doesn't lie. Can he come on?
He did with telling you that story.
Viva, you hear me?
I promise you, he doesn't lie.
Bree, if you were active duty and you protested, what would happen? Throw in the break?
Oh, dude. The only time that I ever we had a war crime in my unit is this one captain. He lost 3 squads in all of 2 weeks, and from this one guy that was making courtyard IEDs. Well, he ended up getting the guy at the end of it. After that, they figured out where he was at with the command deck and all that crap. They found him, and they handcuffed him, and they took him out, or took him out to the desert, and he walked up and shot him in the back of the head, execution style.
Yeah, what's the punishment, Bree, if you
he went 11 words. Can I answer?
Yeah.
Because he told a kid.
Bro, we don't need the whole story. Your fucking life story.
He told a kid.
You protest.
You need to shut the front door. You need to shut the front door.
You throw the brake and be court-martialed. That's it.
No, he told a kid to shoot the guy first, and the kid would not do it.
We believe your stories, but fuck, we don't have
Second Cavalry. It was a war crime. It happened in 2008.
Everybody's sober.
Okay, Machiavelli, you've been trying to talk. Who are you? I don't know who you are. Go for it.
Oh, I mean, dude, if you want to know the truth of it, he disobeyed the order. It was an unlawful order. He did not go to jail. The captain went to jail for killing the guy. You ask a question, then you don't want the fucking answer.
No, we asked if the person protested why they were active duty won't be the punishment.
We got take a guess, man. Take a guess at this brother.
Somebody trolling you, man.
Wait, is that BB?
No, it's not. No, take a guess, man. Take a fucking guess. Who else was black that was in the space that was mentioned this crime? Who else? Who else used to set Clubhouse up ladies?
No worries.
It's starting to creep me out a little bit, but yeah.
Man, it's my fashions, man.
Oh, fuck.
It's me. I'm back from the dead.
Crazy. I was wondering if you were still out there, but that's pretty cool, man. Welcome back.
Oh man, I'm just back for a short time, not a long time. I see you guys are fighting. I like this. Continue.
All right.
No, we weren't fighting, and I just wanted to clarify to Brett too. Brett, I don't want you to think that I was saying that you or the people that sued were that's it. Please hold on. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. What I was saying was that the way that the system is and the way that it preys on people and ruins people's lives, that's what I was referring to.
You're just saying your boyfriend's a lie.
I feel that the people, do you know, Rich, your piece is trash. You honestly are always a piece of trash. No, you are trash. You are trash. The only person here that's trash, Rich, is you, okay? All you want to do is start trouble, try to humiliate people. It's just trash. It's just trash.
Don't worry.
No, it's so annoying. He's so annoying. just getting at. I just wanted
Okay,
to.
so I loved every day that I was in the military. Were there shitty days? Yeah. Was it the greatest job I ever had? Absolutely. I would give anything to go back and go hang with my brothers. I miss them to this day. Yeah, there was bullshit. There was politics. There was fucking dumb shit all around. Getting issued fucking broken down equipment. Waiting on fucking.
Hurry up and fucking wait.
Yeah, hurry up and fucking wait. Fumar, fucking fucked up beyond all recognition. Snafu, situation normal, all fucked up. Like all of that and a bag of chips. But the idea that now I would never. I call cap because in this day I have been on Clubhouse for a long time. We found people who have said fucking they were SEAL Team Delta fucking Rambo operators from fucking Marsac and that they were snipers all in one fucking time. So many times on this app and so much in real life. And I'm like, even guys who have served, I just kind of take a step back now and just like watch what they say, watch what they do. I can honestly tell you, and I'm saying this as not a mean guy, nothing harmful. Whatever it is, whatever story people want to tell, it's their story. There is no fucking way in a combat zone that you, let alone in the rear, wherever you're at, on a base, you're going to tell some officer or a gunny or a chief or what is the fucking army have, whatever those idiots have. You are never going to tell them, no, I'm not going to do something, and you're going to get played. You're going to get kid gloves on. It just doesn't happen that way. And I'm just telling you, you may think me telling the story wrong. I'll accept that. But if that's exactly verbatim what he told you, there's a lot missing on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I can accept also that I think that this is an extreme exception. I think he's an extreme exception because he's just a very different individual. He's not like most people, and he's just I don't know, just all together. He was different. So I don't doubt that, and I don't think that it wasn't good for me to tell this story at all because I think that hindsight it shows weakness, and it's just a bad idea overall. So yeah, I'll just put it off to I lied and the story was bullshit. I think that's fine. I don't care. But ultimately, I still will hold to everything else and say that I think that the government targets young minds, ruins lives, and is trash overall. I think I'm happy that you had a good personal experience, and I'm glad that the brotherhood, and that's good for you. But I know way too many people, way too many lives who have been completely ruined, destroyed forever, and affected generations. I can't ever. I work for the National Purple Heart Museum. So you could just imagine what that was like, right? Documenting the soldiers' stories over time and to talking to people up close and personal for a long time. I worked inside. Well, I'm not going to dox myself, but there's a lot of. I'm in a military area. I'm just going to say that, okay? And the exposure that I've had to people and conversations, I'm telling you, maybe it was one too many for me, but that's. And I mean, overall, I just don't think the military is a moral actor for exactly the reason we're talking about before, right? And this is what Matt wanted to get me off the mic for. I don't think all of this stuff about leveling. Listen, no law is going to tell me what to do when it comes to self-defense. So no UN document, no constitution, nothing. As long as it's declared, definitive, objective, objectively factual, identifiable, confirmed, clarified, verified fact that it's self-defense. Once that happens, you've lost all sphere of protection, any type of limitations, any type of. You're done. Anything goes at that point for me, right? Much different. But with that being said, also, I am not going to ever advocate for a nation, right? Because we remember that we're ruled by the ruling elite, and that the large majority of us are just people trying to live from day to day, to harm innocent people that specifically had nothing to do with the ruling elite's decisions to do whatever they're going to do. You can't kill innocent people, and to your way, you can't kill innocent people in some sort of attempt to attain moral legitimacy. It's never going to happen, right? You identify the aggressor, you identify the situation, and you take care of it. You don't cause more innocent people to die. I reject largely war theory. I think the war theory is trash, and I think we need to update our compass. But at the same time, like I said, don't think that I'm a pacifist, because I'm not a pacifist. As soon as it becomes self-evident that this is self-defense, pray.
Well, that's a great question. I don't know. We can keep going back and forth. But I was kind of curious. Is there anybody here who is like just like pro-war, like just gung ho, like any?
Do you really have to fucking ask this question, Matthew?
No, I gotta ask it.
Seriously, I'm on stage. You gotta ask dumbass questions.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
you should just address Rich and be like, Rich, okay.
Okay, what are you? Okay, go ahead and answer the question.
Oh, yes. I'm for wiping out every fucking combatant on fucking Earth and just decimating all the fucking combatants.
So you're for like any war, like we should get involved in any war. What?
Oh, somebody muted me. Sorry.
Okay, so you're for any war. You want to be involved in all the wars that go on.
Oh no, not like a war hawk want to go out and just fucking strike. But I'm saying any enemy combatants, like if they pose a fucking imminent threat to the United States, we should kill them all.
Okay.
And I say we should like invade fucking Paris and kill them.
Right.
Man.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Young men go to war, young men that don't know each other because of old men that do know each other. We need to make these old men that want to start the wars that send young men in, we need to put them on the front line and make them start this shit. Back when kings used to be on the battlefield with their men. Like, we need to go back to that kind of shit. Because, like, right now, you're literally just sending the youth to go kill the youth because of old fucks that want to make money off of the war machine.
I'm going to be honest, you kind of pissed me off because you went back all the way that far. Like George Washington didn't lead his men in the war, you son of a bitch.
It's a good point.
Well, where are leaders that do that? I mean, George Bush. You didn't see George Bush in Battle Rattle.
No, but you saw Schwarzkopf.
Hey, I love me some General Schwarzkopf.
George Washington was a straight.
You haven't had president lead troops into battle.
Washington was a straight up gangster.
Should that be a
the most gangster president ever in life. There will never be another president who was like, fuck that. I'm gonna stand on the front of the boat while we cross this icy river, and I'm gonna look gangster as shit with a cape on, showing a flag on with the red, white, and blue. Nigga, it ain't that more gangster than that.
That's true. Good point.
With the teeth pulled out of his own slaves.
And he had a big old musket ready to blow.
Marshall, you raise a good point. I mean, should our presidents be on the front line? Would that change the whole dynamics of war for them if they're out there doing the business too? I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts, Marshall?
Let's go back to the ancient world. Fuck it. Realistically, it would probably bring in some kind of moderating. You'd probably bring in some kind of a moderating influence because they would have to be there and fight themselves.
Exactly.
But no, realistically, modern presidents are not getting back in the field. The last president we had led men into battle as like a general thing, like as a full commander was Andrew Jackson, but you also had Zachary Taylor, who was a general. Eisenhower was a general, right? Now they might not have done any fighting themselves, but that experience certainly taught them how to manage the military as well as United States expectations internationally. So, should they be on the front lines? No. Should we require some sort of military training?
probably not gonna pass Congress, but I have a feeling if you had military training, you probably use the military a whole lot less. I'm not gonna lie. That's a surmise and a historical guess on my part. Brad, what do you think?
I want Trump on one. Brad's on the phone first.
The top marshal.
I disagree with all. Because George Washington caught fucking bodies. Like, this nigga was dropping niggas in the field. Like, bro, this wasn't no regular. Bro, as far as I think George Washington was a fucking alien.
Wait, Machiavelli.
I think this nigga was an alien. George Washington was dropping niggas in the field, bro.
Wait, based on Machiavelli, based on what you just said, are you saying he was dropping slaves in the field?
Yo, you know what I mean? Stop being fucking.
Oh, no, I was just curious.
No, he was pulling the teeth out of slaves to use them as
Bro,
balls.
he was fucking blicking people, bro. This man was shooting motherfuckers off the horses, bro. He was playing the motherfuckers, bro. Bro, there was nobody more gangster than that. Who's president Carter Biden?
Yeah,
Like, we also have to have Carter Biden recently.
we also have to keep aware, at the time, he was not president. He was just a regular general. Like, not even King George the Third at the time led his troops into battle. I mean, Eisenhower didn't lead troops into battle. Eisenhower commanded them. No, not as president. Not as president. The last time you had somebody who commanded men in battle, I think, was Andrew Jackson in the War of 1812. Right? Like, you had other presidents that served, like George H.W. was a fighter pilot.
Yeah, he was in the Texas National Airmen.
No, I'm not talking about W. I'm talking about H.W. H.W. World War II.
Before you throw my hat into this ring. I agree. I think that president should be on the front lines. Why? Because it forces the presidents to be physically fit, and it also forces the representation to men of how we're supposed to fucking be. That's also going to set a precedent for men in America.
I threw it into AI. So, sitting presidents to lead troops, the only one was George W. Bush as president, right? He led the Continental Army to put down the Whiskey Rebellion in Pennsylvania. Presidents who led troops and saw combat before presidency was Theodore Roosevelt, who led the voluntary cavalry known as Rough Riders. Andrew Jackson served in the Revolutionary War, commanded forces during the War of 1812, but he wasn't president at the time. Ulysses S. Grant led the Union Army victory in the Civil War. William Henry Harrison commanded American forces at the Battle of Tippecanoe. Other presidents with combat experience: Harry Truman led troops as an artillery officer in World War I. JFK, John F. Kennedy, served as Navy lieutenant in World War II, known for his actions in PT 109. H.W. Bush was a Navy pilot who saw combat in World War II. Several other presidents saw combat or were in the military during wartime, including James Monroe, Rutherford B. Hayes, James Garfield, and Dwight D. Eisenhower, who commanded Allied forces in World War II. There you go.
But again, it goes back to old men that start wars that know each other, but young men are the ones that don't know the person that they're fighting on the other side. Like, for all I know, like, when I was fighting people, if we would have been given a chance to sit down in a coffee shop, I might have enjoyed having a conversation with these people. But no, we're shooting bullets at each other. Like, you know, it's young people fighting young people because old people that do know each other. And, like, war is going to be a bitch. You know, it really is. And, you know, if you worked on the military under the Purple Heart Union, you can look me up. I'm Brian Pat. I'm Chapter 1000, Military Order of the Purple Heart. You know, I'm not talking shit when I'm talking about the military. I mean, it was the worst thing going through it, but the thing that, like Brad said, I want to go back to so bad. Like, it was shit going through it. But it's the thing that I missed kind of the freaking most.
Because it's a man thing, nigga. It's a man thing. Bullets, gunfire, you smell that gunpowder. I wasn't even there. I wasn't even fucking there. You understand? I'm not.
Did you say it's a manfinity? He's here.
I would
use 1% of the interest and leave
Yes.
11%
Every
in
battle
account.
ever is based
And
on
every year I make
Infiniti's
more and
proven
more
track
and more
record.
until I'll be a billionaire. And what happened? Everything went to the garbage.
See, there you go.
Why? What comes in a non-kosher way?
Wait, welcome to the stage, Elsie. How are you, Al?
All these women
Fantastic to be. How
who
are
does not modest things for money.
Hey, I would
Either they're gonna end up with cancer eventually,
if I didn't ask.
and all the
What did you think of the
dreams that they had will be cut.
I
And
gotta get
it will
your
be very, very miserable.
because you went hard.
All the government, all of
Oh yeah.
Whatever happens is going to happen, and they're going to expose the ugly of the world, whether you like it or not. So be ready. And that's what he said. So I don't understand why motherfuckers.
An image of Joe, and on the left side of the screen was like a panel where they put information on ivermectin, calling it a horse dewormer, and for some reason they put in a horse icon. They literally took a little image of a horse.
This is the problem with people.
What?
Dude, it was so funny. It was and got so bitch made. They forgot what America was really like from the beginning. Nigga, we came from the days of the Wild Wild West. We came from the days where people rode on horses and shit. There was
Randy say slightly different.
An unexpected repair can wipe out your savings fast. Protect yourself with a home warranty from Cinch Home Services. In the end, people are awake that something happened during COVID that was unholy. So that was an important victory. And this hantavirus story, if it is just people talking themselves into a frenzy, fine. But if officialdom is playing games again, they are probably playing them for a reason. And we need to know what that reason is, because hantavirus is not a natural for this role at all.
Well, it's easy to strip people of their rights in an emergency.
Exactly.
I mean, the Moderna vaccine story from 3 days ago is crazy, dude. How can you even begin to say it's a coincidence? It's maybe it's a coincidence, Moderna. Maybe this just happened to happen within a week. Maybe it was a slow news day on accident. Maybe they didn't stifle the news for 3 days to let the hantavirus story go wild. Maybe they didn't do that.
Well, I think people need to understand that whatever else it may have been, the COVID pandemic was the debut of gene therapies dressed up as vaccines. That's what
Changed the definition of vaccine.
I know they did.
It's wild, huh?
It is wild, because if they had said to people, we're going to require you to take a gene therapy, people would have said, huh?
What's the value of the gene therapy? Assuming steel manning the argument, you get some badass mRNA treatment. Like, what's the good upside of it?
Well, you want to know?
Yeah.
From the point of view of the vaccine making industry, it is the ultimate cash cow for multiple different reasons. It streamlines the process of creating a vaccine, and it cuts right through the regulatory apparatus, because the argument that they're going to make is, we tested the platform, it's safe, so we just loaded a new gene in. The only thing we have to do is test that new gene and the antigen it produces. As long as they're safe, then the whole thing is safe. Now the fact is, none of it's safe, and it can't be made safe. Anything you load into that mRNA platform is going to be dangerous. It's going to do the same damage to the body that the COVID shots did, and it's going to show up in the heart. That's
I want to show you guys this post from Jack Posobiec. He tweeted, "What if instead of a vaccine, we just were able to get exposed to a weak version of the virus that enabled us to build the antibodies we need to fight the real thing?" Of course, Jack's point was that mRNA vaccines were totally different from the, attenuated virus, is that what it's called? Yeah, vaccinations, which were in the past, what vaccines would do. And Jack was making that point. And this guy, Dave Jorgensen, said, "The anti-vaxxers went so far right, they looped around and invented vaccinations." These people, I'm wondering if the real left-right divide is sub 70 IQ versus everyone else. And I'm being intentionally mean. These individuals had no idea, and to this day have no idea what is actually going on in the world. They see this post from Jack, and they are so far removed from the context of the real conversation around this technology, they genuinely believed the COVID vaccinations were virus vaccines.
Yeah, they weren't at all.
No, they were mRNA vaccines.
Were any of them attenuated? Were those DNA vaccines? Is that the difference?
No, the DNA were also gene therapy.
But there was a difference. Wasn't one of the other ones
Johnson.
No.
It wasn't attenuated virus, but it wasn't mRNA, right?
It wasn't mRNA. It was DNA. But the question is, what language did you write the gene in? It's still gene therapy. In the Johnson & Johnson, they wrote the gene into DNA. In the Moderna, they wrote it into mRNA, but it's almost the same difference. Now, the mRNA platform has a special vulnerability, but you can't. Maybe I should tell you what that vulnerability is. The mRNA is basically a RNA gene wrapped in a lipid nanoparticle. That lipid nanoparticle has no addressing mechanism on it. They inject it into you, it flows around in your blood and your lymph, and any cell that it touches may take it up because it's basically just coated in fat. Your cells are made of fat, like dissolves like, it goes in. So the problem is, by design, that shot tells your cell to make a foreign protein, in this case the spike protein. That foreign protein ends up on the surface of the cell, and your immune system, when it sees your cell making a foreign protein, it virus. Why? Because that's the only place it sees that. It's a viral pattern. So what does it do? It destroys the cell that made the protein. Now, if that cell is in your muscle or your liver, not a big deal. If that cell is in your heart, it's a big deal, right? Your heart is not supposed to have a viral infection. They're rare. Your body decides, well, killing off heart cells isn't a good idea, but leaving virally infected heart cells isn't a good idea either, and it kills off those cells. That's where your myocarditis is coming from. And myocarditis itself is misleading, because what myocarditis means is just heart inflammation. This isn't just heart inflammation. And pericarditis. Right, but these are itis, inflammation. It's not inflammation. This is inflammation, which is the symptom of damage to your heart, which has an extremely low capacity for self-repair. So why is it that a soccer player is running down the field and his heart gives out? Because he's got a wound in his heart he doesn't know about. He's running under pressure, and suddenly something gives way. Real quick though, you said the heart doesn't usually get viruses? Yeah. Can you explain more on that? Is this like your immune system just won't let it happen, or no? It's very well protected, right? Your heart, it's really important that it not get viruses. So you would expect the protections to be turned up. It's also pretty well insulated, right? Your lungs aren't. Your lungs are exposed to the outside world. So in any case, I'm not saying it never happens. Is that true for any other internal organs? Like your kidneys are less likely to get an infection? Well, your kidneys can get infected because they're also exposed. But I mean, your blood, it's like your heart. You know what I mean? Like sepsis. It happens, but it's very serious when it happens. Right.
To clarify, you're saying OG vaccines, they would put the pathogen in the body, and the pathogen would be there in the body, be like, immune system, kick on, go get it, and now you strengthen. But these new mRNAs, they attach to a cell, a healthy cell in your body, and then make it seem like it's a virus, and your own body destroys its own healthy cells, and that's supposed to knock up to create an immune response.
It's built in. And so what the whole thing was predicated on was that the shot stays in your arm, right? If the shot stayed in your arm and their little pseudovirus infected your cells, and then your immune system cleared those cells by killing them off, it wouldn't be a huge deal. But one of the things that Steve Kirsch and Robert Malone and I talked about on that podcast in June of 21
was the fact that the biodistribution did not suggest that it stayed in the arm at all.
Working on figuring out a way to make these lipid particles address properly now?
They won't acknowledge the problem. So I don't know if they...
That would cure cancer, wouldn't it?
Well, cancer's a different matter. If you have a terminal disease and we've got an mRNA shot that might address that disease, you might be willing to take that risk, right? The risk of the shot might be low enough and the benefit of the shot might be high enough. So
let's just address the theoretical nature. If they were to create the addressing mechanism, as Ian was asking, targeting for destruction cancer cells, specific cancer cells, because not all cancer are the same, they inject it into your arm or whatever, it floats through the body, but specifically only attaches to the cancer, your immune system then destroys those cells. Is that possible?
The system already has a tremendous amount of capacity to fight cancer.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it doesn't. That's when we find out about it, right? When the thing isn't properly addressed. So yeah, and I would cautiously say I'm not necessarily going to buy what they tell us about how effective the thing is, but I'm open to the idea that in extremely dire cases you might be willing to take such a shot, but I'm not open to the idea that it's a vaccine, and I'm not open to the idea of preventing infectious diseases because the platform itself is terminally flawed.
So we're going to go to Rumble Rants and Super Chats. One quick last question, though, is how much information can be delivered to the cell? I mean, could they reprogram a cell could they repair damaged DNA or RNA?
With the mRNA platform?
Yeah, so imagine they took like a stem cell of yours, they had like a perfect DNA strand or whatever. Could they inject it into your body so that it tells the cells to reproduce perfectly, so that basically destroys the aging process or ends the aging process?
Well, we're not going to end the aging process, and we'll have to talk another time about why that is. There are
biological reasons or
biological reasons.
So let's talk to you. Could they make the cells reproduce perfectly again? Like it's a damaged cell, but they give it the perfect information. Well, program it to reproduce.
You're kind of coming at the story upside down, because the promise of gene therapy was very much like what you're describing, right? The idea is you might have cells that are doing the wrong thing for some genetic reason, and if you could get genes taken up into these cells, you could get them to do the right thing, and you might cure a disease. It never panned out for reasons like this addressing problem, right? The problems never worked, and so the huge investment that we biologically put into gene therapy never returned on that investment.
Yeah, but if you were able to do like one clinical test on, say, like 5 billion people, you get all of that data at once to solve for this. You dispatch various batches to key regions, make everybody. I mean, could you imagine if something like that happened where they were doing a mass clinical test like that?
Yeah, but what I would tell you is that what can be done on paper is spectacular. What happens when you try to deploy these things in the layered complex systems that make up the human body is you end up with all sorts of unintended consequences.
I understand that. I'm saying, so imagine if you could do 5 billion clinical trials all at once with
between the year of 2021
and 2024. And you're like, how do we get the data? And they say, well, it's going to take 20 years.
You're asking whether or not COVID was an experiment.
Oh, I never said that.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying that instead of doing a bunch of human trials where you can't figure, it's from the 80s and you're like, why can't we get this addressing problem right? So only if we could test it out 5 billion times in a short period and get all the data. We're going to go to your Rumble Rants and Super Chats, so smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. The uncensored portion of the show will be up in about 12 or so minutes at 10 p.m. Rumble.com/TimCastIRL. In the meantime, what say you? HS Disturbed says, just found out I'm pregnant with my 4th child. I'm 42. The last pregnancy was 10 years ago. Please pray for us as I attempt to bring another God-fearing patriot into this world. Thank you so much. I love you guys.
That's so great.
Amazing.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. Oh, you're going to be so excited when you get another baby. I just know it. We're running around. J-Dirt Biker says it's because Lindsey Graham is a progressive Republican, which is still a progressive. Glenn Beck covered that today. I am surprised Ian didn't mention that.
Or is he progressing too? That's what I care about.
Off a cliff.
Maybe. Time to regress, Linz.
Monkey King says, wow, Brett even cut his hair for this interview. Thank you, Tim. Did you?
No, I had someone else do it.
Correct. All right. K-Top Swiss says, feeling bad for stupid people is what got us here, Brett.
This is tough.
You press the red button or the blue button?
you the sweating?
With a what? There's a red button, a blue button. If more than 50% press the blue button, everyone lives. If more than 50% press red, anyone who pressed blue dies. Moral dilemma.
Yes, it is fine.
And everybody just says, like, just press the red button.
There's a big leap of human evolution some 300,000 years ago where they discovered the first human bone that was actually looked like it had been repaired. Before that, if someone broke their leg, they were just left to die. And that was very bad for us as a species. Once they started taking care of their weak and their wounded, we evolutionary leapt. So we're sort of in a situation like that. I mean, I think that's your argument. I'm trying to steel man your argument.
My argument actually is that the transhumanists, and there's lots of people who fall under that banner who wouldn't label themselves that way, but the transhumanists have sold us a bill of goods, and I think many of them have lied to themselves. And the story that they tell themselves is that there are people who are so broken, there's just nothing we can do for them. And they're half right, okay? Once a person has gotten through development, it's very hard to help them. Before they've been damaged in development, it's very easy to protect them by delivering an environment that looks like their ancestral environment, so their body knows what to do, their mind knows how to develop, and that's what we ought to be targeting. So I just wanted to separate two questions. What do we do for the broken people on planet Earth today? And the answer is that's going to be a tough one, and we're going to be less successful than we would like by a lot. What can we do for the generation that has yet to emerge? Everything, and it ought to be our obsession. Right? We can start dealing, you don't need to have children who need orthodontia. We know how to solve that problem. We're just not admitting it, right? It's solvable, right? It has to do with a feedback. When you chew as a child, you put information into your body, and your body reshapes your jaw based on that information. All of this giving children baby food and formula and making sure they don't chew hard stuff is causing our jaws to collapse. There's not enough room for the teeth. They come in all crooked. And the fact is, maybe most children now need orthodontia. That doesn't need to be. If you wanted that problem to be solved 10 years from now, we could solve it and we wouldn't create massive numbers of new people. You need a tiny number of orthodontists just for the few people who have.
What are you saying? Kids should be eating hard stuff?
Yeah. Look up Mike Mew. Mike Mew.
What do you mean? Like, my baby doesn't have teeth.
You know, right. But your baby, and you should go to Mike Mew for the exact advice on what to feed when. But your baby naturally wants to chew on things, right?
Yeah, she does.
And if the instinct is, oh, they don't have teeth, it better be pureed, then what you're going to do is you're going to cause the wrong information to register. Her jaw will collapse. She'll need orthodontia. And then you know what the orthodontist will tell you? It's genetic.
But which doesn't make any sense. She gets pure sometimes, but we were told by all the doctors to give her stuff to chew on, so she chews soft things.
Well, do you ever do like a frozen strawberry and a little net thing? That stuff's awesome.
Yeah, she's got one small tooth coming in.
My son loved that stuff.
Mike Mew calls it the big bolus chewing, involving chewing a large ball of 5 to 10 pieces of gum to strengthen the masseter muscles and develop the gonial angle, the jaw corner. But how old? How young do they start?
Ask Mike Mew. Right. I don't want to pretend to be an authority.
The problem is today,
I'll ask AI to analyze this work.
And she was rather enjoying her beets. But I was eating cheese, and she saw me eating cheese.
And she knew that cheese can't be beets.
And she reached over and she went, And I looked at my wife and I was like, should I give her some? Should I give her a little piece? So I gave her a little piece of cheese, and then she took the beets and threw them on the floor.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Gotta mix the beets with the cheese.
And she's like, now I don't have to eat them. And then we're like, you're done. You're not eating. And then she started crying.
He says the earlier the better. The earlier the children start, the better. That's an interesting philosophy. It makes a lot. I mean, just basic.
The most important thing, though, is that we handed her a flute, and she instantly figured it out. And she's just going, burp, 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 burp. And we're like, yes. Oh, I gotta tell you guys this story, totally unrelated. We went to Guitar Center because we went out to eat, and there's a jazz band playing. We were in Baltimore before we went to Phil's show, and she was staring at the jazz band, obsessed. And she kept reaching for me. So I'm about to watch. We're back over to eat. She started freaking out, getting blinded. We're back to watch the jazz band, and we were like, oh, she likes music. So we went to Guitar Center, and we showed her the piano, and she immediately put her sideways on the bench. She immediately swung the keyboards, right, bang, 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 on the playing. She knew what I was going to do. And yes, and when we told the man we're going to buy it, and came from her chair and started reaching for it and yelling and complaining, and then started pushing her back, refusing to go into her seat because she wouldn't play the piano. We're very excited.
Dude, yes.
And then
Is it already delivered? Is it all Robin has that. And she just
so it's pretty obvious you love music. That's fantastic. I mean, Alice and I both play guitar and sing, and so she sees us and we play music for her. So we've
here.
in all of your studies as a molecular and evolutionary biologist, you get deep on music and the value of music. Oh my God! First of all, I'm not a molecular biologist. Though I am made of molecules, so I suppose there's an argument. But you are molecular biologist. Yeah. When somebody asks about a microbiologist, I often wonder how small they are. But
what's the evolution on Ashland? Water Park, what's that going to take? What's going on with Mather? Join us tomorrow, 6 to 8 p.m. at First Free Church on down below in Ashland for our development town hall. It's our quarterly one, so you can find out everything that we're working on. Ask all the questions you have. We're happy to answer them. Stop on by.
Love of and pursuit of music was the result of the fact that it combined a bunch of other things that we love, that it has no meaning of its own. And he compared it to, he said it was like a musical cheesecake.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And so this is a giant mystery where we can't admit that the answer is it's for something really frickin' important, but we don't know what it is. And I have my own hypothesis, but let's just say the fact that all human cultures have music, the fact that both females participate in music, that every human being until recent times has had their own individual relationship with music, the fact that you hear a song, even a sad song makes you feel sad, but you want to hear it again. That's why you disagree with which part?
Not all music is the same, and some things people like Ben Shapiro says rap isn't music. He's unmoved by it. He doesn't connect with it emotionally.
I'm not defending every piece of music or every genre of music.
But so what I would say is the important thing is to reduce it a little bit and say every society has some kind of emotional communication through sound.
Speech, for instance, it's like an evolution of music.
I would argue that I understand it as music culture, but it's actually it's nails on a chalkboard to me.
Yeah,
it fills me with rage. Right. Like it will strike the person doing it. You know what I mean?
So let's just say
I feel that way about spoken word.
Spoken word poetry. Yeah, I do too. I'm not a fan.
Oh, it depends on how it's spoke. Sorry to interrupt.
I mean, it's not an occasional piece.
We have a couple more minutes. Okay, we'll come back to this for the uncensored portion because this is fun. Freedom Strike says, I know Brett is not a big fan of Trump, but he must know that science is better with him in office at this point.
Well, my relationship with Trump, who I've never met, so I don't have a personal relationship with him, but my relationship with him is complicated. I certainly voted for him. I would vote for him again. I think
alternatives are disastrous.
It is so terrifying that just even the fact that you have a person who is in possession of his mental faculties, who you could haul in front of Congress and ask questions, that can make a decision if the phone call comes in the night and, Mr. President, the missiles are on the way, what do we do? Is so far and away better than having a empty suit puppet or a demented old man or any of that stuff that covers the cabal on the blue team. It's no contest. Nonetheless, I very definitely voted for no new wars, and I am not happy that we are involved in a new war.
But didn't you know that Miriam Adelson was backing Trump for the purpose of helping Israel annex the West Bank? Donald Trump had stated numerous times he would never allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon. He killed Soleimani. He fired 59 Tomahawk missiles into Syria. So while I agree he was the better candidate on the war things, and I think it is fair to point out we didn't want him to start a war. And I'm not saying it's a view, but just generally speaking, we all knew the probability was decent.
Well, I think we'd be at war either way, and I think what we've really learned is that we don't have a choice on that one.
Yeah, I agree. My response is like, what was that? A president started a war in the Middle East? I'm so shocked. Oh, heavens.
I think there's a very good chance that that America's waging of foreign wars facilitates our peaceful existence here.
I think there's a couple big reasons.
Or at least our leaders believe that.
I actually think one of the reasons the war started is because the economy is is burning in a very, very bad way. I want to say it's on fire, but I don't want to imply that it's good.
Defense production is a great way to lift an economy, and being at war and spending all this money on weapons, that's a great way to lift the economy. That isn't
So
that how we got rich? That's how we got rich.
It's artificially inflating, but the general idea is stealing the resources from other places to inflate our own economy.
Well,
and I don't mean currency wise. I'm saying we took Venezuela. We've now got spy planes over Cuba, just like we did before we took Maduro out. So Trump said imminently we will take Cuba.
Right.
The goal is, I think the economy was really, really bad. There's a plethora of factors involved, but I think largely it's okay. It's time for a war and take other people's stuff so that our economy can be better.
Did you see the thing about how lithium was found in Appalachia?
Oh no!
Like 300 years worth of lithium, like massive lithium deposits.
We gotta go to the uncensored portion of the show. We'll talk more about this in music. So smash the like button, share the show with everyone you've ever met in your life. You can follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast. Brett, do you want to shout anything out?
What are you asking for?
Dark Horse Podcast.
Oh, the Dark Horse Podcast, of course. And find me on X at Brett Weinstein. And Brett has
What's the newest book?
Well, the only book that I've published is A Hunter-Gatherer's Guide to the 21st Century, which I co-wrote with Heather. And if you were one of those people like me who likes audiobooks, Heather and I read the book for the audiobook. So if you want to hear us tell you what it means, you can hear that too.
I'm Ian Carlson. Follow me on the internet, Ian Carlson. I was actually talking to Brett about graphene a little bit before we went live on the Discord show. I'm doing a documentary with Jim Tour and the folks at Rice University about graphene and all sorts of banging nanotechnology. So go to graphene.movie, sign up for the mailing list. When that goes live, you'll be notified. Okay, Ian, so
I want to clarify. We talked about graphene.
well, technically, every time you breathe in smoke, you're breathing it in. Did you know?
That's right. Let's start a cookie.
Follow me or thanks. Brett, thanks for I can't wait to get on the show.
And the demons you can find me over here at Demons and podcast jobs with Gary Geffin and Chloe Chen, all about crazy things happening in China and how we should watch out for them.
I can really smoke DMT. I can't have it. I want to ask you about mass population reduction and the mass genocide of people over the past several years, which will be available at rumble.com/TimcastIRL in about 10 seconds. We'll see you there.
Ashley, go. Back to device.
But then she's like, I don't understand. No shit. We know you don't understand. You're fucking dumb. Literally dumb. The dumbest of the fucking doornails, but yet you mob these rooms that have hundreds of people in it. And I don't understand why. Like, the only reason I go in is to listen to how dumb they are. So when I encounter these dumb people in real life, I'm not shocked and appalled because I hear the dumbness here on Clubhouse. But I don't understand why treat like them. I just don't understand why. People listen to them as if they have the authority on any information that comes out of their mouth because they are some of the most ignorant, dumb people. Dude, Bando has become so Islamophilic. Like, he sits there and he talks about Islam the way Tucker Carlson does now. So it's really interesting to see how everybody has shifted so much. What was his name? Goat, right? That was his name?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. He used to be a friend, to pretend to be a friend of the Jews, but he never was, ever. Hi, guys.
Well, I said this from the beginning. Being a blackface anti-Semitism is not a good look. It's never worked out very well for anybody.
since you changed the title, like, we really do have more people in the room.
Do you think that a lot of those accounts that sit in that room, do you think a lot of those are real accounts?
You know, I never actually thought about that. Like, how does the bot thing work on Clubhouse?
You just come and park in the rooms, but if you look at their engagement in the chat, it's just the same people arguing with each other.
True, because every now and then I do jump in the chat.
Hey, I got a general question. BB, doctor, alumni, feel free to answer it.
Oh, I'm an alumni.
Oh, my apologies. Didn't mean to mispronounce your name, ma'am.
It's okay. You're fun, dumpster.
Thank you. You know, me personally, I don't have no issues with Jewish folks. I don't, personally. I'm a Catholic man. It don't, you know, but I don't understand what the problem is that a lot of people have against Jewish folks. Jews, man. Well, why? They ain't doing nothing, you know. No, I got nothing to do with me being so. I just hate the Jews, man, because Nick Fuentes told me they fucking control the government and they control the media and they push the homosexuality in the goddamn schools. They want all that kids to be traumatic.
So you listen to white men. Like,
I listen to Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Dave Smith. Dave Smith is a goddamn Jew. He told me, fuck the Jews.
I thought it was mainly black urban males that are spreading awareness of, you know, the transgender movement. I mean, they're the ones fucking them the most.
I don't make no goddamn China boy.
They're the ones fucking them the most.
I don't like to go on the goddamn slide. I ain't no goddamn homosexual. Hey, calm down. Fuck the Jews, man. Let me tell you something, dumpster, right? I watched the documentary of goddamn Hitler, right? And they translated his speech. He was like, oh. But when you hear this shit in English and they translate it, I'm like, Hitler ain't really that bad of a guy. Hey, are we gonna be here in trouble or we're gonna have a conversation?
I don't think he's trolling.
I was gonna say though, it kind of feels like he's making fun of how stupid all of this is.
I ain't making fun of listen, man, Nick Fuentes told me, fuck y'all motherfuckers, and he brought very good points. I'm like, you know what? Nick Fuentes is a goddamn virgin, but you know what? This virgin, he might be gay. Who fucking knows? But he makes some fucking sense. Fuck the Jews, man.
Oh, so you.
But you sound retarded, bro. Like, honestly, like, how do you even know how you chew with that fucking mouth? Like, you sound like you're missing teeth, everything. Like,
and now you're gonna come
and you said
make
the
fun
same.
of the Goya. The Goya.
You said the exact same shit the other day.
I'm the smartest guy in the room. The Goyams are smartest.
You shouldn't beat the
This is what they do. This is what the Jews do, man. They just think everybody's beneath them. Fuck you, baby. We're not beneath you. We know what the fuck you guys are.
Holy shit. Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Mott.
No problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
This is a goddamn honor to have my.
Because you're a good guy.
You know what? I'm actually.
Fuck, made a mistake there. Holy shit.
Oh my god, thank God.
Well, okay. My thing is, baby, I think it's quite foolish to target someone's religion and think that they're trying to take over everything. You know, I'm a Catholic man, okay? I don't have no ill judgment towards Jewish people. I don't have no ill judgments to atheists. I do have concerning issues with
don't mind this.
Fuck the Jews.
Greetings to everyone on the
You
panel.
guys do understand that.
I just want to correct something when it comes down to Kitty. I apologize if I offended you regarding the whole friends thing.
He's a fucking Hamas.
I don't mean that I'm not friendly. I'm just saying that we're acquaintances.
Do you understand, Olivia?
Not that we're enemies. So
She don't sound like she likes you very much.
yeah, it's because I said we're not friends on this app. We're acquaintances, and she's taking it way too seriously.
Understand this, Olivia, as long
I didn't mean like that we're not friendly.
we're not going to be friends if you hate Jews. Got it?
It's nothing. I don't hate
With
Jews.
titties
I don't know
like
what
that,
you think
I
of Jews.
might become a Jew. I ain't gonna lie to you. With titties like that, you can make a Jew.
But I just want to be clear: if you're being passive aggressive because of the comment, I didn't mean it that way.
You know, listen, man. When I see titties like titties, man, it makes me want. I don't want to be an anti-Semite no more. Fuck it.
When was the last time you saw some titties, Sam?
I'm a Semite, so I can't really be anti myself.
I kicked that dude down.
He's in the Middle East.
Wait, I like this better than Illumi. Like, he could stay.
It was another Illuminati.
You fucking stole my name, you piece of shit. You fucking Hamas lover. You get fucked in the ass by fucking Hamas. It takes your fucking pieces of shit.
Amen.
Fucking piece of shit.
He's the
Fucking Islamic fucking terrorist piece of shit.
Stop doing your shit, Lumi, and that way people that have cool names like Lumi won't have to fucking beat the shit out of you. And I won't have to see you slapped in the face.
There's only one Illumi, and Illumi
It's
cannot
not
be
you. It's not you.
mimicked.
You're a fucking piece of shit. It's not you.
No,
Fucking
I'm not here to shit talk with a woman that I don't even know.
I love
So
Islamic terrorists. So yeah.
if I wanted that, there's $100 I'll go down to the Vietnamese massage place and I'll get a happy ending.
I don't think you know how to talk to women.
What the fuck is just that? I think I probably have a
No, you have
pretty good record with women.
Are you married?
What's up, baby? How you doing?
Be friends until you're nice to Jews.
Fine a Jew. What are you talking about?
In the Middle East, do you
You
understand?
can't define a woman.
Yeah, what is a woman?
Yeah, tell him, ask him.
Yeah, what he said. Look, he had a lion in his flag. He was okay. He had a lion.
Yeah. It says, I don't hate Jews, I hate Zionists. Bully shitty, bully bullshitty. Nah, I hate Jews. I love Jews. I'd rather be fucking. Okay, I took it.
Address? Don't you have kids, Kitty?
No, why? You want to make some tonight?
Okay, so why, BB, why am I confused that she's your cousin? There must be someone who sounds like Kitty or looks like Kitty. I'm confusing them.
Okay, he is from England. I am from America. Do you know where America is? Do you know where England is? They're different countries.
No, he thinks you sound like Dickie.
There we go. What's her name again?
What's her name?
Nikki. That's what it is, bro. It's tripping me the fuck up, man.
Well, then just get off the app. Just hold down the Clubhouse app on your phone and go delete. And just delete it. It'll be fine.
Rafi. Yo, I just woke up. What the fuck is going on? We changed the title and Sparks started.
I need help staying awake tonight, Rafi. I have a lot of work to do. So I needed some friends to keep us entertained.
That's all you. Whether we have a fucking China man, a fucking Hindu man, or a Paki who came on stage with me.
Yeah. You're pretty accurate. And an Islamic terrorist.
Me, a China man? I'm a Semitic man.
We have a Abdullah Louis and who's Bahudi.
Tiger B
be going Jackie Chan on motherfuckers. Like,
I'm
y'all better not
what
just start
you
no
wish
shit.
you
with
were,
us.
brother.
Just call me Bahootie.
I'm what you look in the mirror and pretend to be.
What the fuck is Bahootie? You know Bahootie?
It's like, what is it, like rubbing on my booty? What? I don't know.
You know? Wait, what's this? He's good?
I don't know.
Probably don't have an ass to look.
He's got. You get cracked in your ass by fucking Islamic terrorists, so shut the fuck up. Bodhi,
There's a lot of homosexual in doing this.
you are a homosexual, yes.
This person is sexually frustrated.
Homosexual? What the fuck? You, yes, this person meaning you. But we're not talking to you. We're talking to Bodhi. Hi, Bodhi. Who the fuck are you?
Greetings, Bodhi.
I'm a individual who ascended with Jesus, and he made me come back to earth to save you all. So.
Can you start with the Islamic terrorists?
I like your stuff on TikTok.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, the Jews fucking killed Jesus, by the way, just so we all know.
Goddamn Jews.
Yeah, right. That's to kill you. That's the rule. Just like how the Muslims have. No, you can't leave it once you join it.
No, what happened is that actual earth is Jesus existing forever and giving us heavenly experiences and enlightening us for all eternity. And then these fucking Jews who are pissed off because we wasn't their God came and killed them.
I don't think you're
we got
a bunch of Hellenized heathens pretending to be Jews. They can't define what a Jew is.
I'm a Catholic man here, dude. Don't disrespect our direction. Buddy. Have some decorum, my guy. Have some decorum.
My guy, are you in what branch are you, my guy? Because I can tell.
Why do people continue to repeat that narrative that the Jews killed Jesus?
Because they did. Romans was put in the Bible by Paul, who didn't fucking exist before 2022. So that we would remember that the Jews killed Jesus and it wasn't the Romans.
Why'd you guys drop a movie?
Please show me a picture from before 2022.
Emotional stuff, bro.
Do that for me.
Wait.
I want time.
I was gonna tell the guy.
Yeah, it's
United States Marine Corps, sir.
Be careful, Raph.
Can y'all control this? I don't even know who this person is.
It's ridiculous. He was killed by Italians.
Put a block right there.
This is like your account.
Hey, sir.
Stop.
I was gonna tell that Illuminati guy.
Hey, Rafi and BB, just take note that he just said he's blocking me, so if you're gonna have him on your stage.
Who's blocking you? Who's blocking you?
No, it's just the fake ass piece of shit.
I don't thought, girl, you gotta be careful. You're gonna stop wearing your wigs and your underwear soon.
Yeah, but
I don't know what these guys are smoking, but shit, man, you need to change your plug, bro. Change that plug.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes,
you asked me a question, and United States Marine Corps, sir.
United States Marine? Okay. Just the way you're talking, guy, and all that, I can tell you're military. Air Force, Tactical Aircraft Maintenance.
Dumpster fire? Okay, I'm adding you right now.
Are you maintenance or are you combat?
Combat.
Okay.
I'm not even fully expressing myself right now.
Baloney, do you understand?
Hoorah, man.
Yeah.
What does the Air Force say, like the equivalent of hoorah?
Fly, fight, win. We're kind of
Air Force says steering wheel.
Yeah, we do that. But it's not like a thing. It's just no slogan. It's only flight, fight, win. That's it.
What about kamikaze? Is now flight, fight, win, kamikaze it must be?
They like the planes and the pilots stick them home.
Yep. That's all around supporting the air mission.
Wait, Illumi, did you fight in the United States military?
Fight? No, I didn't fight
You
anyone.
weren't in my military. You were in another. Yeah, you're in. I heard him say we, Kitty.
U.S. Air Force.
Are you sure?
Yes, he just said it.
Okay, fine. I like you.
No, he's just infiltrating. Don't let him die. He's trying to learn and take that information back.
Yeah, that's a pretty anti-Semitic comment.
Piece of shit.
It's the only kind I'm pretty sure you like.
Christian. You act like you love Jesus, but you ain't Christian.
Huh? Which Christians? Who's worse? First of all, I don't hate Christians because some of my best friends are Christian. But when we're talking about Christians among each other, the Orthodox Church anathematized everyone. Everyone's an anathema, so they're not going to paradise. The Western Church literally, responded with the same. The Orientals anathematized them. They're all saying they're all going to hell. Each of the churches pretty much is saying the other one's going to hell. You're really gonna come and talk to the external?
It pretty much explains. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Do you understand that? Do you understand that, Lemmy?
Yes, we understand that, and that's the case for Moses and Muhammad. You have to believe in them because they're the only way to eternal life.
Call him Mecca. Call him the house lover. Call him a fucking terrorist. Don't call him Muhammad. He don't have. He can
Muhammad and Satan and the Jews.
I just want to say they're only because they're women, and I'm letting it slide.
Muhammad raped a little girl, and he thinks that Jesus is just a prophet.
None of the guys get any ideas.
That's not real, and you need to know that.
Kitty, all you need to know is how to make me a sandwich.
Okay, you can kick him down now. It's fine. He's a dumbass.
Alright, I guess he's your bitch.
100%.
Go ahead, Ralph.
So is BB, and so is Dumpster Fire. That's something that you're not.
That's cool.
We can't behave the limit.
No, don't call him by my name. He's Mecca.
I'm chilling.
He's a
Let's open to have a conversation, not get chewed out by a bunch of chihuahuas.
I'm not gonna stand him.
I'm kidding. Sir,
Look at the lines on us. Welcome back.
sir,
E7 or E6?
E7.
Okay.
Sir, what direction do you want to go in this conversation? Do you want to put fruit to the conversation on the title, sir?
Sir, whatever direction you want to take this, sir.
Well, what do you think of the title? What do you want to? Do you think people hate Jews?
Sir, if you don't mind me asking a question, define a Jew, sir.
Hey, Katie, patience, honey, patience.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, sir.
Well, what everybody calls a Jewish, the culture. Because there's a lot of people that have issues with the Jews, and we used it more direct. So, what do you think, sir?
Sir, if you're talking about the demographic we call Jews, or commonly known as Jews, it would be up to that individual. If you're asking me to stereotype a whole community, I can only do that based on my understanding of the rabbinic Jewish tradition and their values. Sir.
Thank you for your input.
Good answer?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyone who believes in Yahweh other than an angel is stupid, and anyone who believes Yahweh is God is a Jew, and I fucking hate Jews because they're stupid.
You're a dumb.
Do you want to shed angels?
Sir,
How about you let me experience shedding?
Sir, direct your frustration with me. I'm the one asking you the question.
bitch interrupted me and said some dumb shit about me, so I had to put her in her place.
Why, thank you, asshole.
I'm sorry, you guys are speaking to E7 NCO in the Marines, so I don't know why you guys are not talking to
I'm a civilian, my guy. I'm a civilian here, my guy, just like everybody else.
It don't matter, man.
Well, maybe other people, aren't you, should talk to me nicely. You were talking to me nicely. What's up?
Why are you so bold to talk to a woman like that on an app?
Why am I so adamant to let idiots in my world know that they don't exist yet and that I'm trying to help them exist? I don't know.
I promise you that.
I'm trying to answer your question. You're interrupting me while I'm answering you.
Can you give me 10 seconds?
Can I interrupt you while you're talking?
Sir, you're pretty quick to be aggressive towards a group of individuals or talk about a group of individuals that don't share the same vision of how we practice our religion. I'm a Catholic man, sir. I believe in Jesus Christ, just like you. But we also understand what the passage is also spoken of. And in that passage says that God himself wants individuals to find him and to believe in him and his son. And not force someone into that route.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then, dumb sir, because where you're going, you already said something wrong, so I have to clarify how your interpretations are. Okay, Yahweh is a name. That's what we always grew up knowing. God does not have a name. So the fact Yahweh exists means that's a personification God took on for a short period of time that we don't associate God with because that's not who he is as a true person. That's just an angelic part of him or a piece of him that we don't need to accept. That could be evil for all we know.
From water to air, I understand.
Cool. Well, start understanding more. Be with me and let's fucking pay ourselves. I don't like saying ourselves.
You don't direct your frustration to a group of individuals that don't seek Jesus Christ as a godly image. You know,
well, I see Jesus. I don't care if he died on the cross.
Sir, permission to interject.
Guys, this isn't a board meeting.
I'm listening.
I prefer the chain of command, honestly. These civvies never understood structure. But anyways, you are a Catholic.
I'm not running a board meeting. You need to jump in where you can. Just be a little.
You're an NCO. You're not running a board meeting when you're out there. But okay, you're leading. You're a Catholic. The Jews, Rabbinic Judaism, their religion or their institution or temple preaches that they executed Christ via stoning and that he is a deceiver and he manipulated the people and he's guilty of worshiping foreign idols and that as a punishment he is eternally in hellfire suffering the worst of torment. Now in light of Jesus Christ being the way, the truth, and the light, and that the Jews are going to be around until Christ comes back. You're Catholic, so I guess you believe at that point. So in light of that, it makes sense that an enemy of Christ is an enemy of the truth.
No. Why?
Relative to those who believe Christ is the Messiah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but some Christians are like live and let live, and they don't care.
Correct.
But fundamentally,
yeah. Those are going to go to
fundamentally, if we're the kingdom of God and they're the enemy, and they declare themselves enemies of the king, that makes them the enemies of all subjects of the kingdom of God.
Generalization, making stupid generalizations. See, okay, look, there's two kinds of people in this world. There are people that are happy with making broad, sweeping generalizations about everything, and that believe the television and media, regardless of what side they're on.
The only person that is more stupid than Illumi on this app. That's a
And
fact.
then
That is a fact.
That question was
So you can say it was significant. It's fine. It's okay to disagree.
I understand what you're saying, and I get what the meaning is, but I'm not gonna hold another group of individuals responsible.
Yeah.
I'm not. You know, the way I practice might not be the best. I might not be the best Catholic, sir, but I'm not gonna hold a grudge against the Jewish people for what happened to Jesus. Simple as that.
Yeah, we're not holding the children to the iniquities of their fathers. I mean, God can do whatever He wills. However, if them Jews profess what the rabbinic or the institution professes, then that would make them self-confessed enemies of Christ.
Wait, wasn't it the Romans?
No.
It was the Romans.
This is not about persecuting someone over the guilt of killing Christ or crucifying Christ. This is about rejecting the anointed one, the Messiah. So you can go ask any rabbi, if someone were to reject the Messiah when he has come, what should be done with him and what would his death be? And they'll give you the same answer.
But Illumi, look, I know really some of the best people in the world, okay, Jews. I know really good people that are Muslims. I know really good people that are Christians or profess to be Christians. I know horrific people that are in each one of these groups as well, right? There's good people and bad people in every single one of these groups. Why would you generalize like that? It's like that is the stupidity that fucking destroys the entire world. It's that kind of thinking that's dumb.
Can you tell me what I'm generalizing?
Well, I guess what you're saying, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying the Jews, if they don't believe in Christ, then they're an enemy of Christ. Okay.
No, I didn't say that. I said if they follow their institution, which says Christ is a deceiving liar and that he enticed the Jews towards the worship of foreign gods or false gods, and that would make him an idolater, and he's in eternal hellfire, damnation, suffering, the worst of torment.
Yeah, but that's no different from every single religion in the world. Or
I don't believe any religion is espousing that they killed Christ and that he is condemned.
No.
And that he is in an eternal hellfire. Which religion does that?
No. I disagree with you. Look,
you're gonna have to provide the fact of.
Well, let me finish what I'm gonna say, and you can disagree with me. Okay. What I'm saying is,
so there are truths you don't believe in facts or truths.
No, I believe that what you're trying to do is simplify the world. You're trying to say all Jews think a certain way, or all Jews within a specific synagogue or a specific.
I said rabbinic Judaism. I believe
rabbinic Judaism. Hold on. Rabbinic Judaism is pretty darn broad. Not everybody there believes the same thing. And I'm sure there's like millions and millions of rabbinic Jews who probably don't give much thought to Jesus, who he was or who he wasn't or anything like that. And so they don't necessarily have a problem with Jesus. But there probably are some people, and maybe there are some, certainly there's some Jews within Judaism who have a problem with Christ, just like within Christianity. There's a whole lot of Christians, a lot of Southern Baptists, who say, okay, the Jews think differently from us, but we kind of admire them in a way because they're God's chosen people. And then there's some Christians. Look, my grandfather, right? World War II, he was 15 years old. He signed up, Irish Canadian Catholic. He signed up to go fight the Nazis, right? He was a Christian. And in his religious ideals, he used those to go and try to liberate Germany and, to help try to free the Jews and the Slavs and everybody else that was getting picked on the Germans. And there's also Christians, Germans, that can call themselves Christians, who are killing Jews in the name of Christ. So the world's just not as simple as you fucking make it out to be.
That's what I'm saying. There's good people and there's bad people within everything single
Sir, I don't
group
think you
that goes on this
understand
app.
what is being said. Perhaps you're not understanding the words that I'm saying. Simply, I made the statement that if a Jew follows in the tradition of rabbinic Judaism and confesses the notion of Christ being a false Messiah, and at this point in rabbinic Judaism, if you're claiming you're awaiting a Messiah and this isn't Christ, you're practically guilty of believing that, because he is a person who has claimed to be the anointed one. And hence, even if they don't say it out loud or they have the ill sentiment, they're still saying he's a liar. Now, that would be, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying people who believe in that notion that Christ is a liar would be an enemy to a Christian. Now, an enemy to a Christian does not mean you need to engage in hostility or you can't have some sort of contract. But nevertheless, you need to understand that these are people who are directly in animosity to Christ.
Okay, so that's fine, but I don't think, them believing that Christ was not God's son doesn't mean that they have it out for Christians, doesn't mean that they have it out for Muslims specifically, all of them, in a sweeping generalization. It doesn't even mean that a lot of Christians believe that Jews have it out for them.
I'm sure a lot of the Germans in Nazi Germany were good people.
Well, that's. I mean, there were probably
in Germany. Like, with what I chose, I'm going to disagree with that, but I'm going to say that their initiative or reason for doing it wasn't wrong, because the Jews we have that rule the world today,
Jews don't rule the world. They don't rule the world.
Listen, they're everywhere in our higher political agenda. They're everywhere.
I actually will give it to rule the world. I think it is a compliment that such a small population, people such a big population. I love it.
So I'm going to explain what happened.
We're so much more smarter than you. You guys are so dumb that we can rule the world, and I love it. Thank you.
No, it doesn't show you're smarter. It shows that if the Romans wanted to, they can come from the same place the Jews came from and destroy all of us. So if he doesn't know that, then I guess he doesn't know what he's talking about. Do you know that, Rafi?
I honestly wish. Thank you. You know what? Actually, take it as a compliment now.
All right.
I don't take it as anti-Semitic. I take it as a compliment. Thank you, guys. You know what all you fuckers need to do? You guys need to. You guys need to study up on some Buddhism. Is what you need to do. Everybody in this room. You guys have to realize how we got stop rolling. Apparently we're rolling. I love it. Fuck off, Rafi. I love it.
So what I was trying to say is that the Jews actually came from a place called the North, and we don't know what the North is. So if we look at other that happened, if we look at the Crusades and what happened to the Christians, is that Norse pagan people came nowhere and started living on their land, attacking them. We have no idea where they came from. You can't say they came from Greenland. That place doesn't fucking have that many people.
I have a question.
It had its own.
What are you even talking about?
Bodhi, where are you? Tell me how much rent do we owe you?
How much rent do you owe me?
Yeah.
Well,
we're taking up. We're obviously
seeing Jesus in his real earth.
We're taking up a lot of space in your head. We're taking up a lot of real estate in your head, so we must owe you something.
Nah, that space is small, so it's fine. It's complimentary.
I just told you what you owe me for rent. I just told you what you owe me.
What do we owe you? Tell me what we owe you.
It's something to do with
I get to see your reaction when you see Jesus on his earth. That's what you owe me.
So what do we owe you?
Your reaction when you see Jesus. That's what you fucking owe me.
You got it, pal. You got it. Okay, I'm sorry you were hurt. I'm really sorry some Jewish girl broke your heart. I'm sorry some Jewish guy fired your father. I'm sorry your mother didn't get a job because some Jewish woman got it. Who knows the origin of your... Every villain has an origin story. Hitler's origin story was he didn't get into an academy, blamed it on Jews. So what's your origin story? How did the Jews fuck you over?
Well, I first want to give him a doll thing. Show me where I touched him. That's my name.
Well, the first time the Jews fucked me over wasn't with the Jews, it was their damn God. And he was like, fuck you, bro. I'm gonna go be a god. That's what happened. That's when it fucked up.
Who was that? Jesus? Because Jesus was Jewish.
That was Yahweh who did that shit.
What makes it Jesus is
the
Jewish?
predestination of Jesus. Ra brought the soul for all the animals. Jesus brought the soul for man. And Yahweh came in and fucked us all over.
Are you trolling or are you being sincere?
I'm being sincere. Jesus brought your soul, bro.
Body, and you know what's the best part of it too? Not only we live rent free in your head.
Dude, this guy's an embarrassment to other Christians.
But you, that's even the best part.
This guy's an embarrassment. Hey, Rafi, you know, this guy's an embarrassment to other fucking Christians. He is. He is an embarrassment. He needs to acknowledge that, you know, the whole message is that they find him. You know, and like you said to Randy, you know, the funny part is when you see Jesus, dude, that's disrespectful. You know, that's very disrespectful. Have a little bit of, you know, of composure. You know, you might not agree with someone's religion, practice it, how they're at, you know, why they operate they do, but to come on and target them because they're not the same boat, sir. Yeah, and then have the audacity to fucking project Jesus Christ. Dude, I hope when you pass away, you go to those gates, and when Jesus looks down upon you, and he presents all this shit to you, I hope he turns you around and says,
I already know what happened.
Yeah, you know, I just gotta say something. You know, Jesus was circumcised. He was a Jew.
Thank you, Rafi. Thank you for the.
Yeah,
thank you for a little bit more.
Yeah, you worship a Jew.
And anybody who
uncircumcised yourself, you prove no
point. How do you feel worshiping a Jew? But seriously, how do you feel worshiping a Jew? Even though, like, you believe in Jesus, right? You know he was Jewish, so you're worshiping a Jew.
Yeah, he hasn't really fully thought it through. Okay, he hasn't really thought it through.
You know, the entire situation is just such a fucking tragedy, Rafi. If you really are objectively scholarly about this, yeah, you had a god down on the southeastern part of the Mediterranean, small group of people wandering around, mostly a bunch of sheep farmers, you know, and they had Yahweh, and then you had one small group of these guys, Jews, right? And the fucking Roman Empire decided, hey, I'm going to adopt it. Without like really getting permission or telling the rest of the Jews that we're going to spread like one specific branch of it, and then they spread it all over the fucking place. So not only did the Christians steal the religion that originally belonged to the Jews, but then after they stole it, they said, and I grew up Christian, right? And I'm trying to be as objective as I can. Not only after they stole the idea, spread it around, mutated it and changed it, brought in a new hero, but then they killed the Jews and the original people who studied and have the origin of this religion, and they said, hey, you're not believing our newer version of the one that we stole from you, and we're going to kill millions of you. It's a big fucking, it's a tragedy, and this is what humans do to each other. We tell ourselves stories, we tell ourselves that my opinion is the right opinion, anybody who thinks differently from me is evil, we're all narrow-minded, and then we group people up and we kill one another, and the whole fucking human situation is a goddamn fucking horrific story.
Matthew, I'm worried.
I interrupted him and then I was going to talk next. How are you next? If I was talking before you were talking.
How am I next because of this? Boom. That's called a fucking moderator badge. It's called a moderator badge.
Because he's a Christian that believes in Jews, he's got the moderator badge. That's how it works. How do you find that?
You know, and I'm going to bring that guy back up. But the thing is, how can you come up here, project yourself as a Christian,
of like you go into any group of people, I don't care who it is, you're gonna find good people and bad people in every single group of people in the entire world. Muslims, Jews, Christians, black, white, Asian, China. Go travel. It's you're gonna find that. And I'll just land there, and I'm fucking taking off. See you guys.
Yeah, Matthew's another interesting character, I have to say. He always has something that he runs.
It frustrates me. It just frustrates me, Other Christians have come up here, hell, they might be more swagger in the scripture than I am. Hell, they can decipher paragraph, all the way down to literature. But the thing is, reality is, I'm not going to seek ill to you because you don't believe in Jesus Christ. I pray for you, but that's just me being a good Christian. I respect you guys. Yes, even Tiger in his own chaotic ways. At least it might not be my way of seeing it or agreeing with it.
Tiger's not allowed to believe anything. Only believe in communism.
That is true. He got you there, Tiger. He got you there.
He's not a king. The ruler. He's not.
I think they are barbarians and they don't rule over anything. And in our world, they practically don't exist because they have people there. They didn't even have a nation state for thousands of years. So I don't understand this Rafi guy talking so big about himself. So it's dumb. It's really dumb.
What? Sorry, I missed it.
I have no idea. He's speaking.
All I know is, I grew up in Los Angeles, California, as well as other places. And one time in my life, I was fresh out of high school. I moved out of my family home, and I was just doing real, real bad, man. And I ended up almost had a situation where I was living out my car. Two people that opened their doors was an American Jewish kid with Israeli parents and two Israeli students that came. That was all I started to go to college with. It happened twice in my life. I was like 18 and like 23. I just came on hard times. And for all the nationality, I'm Arab, Greek, Christian, and for all the people I helped from all different colors, faiths, backgrounds at that age, like my Jewish friends were the only ones that opened their doors and said, stay with me as long as you can get back on your feet. Like, and for that alone, anybody ever tries to harm a hair on their head, we're smoking that pack very quickly. Piss on his grave, all that. I'm not playing around. So, I look at people how they treat their friends, man. I don't know if you ever had an Israeli friend. Hey, man, some of the most ride or die, they're not afraid of shit. Like if it's a bar fight, they laugh at that. Like they'll shoot, man. Them and their brothers and sisters, they help shoot their way out of situations just to survive. So, I just never had friends like that here in the United States. It didn't exist. Thank you, Rabbi, for that. I really do appreciate that. Thanks for opening it up for us. That's a heartstring story right there. Oh, Rabbi. So, I did a little bit of that chat GBT, and I pulled a textbook key code out of BB's asking. I said, I have a retarded friend who's a Christian who's looking down on the Jews. I said, is that right? And you know what it said? Let me tell you what old ChatGPT said. ChatGPT said. It said, if a Christian
directed to. So when I have brothers that come over, brothers and sisters that come on here and try to look down upon the Jewish culture and the religion itself, I tell you what, it can make a guy grab a lot of blood pressure.
It's what's cool now. You know that guitar engine of funding podcasts and these news networks, like they created an anti-Jew algorithm, like they created a Nazi. They created a very sick trend. Like they did to an extent of they like you go into a room and it's like 100 or like 200-300 phones on, all being worked by AI to repost things and have fake accounts so they can manipulate the algorithms. They spent a lot of money on this, and that shit. That shit really had a big difference. I mean, like right, it was just the minute October 7th happened, like it was already like it was ready. It was like built already, ready to go. And then afterwards, that's when all the disinformation campaigns came. And then you had like all the neo-Nazi shit in America kind of coming up, like making these little cornball ass little white trash white boys kind of pop their head up, where years ago they were afraid to, because too much of the general public didn't recognize what they're called.
I mean, technically, the way I sound, I could be one of those white trash boys.
Rama, you have to understand.
Well, I mean white trash is like a, you know what I'm saying, like a Nazi, like,
I'm messing with you, my guy. I'm messing with you, my guy.
That's how I mean. I don't like Nazis because of me just growing up in the jail system and shit, like out here. Like I got a lot of, like I always had to make an example out of them, because when I was younger, they used to like look at me weird and try to like smile and do little bitch shit because I was black. So
did you make them your dog? Did you make them your dog?
I'll just say that I got active and I got off on them. You know what I mean? So
yes, sir.
I shut the yard down a few times behind that. So that's why I don't like them. You know what I mean? But that's just.
And see, Rami, I'm gonna tell you my opinion real quick. I think what's happening right now is when something happens, society wants to find a reason to blame. Yeah. When something like the situation at Iraq that needed to basically happen, and then, I mean, we've been on for months talking about, and we know the literature, the history, the culture, the chaos, and everything that's happening. And finally, we're now at that stage where this is what happened. And now we're chugging through the action, trying to get to the climax. And now everybody that is scared, I call it scared, because now they're seeing what's happening. Now they can see the change to be taking effect, and so they need to start finding a blame. Obviously now they're blaming Israel, and now because their statements of claims are getting debunked. Now they're blaming that it's the Jews. And, what's next? Someone has to have a blame. And right now I'm calling the Jewish people the flavor of the day.
It's not that. First off, the first hour, do you remember on Trump, there was another attempt on Trump's life during the correspondence?
They put a hit on his head.
Correct, but do you want to hear like the first thing that the Arabs, the Muslims came in, like the Jew haters, everybody, they were running rooms? It was the Jews, because Trump was about to sign a deal with Iran. The Jews are trying to stop them. So they blamed that hit on the Jews right away.
That's really low IQ.
But this is how quick they were to respond to that. That's how fucked up it is.
Iran is a terrorist. Iran is just a simple terrorist proxy that has fucked up the Middle East, and it goes against the asset and power of the
military force, political engine, and petrodollar. And they are a mechanism for China to play their little war games to destabilize everything that the U.S. has in the Middle East. That's what that is. So, that China, Russia, Iran, alliance is what Trump is trying to beat out of trade and power. And that's why he took Venezuela. That's why everything's going to be better. And, once we start revitalizing the infrastructure there, all that oil is going to go to Galveston. It's going to boom the economy. There's a lot of great things that are happening, but these pieces of shit have to be taken out, man. It is what it is, man. Like they threaten everything that we have. I mean, you want to know what's crazy too, Rafi? What's really nuts? And it shows how you can't just do business with China and think you're safe. So Kuwait in the last 3 years, Rafi, they paid the Chinese to come and redo infrastructure, digital infrastructure in the country. They put up AI cameras. They put up security surveillance equipment, commercial properties like hotels. They had all the security in the ports monitored by Chinese software and technology, right? And then of course, the Russians have the drones, and they have satellites in space, so they're able to coordinate with they use the assets that they have as far as government wise to help their technology build in Kuwait. The minute the war started between Iran, all of those security cameras, the speed cameras, the AI facial recognition cameras, all the data was getting mirrored to the IRGC from Kuwait. All of it. So when the United States contractors that couldn't stay on the base, right, when they had to go live in like private apartments away from the base to kind of blend in, they were using all of these traffic cameras and everything to follow them. And then they were sending drones to the apartment complexes they were staying in, or the Airbnbs and hotels. So they spent all this money to try to, we're going to have better technological infrastructure. And now you just gave them full transparency of your nation to your enemy within a day. It's a sick game, bro. It's a sick game. They're playing, they're trying to disrupt our power over there, man. That's what they're doing. So enough is enough. They got to be stopped, man. Fuck it.
I agree with you.
I think Trump's going nuts with the gifts over there, dude. Like, I don't know if you're blowing, like, kisses to Rabbit, Rabbit, you got a freaking cheerleader. The whole entire time Rabbit's going, you're just sending gifts. I'm just over here dying, Chloe.
I'm just having fun.
No, I agree with you, Rabbit.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see a good economy come back to the Middle East, man. I don't want these assholes to have any leverage over anything anymore. Enough is enough. Like,
I think it will happen. Rabbit, think about this. So before Khabib, bring in. Look at the GDP for Iran. Look at the economical growth. I mean, look at it. I mean, the data's there. I mean, you can just go back and see the growth under the Shah. You can see it, and if once the IRGC gets out, well, to say fully out of Iran, I would say you have a better chance of winning that Powerball than that actually happening. But I think it would be contained. It would be there but contained. And that's just me personally feeling it.
The IRGC is going to be there like KKK in America. It's going to exist, but they're going to do it quietly. They're going to go to rural areas. They're not going to be in those metropolitan areas running shit anymore. They're going to become all like poor and second-class citizens. They're going to have their ideology.
Yeah, I agree. They're going to be like you said.
or if we're lucky, like
part of the army just pokes their head up to say they're taking over the country and they call it something else, but they don't go in a civil war. They just kind of rebrand it and shut the fuck up and listen. You know,
Yeah.
so much problems.
But look at Iran, dude. What I'm trying to say is, modernly, the growth of the economy of Iran, the people will benefit so much more. They'll bring back value to their currency, and also, I mean, they have a good market platform of oil, where competitively, Iran can really promote its economics and GDP very rapidly. And that's just my personal opinion. But what's happened? But the IRGC, you gotta have the IRGC has been starving its own people, for 47 years. And I think what it is they when you take away control from someone, they just, you see this a lot in fighting. When someone can run his mouth and look tough, until you actually get up there and fight someone, you know exactly what I mean. Then they start fucking windmilling. And look, bro, I thought you said you could fucking fight. Thought you said you're the guy on the block. You're over here fucking windmilling and can't do shit. That's what we're seeing right now with the IRGC. Is, fucking Israel and America fucking blasted a fucking face. Now the IRGC is just fucking windmilling fucking fish, hitting whatever they can fucking land on. And so that's how we can tell they're weak as fuck.
No, I just kind of want Trump to do one more good round and just bomb the shit out of him one last good time, though. I mean, I would have done it by now, but I want him to bomb one last good time, bomb him, fucking really, really hit him hard. And then you watch how things change. They only understand one thing. I mean, the economical crunch that we're doing to them is big, but the only way that works is if China comes in and says, "Look, we've lost enough money in this situation. Shut the fuck up and go meet with Trump." And it is what it is right now. We could always re-strategize under a different administration next so many years. Like, there's tactics that China can do to just tell Iran, "Hey, it's time to shut up." So give them your nuclear waste, and it is what it is. So China will come in because China is their banker, and China's losing the most money by this strait being closed than any nation in the world. So that's the way the blockade can work. But I think he needs to bomb the shit out of him a little bit more. Honestly,
I say throw some world Trump.
Yeah, I thought he was supposed to go to China. He was.
Yeah. Meet with Xi Jinping. I say that if municipality doesn't show up, I will gladly give my vote to Glo. G-Lo, I nominate you for the president of Iran.
Thank you so much. I'll just pass it to Pahlavi though.
Okay. I say Ravi and G-Lo. Ravi and G-Lo.
Well, I'm not Iranian, so I don't think I'm going to be allowed to take the seat.
But you're Western, so, we need that Western influence.
Yeah. I'd rather be in the Gulf, like the Arabian Gulf. I don't want to be there.
I always said, for there to be complete change in Iran, especially after having the Islamic State, if a woman comes to rule, that just shows that there's already a 180-degree flip. Just for a woman to be a president or somebody to rule. Just to them, that's going to be a shocker for all the men that were Islamic.
Oh, that's going to be so fun to see.
This is like, that's 100% flip.
Oh my
There
God.
wasn't a woman president yet in America. Imagine a person right away in Iran on that flip.
Yeah, and imagine that Pahlavi's daughter, it would be a queen.
Well, if they went to the length of reestablishing the monarchy, yeah.
If that's not listen, he's a transitional leader, so it could very well also be a republic. If people majority votes for Republic. That could be. People could vote for monarchy. People could also vote for constitutional monarchy. You know, we don't know. We don't know. Yeah.
Constitutional monarchy, exactly. Have like a parliament system too and everything and all that. So
exactly.
Yeah. I mean, they have rights. I mean, it's not like Iran doesn't have a royal family. They do, but it all depends on what you talk to about it, I guess.
Yeah. Everyone has his own opinions.
But I mean, I know there's Shia here that are sick and tired of the IRGC. They don't like them, and both Persian Jews here in LA. Like we have a supermarket called Sabzi here, and there's always both. There's the Jews there and the Muslims. I swear to God, I left my wallet inside of the cart like a dumbass, and I was getting ready to get on a plane to Kuwait. If that shit happened in any other store in LA, my identity would be halfway to PJ or something. Two older women saw the wallet and grabbed it at the same time and gave it to the cash register. So, they're a really good population out here, man. So I want to see that their country get improved. But, man, these people who are in power over there, man, they're death goal worshipers.
Thank you, Remy.
No, I mean, I always have. My lawyer's Persian. Shit.
Aren't we all either paralegals, lawyers, dentists, or something?
I kid you not. And he came from. He himself is not religious, but his background was Shia parents, and I asked him, "My brother, yeah, how do you know?" And I'm just like, "I know Armand, I know." And I tell you, best fucking lawyer I spent to get out of trouble, man. Because I truly was innocent of the charges they wanted to throw at me. When I got him, everything changed. Best fucking lawyer, best, smooth, knows how to dress too. My DA liked him, like, because my DA was a woman, one going against me. So when she saw him, she was like, "No, you got him now? Yeah, bitch, shut up. You don't want to go to trial, bitch. Figure it out." And that guy was the best lawyer, man. Arvon and Derry, man. You ever get in trouble in LA? Holler at Arvon, man. Best lawyer in the city.
Yeah.
And the food too. I mean, fuck, man. Iranian food's very good.
It is. I mean, if I say myself, yeah, it's not bad.
No, it's not bad. It's some of the best food in the world.
You guys talking about that Kubi Day?
Cool. Yeah, all that stuff. The way that they bake the fucking bread, all the bread they bake. Oh my God, the way they make bread. And then I like the rice that they make with the pomegranate and the saffron. Oh my God, I can eat that shit for days, like rations. I can just eat it.
Me too.
I remember in London, it was a little restaurant back in the day, a good Iranian restaurant. I used to go there. I literally I get a whole bucket of that rice, man. It's no joke. It's a very serious addiction. And then the raisin cookies too. Oh my God.
The raisin cookies, right?
Yeah, the little smaller ones. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say it. Yeah. Very nice. Oh my gosh. Sabzi in LA is one of the best supermarkets, and it's an Iranian supermarket. One of the best.
Have you ever had the green plums with a little bit of salt?
Yes. Years ago. It's funny you say that.
They're so good.
Ago, man. Yeah, they are very good.
They're like sour.
Yeah.
Very good for the belly.
There's like a dish with like lamb that you guys make with eggplant, but I forget the name of it. And I used to have like a little spoiled ass Saudi friend from a very, very predominant family called Alalayan. And then, whenever he come, he's like, Eric, go to the Iranian, just go. Just take the card and go. Take the car in the car and go. Every day, every fucking day. Like, because I was the only one he could trust with his cars because I don't drink. He's like, go. I'm like, how else did I go? Go right down to fucking La Cienega, go to this Iranian restaurant. I think it was called Daraband or something.
Daraband, yeah. You know what it's named after? Daraband is a place in Tehran, in the north upper side of Tehran, where it's like a park with a bunch of restaurants and waterfalls, and you can sit in between these waterfalls and have food and shisha and drinks, and and the water's just flowing underneath your feet, and you see the waterfall, and it's amazing. That place is called Daraband.
Okay, so that's okay. Now you're teaching me something.
Derbent. I know Derbent very well.
Yeah, Daraband.
One of my partners from Derbent, he speaks Farsi, Hebrew, Russian, English.
Wow.
Yeah. And he speaks Kafkazi too.
Have you ever seen
Kafkaz region? So yeah.
Kafkaz, I know that region.
He speaks like 5 languages. So it's funny because we do deals with sometimes with Persians, and he just sits there and listens, but he doesn't say that he speaks Persian. And then he goes to me, he's like, okay, they want this, they want that, so be prepared to be asking for this. He right away tells him. But he translates it in Russian. You big trick. I take him in a lot of meetings with the Persians, he doesn't ever say, but like, he speaks fluently, like, well, Kafkaz, well, even like their language, like the Tibetan language is very close to Persian. Very close. So we gotta be sneaky.
Yeah, we actually have Iranian Kafkazis, and they're usually more white skinned, maybe even blue eyed, maybe even blonde.
You also have from a region called Kuba, close there. Kuba, they say. Yeah, Kuba.
Could be.
It's close to Derbent.
Oh, cool.
I've been one in Kuwait.
Iran war or the coming, because they were coming up. Stated again. All he said is the same thing. He is repeating over and over and over. Iran cannot get the nuclear weapon. It doesn't appear that was enough to win confidence of a majority of Americans in the war, at least of the younger generation. Now, it polls very well for the boomer generation, but when you get down to the millennials and Zoomers, it is not. It's not polling well at all. It's awful.
And Joe, sorry to interrupt you, but I think one thing that we're missing here is this, right? Trump is talking about something that's 10, 15 years could be an issue. It's called hedging, right? He's saying, hey, in 5, 10 years from now, this could happen, right? But it's not something that we're seeing at the moment, right? So if people knew, for example, if Iran had issued, some kind of attack, or there was some proof that they had done something, related to American, now it's a different story. Now it's like, okay, yeah, this makes sense. You're going to do it. Okay, this is going to get worse. We're going to stop them now, right? But people aren't seeing the problem here because it's not being reported and what's happening. And so they're like, hey, you're assuming they're going to do something. What if they don't do anything and they want to be like, are you going to do the same thing in North Korea? Hey, they have a nuclear weapon. Let's take them down. Let's make sure they can't do it. Like, where does it lie? And so I think his lack of communication on that. The other thing is the fact that he went all in with Israel on it, but then, okay, well, why not let Israel lead the show, and we kind of say, okay, hey, you bang up Israel, we'll knock the shit out of you. So kind of say, hey, we got your back, but you lead the show, is also something that bothers people on it. And that's amazing.
Real quick, I was under the impression early on, it made it sound like Israel was going to lead a lot of this. Am I just...
No, that was the plan. But then I think Trump, here's what I think. And again, you guys know my point of view on this, but, or at least when it comes to Trump. But I think what happened is, and the New York Times reporting, love it or hate it, someone leaked what happened in the Situation Room. And if it's true or not, we don't know, but nobody's directly answering the administration whether it's true or not. It sounds like, basically Netanyahu presented the information, and Rubio and others said it's the same. To Trump said it's the same old bullshit. The Israelis kind of give you some intel about severity that may be true, may not be true. At the same time, Trump has been talking about since 2001, or even before that, in the 90s and 80s, about destroy Iran. Like, Iran is the biggest threat. He's been talking about that forever. So, for people to say, like, oh, he never talked about this, he has consistently talked about that, even in his first term when he assassinated Soleimani and things like that. So, I mean, it's important to understand that, I think when Trump saw that and Israel's going in, and he thought after what happened in Venezuela, we can go and go out and I will get, like, America will get the glory on this. I will get the glory on this for doing it. He probably told me, hey, step aside, let us run the show here and do it. And then when it didn't give the results that he wanted, now he's like, oh shit, well, okay, let's do it. Because I really do think if it was thought out, the first thing you should have done was close the Strait of Hormuz and then go in there and be like, oh yeah, now you want to get oil out? You, and do it. So it really doesn't make sense. I will say this though, if you read the New York Times thing, Raising Cane talks about, hey, this same plan was presented to other presidents who were ready to go. The only issue they had on this was will the American people be able? Every president wanted to do it, but it was, can we get the American people on board with it? And Trump just said, you know what, I'll do it. I'm probably going to be the only one who can, so let's go ahead and do it. If you read the New York Times article.
So I know there's a lot of discussion about how Trump is whipped by Benjamin Netanyahu, that this is really just Israel's war. However, optics-wise of it, when Trump went on the Middle East tour last year, and now that you see the Sunni countries and Israel and the United States of America appear to have all allied in this war on Iran. That Iran has been this thorn in the side of the Middle East there for many years. How come we don't, have the same animosity towards Saudi Arabia or the UAE or any of these other countries that are participating not only in the war but also giving us where we have our
some of our bases to launch some of the attacks from. How come we don't hold them with the same animosity that people hold Israel? Maybe I'm just saying things people haven't thought about yet. It's just what I've observed.
But Joe, one thing to realize is before all this happened, did you notice how, when Biden was president, Saudi Arabia wouldn't even call or talk to him, and that's the reason why somebody earlier was saying, oh, look at the gas prices and all that. And it's like, well, okay, but Saudi Arabia wouldn't even talk to him to help lower, to increase production or do whatever, right? So you actually have, right now, I'm hoping Trump tells the Arab nations, because everyone's telling the U.S., oh, do this, we got your back. Instead, he should just say, hey, Saudi Arabia, you just take him out now. We're closing Strait of Hormuz, we'll do that stuff, you take him out now. We did our part, you take him out. Because Saudi Arabia, it sounds like, wants Iran gone. And you have these allies in the region who want to do it, which is going to be fascinating to see how this plays out and what France and all these other countries, how these Middle Eastern nations treat them, knowing that they weren't willing to get rid of Iran, because Iran is hurting these nations just as much, and it'll be interesting to see how this all falls out.
Clearly, go ahead, you want to jump in here? Jump.
Yeah, I just know because the news outside of the United States look at Israel as being the lead other nations because they know that they're actually in the lead. The House of Commons put out an article recently talking about the fact that they look at the United States as backing Israel, but Israel, their military, their everything is really the lead of this particular war. Even though some people think that is proactive, but I think that is completely different because most people today, even Americans, think that Israel's wagging the tail of the United States, and that's the furthest from the truth. I've been to Israel 3 times. That whole region is surrounded by Muslim countries, right? But if you look at the government in Israel and how they operate, there's a lot of Muslim people that actually in Israeli government where you don't see any Israelis in any of the Muslim countries' government. So I think it's just me from October 7th, that horrible situation, all of the missiles that's been thrown at Israel the whole time, they're just trying to get a handle of the region, and I think the UAE, Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, I think they want Israel to be in the position. That's why they partner with them. That's just my observation. And when you read the House of Commons, it just gives a completely different perspective from America. What I call the mainstream media is not any news at all. It's just the television Democratic Party. That's all I live.
It appears that this conflict with Iran has been a long time coming. I have also heard, Matt, about presidents. I think Trump mentioned this, that, after they would leave office, they're like, man, I wish I did something about Iran. I wish I did something about Iran. And clearly, when we took over Afghanistan and Iraq, it was only staging for the inevitable taking on Iran. So it's unfortunate, though, because it's not popular. Gas prices going up. Look, elections will always come back to the same issues. What have you done for me lately? What are you doing for me now? Trump and the Republicans made a big deal about the gas prices. And the gas prices are through the roof right now, paying the highest I've ever paid, at least probably 25 years. So I don't know. I think the polling's really bad, and because I'll tell you what it is, because I'm kind of in the tweener generation, is many younger Americans saw this as their opportunity for prosperity, to have their moment when we would have a large growth of prosperity. Kind of, it seemed like we were on the verge of that in 2019 with the economy. Many Americans felt like re-electing Donald Trump would bring back that type of economy. Now, he's done a lot of long-term stuff, $21 trillion in investments. However, I think it's not resonating quick enough. And if we don't do something about the gas prices first, it's going to be a tough midterm. I'm letting people know. What's our chances in the midterm?
Well, did you hear me earlier talk about the gas prices where I was saying, what he's, in some ways you could call it genius doing is did you hear this thing where he's saying he's going to he's going to eliminate the federal tax on gas? Right. So, right. So that's going to take off 30 cents on it, right? And then you're going to go and say, well, okay, 30 cents reduction, but look at the gas price, it's still high. And then the question, okay, Governor, I'm asking states to do the same thing. Reduce the tax you're creating. And now you say they won't do it. It's like, why won't the Democrats reduce the Democrat governors of the largest states in our nation? Why won't they reduce the costs? Why won't they do that to help the cost of living? It's, in some ways, Joe, it's a genius move. It's a checkmate move if that's what he does. Because it's like, okay, well, if you want to reduce the cost, are you saying all this time, California could have charged only 20 cents when federal was charging 30, but instead you guys chose to charge more and then try to blame Republicans for it? Like, come on, right? So, I mean, that could be a move that changes things. Just being honest.
I don't know if it's enough. I think we need to see significant change in the direction of the economy.
We will, and I think there's going to be some major impacts. I think in the next couple of months, you're going to see economically from the job market and things like that. I mean, actually, jobs are picking up in certain areas. I don't know if you read that last jobs report based on what was expected and what actually happened.
So, do you think will be concluded by the midterms?
I think the war will be concluded by early June. And the reason I think that is, I think the war will be concluded in terms of the way we're doing it. I mean, technically the war's over, but we're dealing with this conflict and this continued, kind of blockage and all that stuff right now. I think this whole conflict should be closed up by early June. I think Trump going to China also has something to do with this. And I think you're going to end up with a solution to all of this sooner than later.
Man, I like your optimism, but let me tell you, it appears to me like a war of attrition. It reminds me of an internet war. Nothing ever really gets solved. It just drags on for days, weeks, months, and years. And it's until someone's willing to actually stop. I think Trump had the idea that they would cry uncle right away. And it appears like they have no interest in wait it out. I think one of the flaws that our country has in opposition and our enemies is that they know they can wait it out for the next president.
Yeah, but can they wait it out? I mean, here's the thing, right? You're controlling what's coming in and what's coming out in terms of food and all that stuff. How much can they really block off, Joe? I mean, how long can they survive? And that's the question.
I think that I was saying this earlier. I don't know if you were in the room, but if they have to cap their oil, and I mean their GDP's been destroyed for a year, but if they have to finally cap that oil, they're gone.
Well, I think about it. They also can't get oil. Now they're trying to send oil to China and other places. Like, how do you get it out? So now you have this surplus you can't get rid of, because if you try to send it,
15 years ago, came up with the concept that 10% of the budget should be on things that are unrelated. It was called 70-20-10. 70% of our time on core business, 10% on adjacent business, and 10% on other. And he proved mathematically, of course he's a brilliant mathematician, that you needed that 10% to make the sum of the root work. And that's what he was right.
Now, well, who's the leader now of Iran right now? I think that's kind of the part that is misunderstood. Who would the people even rise up against?
So like cardboard cutout. It's not
well, Joe, I mean, I think we made a mistake because we had an opportunity when the sun was there to offer Lindsey Graham and others, but just try.
Hope that they're at a point where they can't sell any of that oil. The other weird thing is, not weird, but I mean, they attempted at these attacks on their neighbors, as they were saying were happening because there's American bases. And I believe it's not about that. They were going after their competitors to stop the oil production coming out of these other nations. And, it's just interesting geopolitics.
If we came out of the oil industry,
because I also think
and then started a venture capital firm,
that whole region is looking not just at them, but
if we came out of the
where their
manufacturing
weaponry
industry and
came
created
from, still, behind them or helping them. There's got to be a resentment towards China to some extent from in that region. I mean, that's another factor. But for us, I just think we're going to have to go full court press on the economics, different than just the stranglehold, the sanctions. It's just that didn't do enough, obviously. But you just have to hope that they have no ability to fund that nation, and that may be where that uprising comes from. The beginning of the war was all about regime change, and that was the loud message that was going out, and everybody was behind it, and thinking it was a great success with it. We were on the heels of achieving it.
Just
And now
finished
you're really
touring
not hearing it.
Neuralink here in Austin, Texas. I got to say, it is extraordinary, the innovation they're doing, the technology that they're developing to take people who are paralyzed, who have ALS, who are not able to do it, and give them the ability to move again.
Quite a while. Like, what does victory look like? Peace deal or some sort of agreement with them. And according to what he said today, was since it's a non-starter, but I need an offset to resolve it.
They're never going to surrender. This is not Carol Japan. They're not surrendering. I mean, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, well, I was just getting back to but that
If I can help you do that, I will. If you are a faith-based or kingdom-building entrepreneur,
the great state
where you want to make an impact to the world.
That's what it is.
It is what's going on. I mean, I have a video I'll put in the chat of all these
Step number one, onboard. You're gonna fill out this onboard.
Are celebrating the death of their kids because they're martyrs. I mean, it's like a sick culture that feels that way. But yeah, this is not a culture that will surrender. They'd rather starve their population and I just don't see the surrender. And the only way you're going to win is by the only way you end this is by winning. The agreement's not going to end it.
I just put the euro excuse to have cute, but you have to put this to it. Your first property in Dubai for the people? Yeah, of course. Come, let me show you. This is Greens, the first for the community by the youth, where prices start at just 3.5 million dirhams. First, you pay 10% down, and then.
It seems like how many times do the negotiation table with these guys? I mean, what are we on?
1%.
Uncover the truth. Hire Phoenix Investigations. We have a team of over 300 investigators nationwide that have the experience.
Take care of what we doing.
Can you seize their oil? I mean, if you force them to cap it, can we seize it? Because that's the lifeblood.
But even then, like we're saying, they'll just die. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of like I'm trying to say, like, it could be a war of attrition, like I was saying. Like, they're willing to go 5 years, I'm sorry, a number, and have their population just literally die off.
This is how it is. From all the inventions we previously had were kind of a tool for doing something. So we invented fire.
We're still there. You know how that goes?
Well, see something cool? I'm showing over here. We have 125 people watching me on YouTube. How many
I agree,
every day? No. Yes, no. Gucci would be storm their wall, going to every lunch walk and buying bags there. Because not only are the prices and the ROI, whatever the value they get on the back end is so much higher. And here's a method where they can track it. You don't have to guess what this is. I don't see companies going away from online marketing. And when they start racing social media marketing, it's really going to explode. And that's a decade from now, but
this may continue on or on.
So, if it does, and it looks like it probably will, my fear is, though, this is such an easy election talking point. Say, look, elect me, I will end the war. Well, we saw Obama do that, and he didn't end the wars. So we know very well people will just run to get elected on this. However, this is an easy win to bring over all the voters that don't want war.
By the way, good point. How does Marco Rubio and Vance juggle this if it's still going, Joe? I mean, there's no way that this can be going as we approach 2028. There's no way the Republicans will win if we're still in this mess. I mean, in the mess, when I say mess, I meant mess at that point. You know what I mean? We're not in a mess now. We'll get out of this, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, right now you have an enthusiasm deficit. Like, voters aren't. The only thing going for voting Republican is that the Democrats are crazy and have lost their minds. I mean, if all they do is sit quiet and not try that hard, they'll get back into power.
Totally. By the way, that strategy would have worked in 2016, 17, 18, and then of course, all these other years, they should have sat on their hands and they would have won. But
no, that's exactly what it is. Largely because the Republican Senate does not deliver wins for the American people. How can you ask?
Did you know that you have U.S. citizens
that join the Republican Party over the last 10 years? Their senator, the Republican senator, the Republican congressman, the Republican legislature, wins for us. Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell wing. And this has been the thorn in the Republican Party's side for a year.
Joe, that voter, that independent voter, or that moderate R that is turned off, the problem is that their alternative is the socialist Dem. It's not the moderate Dem anymore. I mean, that's the problem. And the Dems are being dumb because maybe they could scoop this up if they presented themselves, or something with the independents, but they're being taken over. Look at the different primaries around the country. Look at the Michigan primary. So, like the Dem primary, Haley Stevens is like a moderate Dem. Not an offensive Dem. And she's running against a whack job that may win.
Like Clinton, Abby, or like someone that's somewhat, like
the way that I can be unique is by being creative and reveling in being young, being a little crazy. So, for example,
I'm just
there's
saying,
this feature called
they
poking, where
could
you just go
scoop
to
it
someone's
up,
profile and you go
but
poke the person.
unfortunately,
And
they're
like,
being
what does that do?
taken over
Nothing.
by
It sends them a message just like you poked. Like, who
progressive
cares?
side.
And it's like I thought
The
about it
Michigan
when I was drunk
primary
or something.
is
Like
such an
people really
example of it.
like poking each other for some reason that I don't
His
think
name
anyone can really
ends
explain.
up with that. I mean, hopefully Rogers will beat him, and the R's will keep that seat. But so you're a voter in Michigan. What's your alternative? You're pissed off at the Republicans. You're going to vote for Abdul whatever. I mean, what's his name? I can't even remember. I'm sorry to bring up Michigan, but it's like
The
a
way
good
that I
example.
can be unique is by
people ask all the time.
it's impossible for Jeff Bezos.
He's extreme.
Where's your claim to fame?
Chicago. No, I think he's a doctor. There is a reference somewhere, right?
Or something. It's a reference or a drug.
Did you go like right there on the wall?
I don't know who it is, but I want to respond to you, Abby. Look, I definitely agree with you that the alternative vote, and that's the only thing the Republicans got going for me, is that
Hi, I'm Troy Aikman. As an investor, I look for assets that
Last month, after more than 21 years working as a sexuality educator at the Gator School, I was fired. You may hear that I was fired for a retweet. Well, Chicago business owner, listen.
To expect them to have that type of turnout.
I grew up on the Upper East Side.
And I think the
I was 10 years old.
largest rights
I was an aristocrat,
live to see
riding around in Texas, surrounded by couples, and all I thought about was playing music. Marijuana.
About 25 years ago,
And all I cared about is money.
Republican voters would come out regardless for the primary or the general, but now it's the other way around, where you have such a fervent Democrat base that I just feel like you'll have people that say, well, voting doesn't change anything. Y'all heard this, right? You hear the black pillars on here all the time, right? I vote and nothing ever changes. Or what is my vote worth? Or,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and look, I don't agree with any of those comments. But what I'm saying is that spreads, and you get more people when Republicans don't deliver domestic wins. All they need to do is get us some wins. The SAVE Act, which clearly the establishment Republican Party is not bring up. There are certain things that need to be taken care of. And then when there has been popular legislation, we fumbled the communication side of it. The Epstein law, the most popular law to pass in the last 10 or 15 years. You had all these legislators sign on it, and Trump's White House completely fumbled the rollout
of the communication side of the Epstein files. So, man, it's been a rocky, optics-wise, it's been rocky for the low information voter. Do you get where I'm coming from?
I'm ready to get my second cell treatment.
What we use is an insulin or a transplant. You're not. You have bandages on that for quite a while.
There's no recovery time. You can go right to work. You're not left with any scarring or time off work. It's just some micro needles in your scalp, and you're on your way within a few minutes.
Really not any pain at all. You just feel a slight pinch. Every person that comes into the steps,
We snuck into a conference where each ticket is worth $70,000. This is the Milken Conference in Beverly Hills, where people like Elon Musk, George Bush, and some of the biggest investors in the world show up every year. We got invited to private events nearby, so we knew we had to go. We drove up from UCLA, pulled up, and somehow made it. Then we started talking to different founders and investors and told them about our event, a platform that helps people file patents in minutes. The response was crazy. Some of them wanted to use it, others wanted to invest, and one guy liked it so much that he invited us to another private event that's happening tomorrow during the conference. So we're gonna go and follow and see what happens.
We're relying on, we have social media anons like us here talking, trying to, when election season comes up, to pluck one or two to our side. But it's clearly not the establishment.
Okay, so we talked about Modi'in, which is a great option for you. I'll help you out. Now, why did you work with me? Well, my name is Alex Weiner. I'm one of the first persons in this city in September 1996. I know the city like the back of my hand. And I know all about the archaeological sites, the tourist sites, and the history of this place. I moved here with my family and my siblings years ago, and I watched my father, how he struggled to get what was promised to him in Lech Hadash. Now, also, you come from an English-speaking country. Here, when they make a deal, a contract with Israelis, it's a different ballgame, Israelis, and sometimes they don't easy to understand for everyone. And I'm there, I've had endless years of experience dealing.
The Republican Party itself is still the country club Republican Party of the old generation, of the boomer generation. Look what Trump delivered. Trump delivered Trump RX. And look, don't get me wrong, I think it needed to happen. However, how does that significantly influence, the millennial and the Zoomer generation? We had it captured that we could have ran with the younger vote, with crossover voters. However, what has rolled out over the last year and a half, and I don't just blame Trump, I blame the Republican Party, the Mitch McConnell, the Lindsey Graham wing. I mean, I could go down a list. I'll tell you, when John Thune was put back in, because we had the opportunity then to change the course of the direction of the Republican Party. I knew it would be Washington as usual when John Thune was placed as the Senate leader. That nothing was going to change. This was our opportunity. So don't be surprised when we have to go through another round of these damn communists because we dropped the ball this time.
I like Johnson. I really like Mike Johnson. And Thune I'm not overwhelmed with in terms of like a dynamic leader. But Johnson, I think, is dynamic. He's from your world. You can disagree with me. I just always got a good vibe from.
Yeah, no, he's good as a neutral. He's not a firebrand, clearly.
No.
But this reminds me of the John Boehner house. No different. John Boehner's house would deliver votes and deliver wins and send them over to the Senate, and they would die in Mitch McConnell's Senate. You remember how many times that happened? The same thing. Yeah, the Republicans in the House are voting on bills and delivering them to the Senate, but the Senate's not taking up anything. The Senate's not moving on anything. This is, and they want to chalk it up and say, well, we don't have 60 senators and stuff like that. Well, maybe if we weren't so focused on things outside of Washington, maybe, and these are where voters start to tend to say, well, why
why isn't Trump's administration doing more to get or to divide and conquer senators? Do we have no way to peel off Democrat senators? Is that how bad it is right now? That we're so gridlocked that we can't get anything through? I mean, I guess clearly, right?
I mean, it's interesting. I guess you could go state by state and see whether we can knock a few of them out. I mean, I think what's going to be interesting is what happens in Maine and whether Susan Collins can hold on. You know, I was saying this in the room yesterday, that all of New England, there's one Republican in all the states in New England, and that's Susan Collins. Everyone else is a Democrat. Every House member, every senator.
She's a Republican.
I mean, but that's all you got in all of New England. Every one of those states.
Yeah. And a lot of this has to do with the Republican Party. You know?
I mean, I think, who's the one guy that was sort of an enigma? Sununu. Right? That they had a Republican governor.
Yeah, Sununu. I think we have a deep bench that has presidential aspiration, but we have the grand old party in the Senate, and nothing changes. And I don't know how we ever get over that hump.
I think it depends on. So, if I had to speak about what's going on in my community, I would say that for all of the people who left or don't really believe in the Republican Party anymore, there's a lot of black people that's coming to the Republican Party, and they're coming for different reasons. And based upon optically what Trump has done already, he's done enough. Even regardless of the war, because many black people say it's necessary, in which a lot of us, I ain't gonna say don't really understand, but we don't have the I didn't have the context. I'm no measurement, but a lot of us only really know what's going on in our community. And when it comes to the whole Iran thing, we get it, but that's not really something we really pay attention to, you know. So the loyalty, especially the ones who have been so loyal to the Democratic Party because of the whole black power, you know, black people are going to treat us right. You know, you get over to that side of social media, now they like, man, fuck the Democratic Party and everything they stand for. Let me try out Republicans. And then when you actually get somebody who does what they say they're going to do, even if he got into a war, even if he said something, you know, or he may misquote something every now and then, he's done enough so far where we can say, okay, well, if he said he was going to do it, at least he went and did it. He's winning over a lot of black people, and slowly but surely, a lot of black people are dripping on over to the Republican side. So,
What about black Republicans? Like, do you think Byron Donaldson has a shot with the black community in Florida to get elected as governor?
I think so. And I don't think it's because I think so. You have it's two elements. Number one, he's a black person. Number two, he's a Republican. And when you combine those two elements together, that is what makes him attractive. For example, the guy out in Texas, he don't talk like us, but he's a black guy. He's aligned with Republican core values, and he's not afraid to really say that, or conservative core values or whatever it is you want to call it. But the stuff that's coming out of his mouth sounds exactly like what black people traditionally care about. Even the ones that are batshit crazy, they just hate Trump so bad because they brainwashed. But yeah.
I mean, are you familiar with why he gets so much hate from black
Byron Donalds?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
I mean, he does get a lot. That's why I was curious. I mean,
one can we tell from just this one scene that Steppenwolf never stood a chance against Superman. The Superman's about to finish him for good. A boom suddenly opens behind them. One in combat stance, and stepping through the portal is Darkseid fully grown. Darkseid is the ruler of Apocalypse, and in theory, his power far surpasses Superman's. But on Earth, he suffered defeat before. At this moment, the hornless Steppenwolf staggers back to his feet, burning with rage as he glares at the Justice League. Completely unaware of the danger behind him, Aquaman strikes without hesitation. His trident pierces straight through Steppenwolf's chest. Superman follows up with another punch. Wonder Woman leaps into the air, gripping the Godkiller sword, leaving no time for anyone to react. And with a single strike, she decapitates Steppenwolf. The severed head rolls across the ground and comes to a stop, right at Darkseid's feet. Until the moment of his death, Steppenwolf never understood why his master didn't lift a finger to save him. The truth is, 300 years ago, Darkseid personally invaded Earth, and as molten lava carved glowing patterns across the surface. Then he revealed 3 mother boxes, preparing to conquer the planet completely. War erupted. Atlanteans, humans, joined to surrender. Green Lantern fell first, killed instantly, sent flying by a single kick. As Darkseid moved to claim the ring, Amazon arrows struck him, and the gods combined their power to deal a blow. Ares nearly split Darkseid in half with his axe, then finished by kicking him away. If his forces hadn't arrived in time, Darkseid would have died right there. 300 years later, he sent Steppenwolf back to Earth to reclaim the mother boxes. But what Steppenwolf never realized was that he had already become nothing more than
I mean, it solely the ethics, business considerations. And if not James Goldstein, you're going to say that, or people will say it. And it's such bullshit. He's in Florida. I mean, my question was, if the black community will rally around, and I picked him because he likes a different black conservative in another state. He just happens to have a state with very high population.
Crazy.
He's all bad.
He's a weird guy. But someone online who's had a lot of support online, a lot of very vocal people, and a lot of the so I won't go. Counties, demographics, that was Byron Donalds. I don't know. Rise on that black people. Of course, he already hails from a predominantly white district.
Isn't that like Naples, Centerville, Fort Myers, that whole area?
He's big in finance.
Yes, he's fantastic. I've heard him speak a lot and met him a few times. Actually, I like him a lot. And again, Pepe, it's funny because I like him for domestic reasons. Like I haven't even thought about how he votes with respect to foreign policy. Like he's just, it's like, I mean, we can look at Tim Scott also. Like, I happen to think Byron Donalds, and I asked the question of Sword, but who who's not on here right now.
I think that this troll that has been he's very anti-Israel. They're just basically it's and we know how it is with these bot farms and all of the from whatever fucking Middle Eastern countries. They're all going against. They're paying for a lot of our social media influencers. A lot of these guys are paid whores. They're going to slander him. If someone, and I don't know that he could be, somebody who's pro-Israel, doesn't matter, but he's going to get slandered no matter what because people like him are running against him, and that's just a sad reality. And it's just something I've observed, and I don't know how. The kind of the disconnect for me is I don't know how perceptive the black community is to these kinds of smear campaigns against them and how it affected them.
I don't know. Where's he in the polling? Do you know?
I personally.
Yeah, Dom.
He's the leading in the primary. I think he's got it. I think it's symptomatic. I think you might as well already put his picture up in the governor's house.
Who's the Dem running against him?
That's a good question. I'll pull up the names. There is a guy that has made some news. So Jay Collins, Paul Renner, and then the Jim Fishback guy, which y'all were talking about earlier. Yeah, he's kind of a weasel. And then the Democrat candidates are David Jolly and Jerry Demings.
Why is Jerry Demings sound familiar? Was he the mayor? I know, I'm thinking of someone else.
Hey, is the room quiet? I just got back in here.
No, we've been talking.
Okay, hey, how's it going, Joe? I hope all is well.
All well, buddy. We were just talking about the Florida governor race.
Okay. Interesting. What do you guys think is going to happen with DeSantis afterwards?
I don't know. He's I mean, the fact that he went against Trump kind of, I feel like, hurts him. I don't know. I don't. He's not my governor, so I don't really pay attention to him. But I don't know. But him, I'm just gonna be fair and say, like, I would have to. Why are Floridians voting for him? I don't know. They obviously like. I don't see what it is that they like.
I like DeSantis. I think he's done well. I mean, I don't know if you remember the debate between him and Gavin Newsom. Did you see that or no? Or anybody?
I remember seeing highlights of it.
I mean, he did pretty good. I mean, that's against Gavin Newsom. So I mean, I don't know. I actually think that DeSantis would be a little bit more harsher than Trump, if you want to put it that way. Because the guy actually knows what he's doing. He's actually like.
But it gives you this weird miniature of I don't know how to put it. Like my impression of him is that he's
You sat on the floor.
He's too much of a politician.
City Hall.
Which
Wow.
it brought me to
Such an impressive resume.
I think I wanted to comment on you all right, brother? You in the studio?
It's highly dependent on. It's not the traditional American Uncle Tom stuff. It has more to do when you have this guy who's like a conspiracy theorist. He's just like hates Jews and Israel, and he ended up coming up with a lot of these nicknames for him, and then of course I think this guy is he doesn't hate Israel, so he has money. But he basically online he gets a lot of hate from at least that I would see from the black community, the quote unquote America First community, like whatever group of fucking people, and they call him all kinds of names because he's getting APAC bucks basically, and it's and I do think it's unfair. You have this grifting piece of shit Fishburne, who I really he says that he's America First, and he's let me go to Israel, America be perfect. Like he's just fucking retarded. He's just total fucking grifter. But I think
Pepe, one more thing, just again to clarify, so it's very clear. AIPAC is a bundler. They do not write checks. Checks are written by American, Jewish, and Christian citizens that support a particular policy. However, in someone like Byron Donalds, he's running for a state office that has AIPAC, by the way, when they bundle, it's only for federal congressional, not any state elected office, and not the executive branch. So money that he's getting right now to run for governor are coming from constituents, or it's coming from people that happen to be Jewish by religion. So all of a sudden, should he not take checks from Italians or not from Jews? It's just such bullshit. They're his constituents. We are constituents. Should I not give my governor money in his election? My governor happens to be Italian, by the way. I'm going to support him.
No,
What does this have to do with the state of Israel? It's retarded.
Yeah, but
it's a state election.
Yes, but Fishburne would accuse you of being a Zionist.
But I am that. But what does that have to do with me supporting my governor being against crime in my state?
I know. This is why I'm saying it's super disingenuous.
It makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense. And only stupid people would follow that. But even if you want to make the argument that someone's running for Congress, that it is a bundler. It doesn't write checks. It takes people that are interested in a particular issue and bundles their money. That's it. And each person writes your own check, and only up to $5,700, because that's all you're allowed legally to write.
Yeah, but this is the reality, though, is that this is, okay, hating Jews has become like a cool, it's what the cool kids have been doing for, the last couple of years. I think it's dying out, honestly. Everybody's sick of it. And it's boring to listen to. But okay, you have a grifter that rides this little wave like Fishburne. He's like, oh my god, you took the Zion bucks. Oh my god, you fucking traitor. You're not America First. You Jew-loving, Israel-loving piece of shit that just wants money and don't care about, everyday Americans. That's his whole spiel. Now, I don't think that the average person is going to buy into his bullshit. But, I mean, that is the attack that they're going to go with. And in a way, it does have real-world consequences when they do these attacks. But if we look at the Florida, who's voting in Florida? It's going to be a lot of fucking old people, depending on which part of Florida. But, of course, older people have a much higher turnout. This Mr. guy, he's not This is where I find it really disingenuous. So you can be like,
The moment the girl stole the Iron Man arm from the lab, it instantly attached itself to her arm. Then she stepped onto one of the Iron Man boots, and the other automatically tracked itself onto her foot. By the time the security guards at the door realized what was happening, they were stunned to see the girl already wearing the entire suit. This was a university lab's attempt to recreate an Iron Man-style armored suit. Unexpectedly, it fit the girl perfectly the moment she put it on. At her command, the boots blasted out intense flames. Before the guards could move in to stop her, she shot hundreds of yards into the air, disappearing so fast that even the exhaust trail was gone in an instant. The girl was thrilled by her first experience flying. She activated the built-in voice assistant, only to discover the system was far from complete. It was just a beginner-level training AI. Amy told it to navigate her to Chicago, but the little thing started introducing Chicago's famous landmarks instead. It was clearly a very primitive artificial intelligence. After smacking itself on the head twice, it finally managed to set a flight route to Chicago. Then the suit drifted across the water, successfully turning itself around and heading toward Amy's hometown. A trip that normally took 5 hours only took the girl 30 minutes as the suit took a stylish arc through the sky. The people in the small town were left speechless. Amy, meanwhile, calmly skimmed over the water, clearly having gotten used to the suit already. She was only 2 more intersections away from home when the AI assistant suddenly announced that the armor had not been charged before takeoff and was about to lose power. Amy immediately panicked. She had learned how to take off, but no one had taught her how to land. As the air pressure inside the suit became unstable, the helmet flew off. Amy quickly ordered the assistant to switch to manual mode, but the power was already critically low. Before the switch could happen, her left arm piece detached on the spot, causing her to completely lose balance and crash onto the road. A genius with an exceptionally high IQ, Amy had developed this suit using scholarship money and school grants, but it was obviously still in the early stages and far from fully advanced. She could only carry the pile of broken scrap metal home and figure out how to repair and improve it later. What Amy didn't know was that the moment she walked through her front door, a mysterious person had already set their sights on her. Coming from a poor family, Amy tried to ask the owner of a parts shop to let her buy some components on credit. He flatly refused within seconds. Even her elite MIT credentials didn't change his mind. Just then, the mysterious person from the day before appeared and pulled out cash to pay for Amy's purchase. The moment the girl stole the Iron Man arm,
I'm 100% on board with that, and I do think that that's where there's this with a lot of these people on the far right, you're going to get I would say like 90% of the people that are quote unquote on the far right are they're just grifters. They're pieces of shit. Like you really they never get along with other people on the far right. They're like one of the things that made me not be on the far right was being around the far right. Like I just thought they were just like such despicable pieces of shit. Like some of the worst people I've ever fucking met, really. Like
So what do you consider yourself now?
I mean, I would consider myself like I'm actually, I would say rather moderate. You know, I'm somebody who's not very conformist. So like, I'll hear a narrative where we're told we have to believe a certain thing. That maybe one of the most controversial things would be like all groups of people are the same and they have the same potential. And it's just like no, we don't. So you can tell me that, like, for example, we import smart people from Nigeria and India, which, genetically, for example, it might be cultural too, but they're going to, we're importing people where we selected for it to be the most intelligent. That somehow we, for example, people of European stock in the United States are going to be able to compete with them. No, we're not. Ashkenazi Jews tend to do better than us, and East Asians, whatever. African Americans tend to fare a lot worse. I don't. This whole like equality narrative that like evidence of.
But how does that form your vote, Pepe? Like in your state, okay, in your statewide elections, in your congressional elections, what are your issues? You have water issues. You have big water issues. What do you care about that fiscally is going to happen in your state? Is going to happen? Do you care if your tax dollar pays for a new stadium or not? I mean, like, what do you care about?
I look well past that, and has been stuck on the whole thing about the inequity equals inequality. And there was a study that came out the other day, for example, that showed that African Americans, for example, fare a lot worse on average than white Americans. But if you control for IQ, they do as well as us. What a fucking shocker. And this whole equality, what's really bothered me is that when you try to like deconstruct everything, there's not much of a difference between different groups of people that have different, they've evolved from each other for tens of thousands of fucking years. There's no difference between men and women. All of this bullshit. But it's just like, but there obviously fucking is. You want me to just nod my head in silence and pretend like there's no difference in groups as a whole. That yes, there are women that can beat the shit out of the average male. There are black people that are much smarter than three of my brains combined. That's fine. But there's this thing where people always want to place people as the fucking oppressor. And one of the problems I have with the far right, for example, I was going to look at like the National Socialists. Somehow, once you get rid of the fucking Jew, everything is fine. Everything is dandy. We will be these strong, tall Aryan kings who will conquer the fucking world. But no, that's never been the fucking case. Like, you guys have always, we can look at the British. You had a bunch of fucking Normans that came in and conquered them and dominated them and treated the English as second-class citizens. There's never been this fucking Aryan unity or groups of people that were ever fucking equal. It's never fucking happened. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Somebody.
See, I'll jump in there. One thing that I was going to comment on earlier about, black people calling him Uncle Tom and stuff like that. So, you're typically going to have two types of people that are going to look at him in that type of light. One of them is a Democrat for life, and that type of black person, they can't even explain to you why they're a Democrat. But the answer to that question is that because they were programmed that way. And they're programmed that way so much so to where, and when I say program, I'm talking about their parents, the grandparents, the culture, things of that nature. And they're programmed to the fashion that if you vote Democrat, you black, and if you vote Republican, you white. And it's the most idiotic way of thinking. And thousands of black people, probably hundreds of thousands of black people are waking up to this. And you got to look at some of the things that black people care about. And so, for example, Trump brought on Kennedy. Kennedy is uncovering a lot of shit in the medical field. A lot of black people have kids with attention deficit disorder, attention deficit hyper disorder, and all of them goddamn disorders. And these are the things that are being uncovered that black people didn't even know they cared about because they didn't know. It kind of became so much a part of their life that they didn't even realize it was a problem. And now that these things are getting unearthed and they're getting answers to their question, other than what Democrats usually say, which is what you just mentioned, Pepe, racism. Like racism is the answer for everything. And it's like, it can't be the answer for every single thing because now it puts me in a position where I'm defeated and I can't do nothing to change my own situation. So there's a major shift where people who would look at a ballot and they wouldn't even see Byron. Now they're like, well, wait a second. Let me just look at everybody. Okay, Trump. He's attached to the he's attached to the Republican Party. From the optics perspective, this is what it looks like, how Republicans behave. Okay, I can agree with that. Let's look at their values. Okay, they believe that something as simple as you're either born a man or a woman. Okay, I agree with that. And it starts to build up a mental momentum where the colors are going now. And now I'm looking at just the words Republican or Democrat. Then when you step outside of the national perspective and you look at it from a state perspective, you start to see how people like Mamdani is behaving. So that starts to paint a picture of what the Democrats look like. You see how Virginia just all these damn tax laws. You see how Minnesota looks. And this is what the more educated black, we'll call them black buyer, if you will, where they're buying into who they're going to vote for. This is what they have to look forward to when it comes to voting Democrat. So it's kind of a combination of, I don't deal with that shit, meaning Democrats, but also, well, it's another thing is, damn, I can't believe my parents had me thinking this way. So it becomes more of like a disgust type of thing, like, how the fuck could I be so blind and not view these people just because they were Republican? Okay, well, let's start it. Trump is the head Republican. Shit, he laid the tariffs out. Yeah, he might have lost the court case. I may not even understand it, but goddamn, the shit worked. That prices were not going to increase because of the tariffs. Damn, that shit worked. He's actually doing what he said he was going to do. You know, before the Iran war, he stopped all of these wars. Okay, we actually got somebody in here who's doing what they said they're going to do. Then you spin the plate. Oh, Kennedy. Kennedy's over here finding out vaccines are hurting people. Oh, shit, my kid got ADHD. Maybe that's the reason. Like, it's coming home into black people's living rooms as to one possible reason why they might be in the situation that they're in. So now when you start going around and you start hearing people like Jasmine Crockett who say things like, nobody want to go out here and be a farmer. You don't want to be a slave. So you're associating farmers to slaves when there's a huge shift in the black community where thousands of people are now becoming farmers. So now Jasmine Crockett is literally offending her own base. It's just some of the most idiotic ways of communicating that they're pushing black people away. And the Republicans are like, well, this is what we believe in, you know, in a unified approach. So it's a combination of both as to why I say black people are transitioning from the Democratic Party and they're taking not only just their vote, but they're taking their loyalty to Republicans. And 9 times out of 10, they're not going to get it back for at least another 5, 6, or 7 generations. Because the same approach that our parents took with us, we going to take the same with our kids. We say, don't vote for them. You see how crazy they is? Look at how they kids, you know, their kids believe that self-expression is walking around with different colors. They believe that you can be born as a him, her, z, zer, they could be cats, they could be like all of that shit's going to be associated with being a Democrat. And it's just never going to work out. So I don't see them bouncing back for a long time. But, you know, the story's
well, I will agree with you. Where it's kind of like the hard part about that is that if you look at the approach that Democrats have been taking for the last, 10 years or so, and you do see it on the far right for sure. It's where they do scapegoat an enemy, and we are going to get this parasitic group of people, these horrible people. And we go get like white people, and they'll use a lot of euphemisms like the colonizers, whatever they use. And they basically, it's just like, oh, you know, once we get into power, it'll be amazing. And we know where the far right will do it to other groups, but it is a very cheap way of, in fact, it's a way of not actually trying to solve a problem. It's just, you're literally doing the easiest thing. You're just like blaming somebody else for the problem, and you're just going to, trash them. And that is one of the things where I do think that you get black conservatives, which I disagree with a lot. But Edward on this app, I think he's a very decent, moral man. Very conservative man, much more conservative than I am. But I mean, he does, for the most part, have like kind of like a roadmap for like how you're going to run your own life. I think you would want to individual to listen to. But yeah, I don't know. I have like lost a lot of hope for America. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I'm a rather nihilistic person. I don't see things the way I used to. I mean, when I would engage with black people, for example, I've noticed like this huge mega racist. It's just like, oh, okay, these people are gonna call me names. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw insults back at them, and be very disrespectful, and just kind of like how I get treated. But at the end of the day, I realized it's just like it's petty bullshit. But I found unique value in doing it. But I don't know that how, like, some of the biggest problems I see in the United States is that, like, we can look at a lot of the division we see in this country. It's going to come from people, large donors in countries that do not have our best interests in mind. It could be because they just have their best interests in mind, whether it's Israel, but countries that want to fucking take us over with their religion, like Qatar. How do you stop the paid whores in our country from being influenced by these people? Like this Dan Bilzerian faggot, who's I don't know what the fuck is. I don't know what he does. But he travels to Qatar with the former leader of CARE. And this guy he's of Armenian descent, and he's somehow like a symbol of the West, of preserving the West. Like, no, he's a fucking piece of shit. I don't know. We have a problem. I don't know how to solve this. Like, it seems like such a human problem where people are just greedy, they're corrupt, they'll sell their own people out, even their fucking families out, in order to make it.
We start one issue at a time. So the question from Abby that kind of got us going down this path was, what is your top issue? So if Abby was to ask me that question, my number one issue has been for a very long time immigration, illegal immigration, also too much legal immigration, and I know I'm further extreme on that than many people on stage, but I want to see a moratorium on immigration. My second biggest issue is the economy, and my third biggest issue is abortion. Abortion's murder. So I can rattle off what my top political issues are of the day. What are your issues, Pepe? Like, what's your number one political issue that you would like to see changed in our?
First, not to be divided, and for us to continue our course. I understand we're in a very special place in time where after World War II, we were not competing with Japan and Germany to the same extent that we are now. A lot of countries have industrialized that we've had to compete with. But for us, like, you can say it's a lofty goal, and I would say somewhat not realistic, but my whole thing is for people to live the American dream. If I had to sum it up, that is literally for Americans to live the American dream. That is it. That is literally, if people could do that, any of the shit regarding race, any of the stuff, like, it doesn't matter. Can we continue on in this country with our children having, I don't have children, which is, kind of ironic I said that, but could the people that inherit this country have a better life than us? That is literally what motivates me. Simply as I can put it.
Do you think that's part of why the idea of, of the American dream that means something different
gloss over your very first point you said, though, which I thought was great. You said unity. I'm paraphrasing it. You said you don't want us to be divided. You're saying, as a country, domestically, that was your very first point you said.
Yeah, I do think we're a very divided country. We seek to, whether it's politically, by race, by whatever, we do seek to fight in a very tribal way where I don't see this as being a good thing. And people like me, I say somewhat reactionary, are going to fight for my camp, my people. And that is where I know I'm not the only one. But how, like, I personally don't know if this can be solved. And that is one of the things that I've cared most about. Literally, this is what I've cared the most about for years. Aside from personal stuff, at least.
My position. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
My position on that is I do not want unity with the left. I often seen over years that the Republicans and the right wing will relate to the left wing agenda, that will compromise our values and our interests to get along with the Democrats and the people on the left. And that's partly where we're at today. I think these people want to kill us. I don't even think they want a country with us. Seeing what the Democrats in Virginia are doing, where they're going to lower the age, or they're floating the idea of lowering the age to get rid of the Supreme Court justices, the Virginia State Supreme Court justices, just because they ruled against them. These people are awful. And
you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I don't think we can have unity. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not wanting to capitulate whatsoever with the individuals on the left. The people on the left I see as wanting to destroy us.
Give me my arms. I have a
proposition. And I don't really. That is where it's the biggest fucking thing that happens to deal with these people. We're so divided.
Gold, I can steal.
I think Trump's began some of it. Some of the universities. These ideas really spread when parents send their children off to college.
Is there death? Nubis, come forth.
Many people go with family that's very loving, but all these crazy ideas about 72 different genders and shit like that.
He's not talking with me.
The internet studying their art, their forms.
People who will never be released from prison. Number one, the mind is still.
And I think that's really what we're kind of adjusting to. I'm an older millennial, and I think many others that grew up in a centralized culture where we largely had, may there be differences regionally, or also actually things like that. We largely
Look to your left. Who's there? Nobody. Look to your right. Who's there? Nobody. Get here. If you get the fucking world, you don't get everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck is you doing?
Yeah, it's $13.
So, I think we're kind of adjusting to that, and we're becoming competition underwater, trying to figure out the path forward on how do we get a direction with our culture.
Where there are advertisers on Twitter that Linda Yaccarino will come and say, you gotta stop, man, or, I can't get through ads because of some of the things you tweet.
Immigration, abortion, education, and I kind of
generation and education together. Because
I'm reminded of seeing the Princess
Bride. I have a lot of friends who are really fascinated with
It says,
what do they talk about? Was that anytime the U.S. talks about a skill gap, all of these other countries will create a curriculum from kindergarten through 12th grade, and they will literally produce the talent that the U.S. needs. And it's like, well, if other countries are doing that, why the fuck can't the U.S. do it? If we got
I'm not saying they can't. In one sense, it would benefit the American people. I believe we are such a rapid
I've soared a number of the professors that are at like our top schools are Eastern European. They're not U.S. born and educated. If you take a look at the professional staff at our best business schools that are producing are ultimately our business leaders in the country, and our corporate giants coming out of those schools, they're not taught by Americans.
So we essentially outsource our education as well, not only our jobs, but our education. And the thing is, we could produce those people here with people not in this country. The problem is that if we try to use the same teaching methods that they use overseas, or go back to the methods that we used to use, that might be too harsh, and the left would claim it wasn't inclusive, or that it was racially motivated, or that it was somehow based in racism.
And Alan, there's this professor.
Our responsibility is born to the right for exiting itself from academia in the 80s.
Marshall, they can't survive in a university right now.
I didn't say they couldn't survive. I'm saying professors who are conservative have chosen to leave. That's not my point. Instead of having a William Buckley 2.0, you have nothing.
What the right do with what is being taught in urban areas, and specifically go back to all New English and New Math. I'm not talking about the right. I'm talking the way they decided to teach in this country fucked it up. My aunt is a...
You blame parents for that.
Yeah.
That's a parenting problem.
No, that's not a parenting problem.
Yeah, it is. If you don't bother to show up at your school meeting and protest your curriculum, that's absolutely a fucking parenting problem.
They didn't teach grammar in elementary school. They didn't teach grammar. They didn't teach parts of dissent.
That's not nothing. If parents were more active instead of making excuses for their kids and telling teachers that their children didn't need to learn.
Marshall.
And the 2 points you made, I agree with. Yes, the right. Yes, parents need to do more. Absolutely. You and I are in agreement about that. But that is tangential to the argument. The argument is, my point was that if you try and impose standards that actually make a difference, you get so much complaints from the left that you can never make those a reality. And we're going back, and look, I'll give you an example because actually that's a good point you brought up.
And when it's not just friends, it's teachers. I have a teacher, I have a friend. Have a page essay. Part of that's a problem. Part of that's a participation problem.
Yeah. They all what the students are participating in is crap. That's the emotional learning.
Now, I don't disagree. I'm saying it's partially crap because the parents aren't paying attention.
My point, God damn it. Tennessee was 49th in the station, in the country. They threw out all of the bullshit from all of the latest teaching methods and inclusion and everything else, and they went back to, remember, hooked on phonics. They went back to that, and they're now in the top 25.
Legacy heads up.
Top 25. It's your
You might be thinking we left one place off the list.
But on this very spot,
No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying the key decision makers aren't paying attention.
I want to interject after
Yeah, thank you. I know, but I'm making a point. A specific point.
Where the chip
left field.
Okay, then please connect it. What am I missing?
Hold on. I wanted to interject. We got Joe B on stage. She knows more about education than I ever will. However, look, Marshall, blaming the parents is overlooking that largely about 15 to 20 years ago, there was an agenda in many school districts to change over the administrators into these gay, liberal, lesbian, Butch Dyke principles, and they ushered in an entire agenda that we've watched play out. This stuff about the different sexualities and genders started in schools. It wasn't like parents had an option to vote on it. They forced it on the kids, bro. This is an agenda we're dealing with.
It's also school boards. School boards get elected. Wait, hold on, Marshall. School boards get elected. Boards of regents get elected. Marshall, school boards get elected. Boards of regents get elected. School superintendents get appointed. Governors appoint heads of education departments in states. It becomes political. And then you try to survive as a Republican teaching in these jurisdictions and in these places that politically have a school board. Look at some of the videos coming out in North Jersey where they passed these policies, and take a look at those school boards. Okay, but
I was born.
However, they're political. They're political, and if you're a Republican trying to teach, you then also get outed by students that don't like your political opinion on something, and next thing you know, you're in the middle of a scandalous situation because your politics are different, or are conservative. There's just story after story of this.
I'm not denying that happens. I'm simply saying, let's check on that. These parents at school board meetings and people throwing out the bombs in elections. If they don't throw out the bombs, then what do they get back curriculum? You then also have to look at the state. You also then have to look at the state.
Boards of regents are elected in states. They're statewide elections. The boards of regents, correct? So you can get saddled.
Having one where I live.
Okay, you can get saddled with some pretty bad regions that then make these decisions. I mean, like, even if you have impassioned parents, I mean, you also have school boards. It becomes super political. I mean, to go look at the bigger cities in our country. Look at New York City, what they're going through in their schools. Look at California with the ethics studies that they call.
Marshall, I am very
Marshall,
Marshall,
that's not the point I was making. I had a friend who was a teacher for 15 years. And I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
I wanted to comment on what you said, Marshall. So, you know, I'm honest with you. So, like, they do the school board meetings now are via Zoom because they don't, like, let the parents go in the schools anymore, even to, like, volunteer for, like, our kids' events. Any, you know, like, Halloween party or this or that. Like, the parents are not allowed in the school. Okay? Talent shows are not allowed in the school. So, Zoom, and I'll be honest, via Zoom, there's like only like 5 of us that are in these like Zoom meetings for the school boards. But I can tell you that this like curriculum method, every year they roll out the same bullshit curriculum and they just word it different, but it's the same thing. And I mean, I'm heavily involved, and there's like, I feel like the parents don't. Maybe there's just not enough.
You've definitely seen this gymnast on your For You page. This is Sydney Smith, and she proves you don't need a powerhouse logo to go viral. While athletes at big-name schools had national TV deals and full media teams behind them, Sydney was at Southern Connecticut State University, a Division II program, grinding with nothing but her phone, raw talent, and unreal flexibility. No hype and no spotlight, just consistency. Then everything changed. She posted one clip, the W pose. She drops down, folds her legs into a perfect W shape, and holds it like it's effortless. It didn't look human, it looked impossible, and just like that, the video exploded. Millions of views, shares everywhere. People couldn't believe what they were seeing. Overnight, she was being called the most flexible gymnast in the NCAA. You've definitely seen this gymnast on your...
a lot to say about that.
Where the gym is cold.
Try and afford our lifestyles.
Where the gym is cold.
People take taxpayer money. That they need to be accountable, and I realize the parents have to do it. However, we can easily blame the school districts and the administrators for doing this. We haven't put enough emphasis on getting kids increasing their actual test scores in reading and things like that. I mean, it's gotten worse the more money we throw at this shit.
So which is why my criticism was never on. It's a criticism of participation. If people, for whatever reason, decide not to participate, then they get the government they deserve, not the government they want. And yes, people just please just let me finish.
No, but what if
please just let me finish.
The problem is maybe the problem is government in education.
That's not my place to decide. That wasn't the point I was trying to make.
Hold on, Nathan.
Come on, I got interrupted. I was trying to make my point. Can I make it?
No, we're having dialogue. It is our place. You just hold on. If you're going to hold the parents accountable for their participation, how can you then say, "Well, it's not my place to have a meeting"? Say it.
You're speaking out of both sides of your
Hey, may I finish? Because you would get the end of my statement, and maybe we would agree if I was allowed to finish the thought. The thought is, instead of having 5 parents,
the only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that
in our system. And yes, parents are busy. Yes, there are 1-parent households. But if there are only 5 parents in that room, and if when teachers try to assign and raise standards, that the school board shoots them down because the parents complain that their kids are getting high standard,
then how do you produce children that are able to survive? Because I'll tell you, going through the system, it doesn't work when people don't participate. And the answer can't be that our choice is somehow left to people that don't have any time. If it's 5 people in a room, like Ann, who, by the way, Ann, I haven't said this in a while, but I always admire that about you. You always put your money where your mouth is. If Ann's the only one showing up for her kid, and the teacher wants to do something so
I need your comments. I need your shares. And since no one on this app actually organizes anything,
how do you make that change?
I got the answer, and I'll pass it to Ann right after this. She wants to say something. You said Ann always puts her money where her mouth is, except when it comes to education, where the government gets to dictate where her child goes in the requirements, where she goes. What they should do is, rather than the money being attached to the school, wherever that head count is, it should be given to Ann, where she can send her child to where she wants to send her child to be educated.
Something
voucher. Yeah, so I'll pass it over to Ann, but she's not able to because of how government in many states, now I know some states have fixed this,
I'm so glad you have dogs and not kids.
but many states
You have way more flexibility. There's a party tonight. I'm willing to give you an hour of my time.
Ann is an involved parent. She goes out of her way to make sure that's done. She doesn't make excuses, right? More parents like that in the school system.
Hello, I'm Ryan Trent. I'm president of Fison. Fison is a real estate fund located here in Texas. We operate in Texas exclusively. We're a small company. We're a family-owned company. My son, after graduating in Division I college law, works as our vice president of marketing. You may have already talked to Micah. If you haven't, he's always available to take your calls. Another important member of our team is Jonah Hansen. Jonah is a wonderful young man. He's very sharp.
Things that are, I mean,
outlined,
Is this legal?
My biggest issue is they do this emotional learning, and it's very cringe. But yeah, and so there's people that are not aligned. It goes against values. They don't want to. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother. Basically, all the teachers, majority of them, they are okay with teaching this kind of stuff, and the ones that aren't left.
Yeah, and my friend left. When she was not allowed to assign a 5-page essay double space for a student, she quit. Because you can't.
This spot where the gym is.
In my state, where I live is the poorest region in public assistance, but it's also the most underprepared for college. And it's because our standards are low. As George W. Bush said, it was right. The bigotry of low expectations tanks students.
Here's the thing. All of that is true. But if you look at Eric Weinstein, and what happened at Evergreen College, it was a great college. The students loved it. Everybody was getting along. And they got a new dean, and it poisoned the college. All of a sudden, you had all of these protests. And they ended up getting kicked out. They were one of the him and his wife were one of the highest rated teachers at the college.
Yeah, what happened was
we're talking about. It doesn't matter if you're an involved parent. It doesn't matter if you're spending 2 hours a week doing homework or 50 hours a week. They're teaching garbage in, garbage out.
Yep.
And that's
fix that in our country?
Say that again?
If parents can't be involved with our parenting issue, how do you fix the fact that universities are doing that? What do you do?
It's not just the universities, it's K through 12. What do you do?
Yeah, I got that point. I'm asking, like, what's the practical answer to the problem?
Practical answer is you need to get those people out of the education system. And if that means homeschooling, as tragic as that is, then it's homeschooling. But that appears to be the only option. Or
when the one-parent households can afford a homeschool?
Or Republicans need to do what they did. Now that they've got an administration that isn't going to go after them the way the Biden administration did, they need to go after the school boards and create the same mess they did at city council meetings back in the early 2000s.
The federal government needs to do the job of the public. Is that what I'm getting?
No, I mean the Department of Education, I think, needs to be shut down.
No, I wasn't asking about the Department of Education. I'm asking about your solution sounded like. Then correct me if I'm wrong. But it sounded like your answer was the federal government needs to come down on these school districts and make them teach the right thing.
Well, no, that kind of would help, but that isn't what I was saying. I'm saying, number one, going back to local control certainly would help, but I think the main thing is to get the left ideologues out of the education system, period.
I don't disagree with that. Education is far too liberal these days. But how do we do that? I'm sorry. I wasn't being a stick in the mud. I just want to know how we solve the problem.
Well, no. It's a valid question. And my answer to that is, remember, Republicans in the early 2000s started raising hell at city council meetings. And by doing that, they ended up getting people on their local governments elected, and then that county governments and state governments.
So I am simply suggesting the wrong level of political power with which to deal with this. It's not at the school district level, it's the city level.
I feel like it's the Federal Reserves.
The Federal Reserve doesn't have anything to do with education.
I feel like all the money
doesn't have anything to do with it.
Hi, I got a question for you, Marshall. Why are you such like an oppositionist to just like regular conservatives and regular maybe libertarian values? Is it a personality thing? Is it like a borderline personality thing? What is it that makes you actually not want to fight the Democrats and you just sit here and complain about Republicans complaining about the Democrats? I'm just really confused.
I'm trying to have a genuine conversation here. Because of all the people on the stage, there are 3 people that actually contribute massively, maybe 4 or 5 out of everybody in this room. Marshall's one that actually goes and knocks at doors. The rest of us either bitch about it on Clubhouse or go to RNC meetings and fund, I guess you would say, priorities and in order to achieve those elections. But out of everybody on this stage, Marshall's the only one.
Part of the agenda. Yes. That don't mean that you're
Why do you think that? Have you ever door knocked?
I door knocked for Dave McCormick this last election at Pluto, Pennsylvania.
Have you ever door knocked? Have you ever tried to resist the liberal elite intellectual Democrats? Hello?
But Abby, if you ever door knocked, you wouldn't get past my door. Just letting you know.
Oh, it's hard. Door knocking is not an easy thing to do, by the way. I look up to Marshall he's good at it.
And while I give Marshall all the credit for his efforts, and you too, Abby, door knocking is not the only metric by which we judge whether or not a person can have an opinion about this, nor does every person reveal everything they've done in this.
That was good.
So
That's
we
fine.
can eliminate that as the reason
Yeah,
why we should or should not listen.
But I know, like, Joey.
We decided this on me because fucking what's his face decided to send me.
Marshall,
I was not the conversation
you know, Marshall,
until
I
fucking.
give you the utmost respect. You know, I give you the utmost respect for your background.
Yes, I know. I just like I don't like being with
I just want to know.
And the only reason I was the center of the conversation.
Marshall,
wait.
how many other people turned a blue district red? You did that. Everybody else on stage managed to do that? Because I failed. So how many others did?
Why would you want to turn the red?
We definitely moved a significant percentage of our vote.
Yours or my contributions, but Marshall literally turned his district down in there that was blue for like 100 fucking years. He turned it red. He actually did that.
Why did you turn it red for, Viking? You're just being very vague. To me, I feel like these things.
Why would he turn it? Because exactly what we've been talking about on stage. What are your priorities? If you can figure out what your political priorities are, you might figure out what your party is and why you may need to take a blue district and make it red.
I think a lot of people are misled about where things are going. And I don't know where you guys are at with Trump and him being taken over by Israel.
Sweetheart, lovely man, whoever the hell you are, you're like way off on what our conversation is.
No, I was asking questions. I said I don't know where you are.
Well, you don't know, so that's not actually what we were talking about. We were talking about priorities.
Go young, you're doing the fucking like that thing where you
And
say,
young, keep your anti-Semitism like in check, so we can continue to talk about Republican priorities.
I didn't say nothing yet.
Yeah, you did. You absolutely did. Yeah, but you can keep your Jew hating like to yourself. Can we go back?
Actually, a Jew is actually probably.
Really? Okay, so Marshall, how long did it take to turn? Can we go back to what we were talking about? It is really exemplary to take a district.
About 10 years.
10 years to and what? And do you think it's solidly turned now?
No, it's at the presidential level and the senatorial level, it's red. At the local level, it's very blue.
Let me ask you, Marshall, did you not for Donald Trump?
No, not for the Republican cause, but not for the president. If I ever got asked for the president about the president, my answers were honest. I didn't give my personal opinion. Right, that's not my job.
Yeah.
My job was to prepare. Just let me answer the my job was to prepare people to vote. And so they asked about the president. I was told no to vote for the guy.
Did you hand out anything a brochure about him, or just the local? Like what physical paperwork did you get?
A local congresswoman and a state rep and a state judge.
See, when we handed out for McCormick, we also handed out for Trump. Like when we knocked, we had documents. We had like a flyer, and we had a flyer for McCormick, but we also had a flyer for Trump.
We don't mix it in here.
How does Brad attribute you turning a county or a region blue from red, and it occurred during the presidential cycle? I'm just curious, where's the connect the dot for me? How are you responsible for doing that?
Oh, Congressional District 15 turned red. District 15 had typically been held by a Democrat. The Congresswoman Monica Cruz managed to turn red for the first time in the district's history and had a vote for this for the first time since Richard Nixon.
You wrote on which wave? What cycle was that? Which year?
Oh Lord, I think it was 2018. She rode in on popularity. She got reelected in 24 on the wave of Trump.
She votes with Trump, but like her at least local appeal is that she's managed to pass 4 bills, a couple for veterans, one for like water and drainage farmers, and one for like medication. And it's been the first time somebody in the Rio Grande Valley has passed a bill for the public in 40 years. So by turning the congressional level red, it would also help us promote the president. Now, while I never directly promoted Donald Trump, the ability to get people to vote red on a congressional level meant they had to go past the presidential level. And if they were going to vote red for Monica, stats show, at least Texas stats like UT Marist and the Dallas polling, and Dallas Morning News polling, stuff like that, that you have a greater chance of getting them to vote red at the top of the ticket. If they're going to go down the ticket and vote for Monica, they have to pass Trump, and more than likely, if they're going to vote for Monica, they're going to vote for Trump. So that's how my work connects. Brad, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
From my understanding, though, typically voting is downtown, not uptown. I haven't really heard too much.
I'm not saying that it's not. I'm saying by getting somebody to go down ballot and think Republican. Stats and political behaviors show in voters that they're more likely to vote at the top of the ticket for that party if they're going down the ticket to vote for the same party. You're more likely to vote for Trump if you're going to vote for Monica, basically.
Did she deliver? Like, what was general? What would we have? 20,000 votes on her?
So her first win was by like 5 points, her second win was by like 8 points, and her third win was by like 12.5 points. Something like that.
And she's still in office. She's been doing well.
Yes, sir. Like I said, she passed bills. She's the only girl up in the Rio Grande Valley to pass legislation for the valley in 40 years. Since our former Congressman, Ruben Hinojosa, who was tied in real well with the establishment in Congress, both Republican and Democrat, was able to get stuff in the Rio Grande Valley.
Marshall, if Donald Trump were to give you a call and offer you a job to work in his administration, maybe shaping policy, would you join the Trump administration and work for Donald Trump?
Hey, Abby, what's your question?
So I'm trying to find on my phone. We had it really kind of told us everything about each house and their voting patterns, and
so
you weren't going blindly. Like we had a lot of
there are several.
And I'm trying to.
There's one we have called Added Impact. We have one we have called Campaign Sidekick. One I use called I-360.
So wait, what you're saying is you wouldn't work for Donald Trump because you don't actually like Donald Trump. Got it.
Yeah, so I-360, I worked out when I helped manage a state rep or a state senate campaign. We had a lot of Trump within our state senate campaign, so I'm like not as big a fan of it as I was, say, 5 or 6 years ago. I find Numenor and the Abbott Impact Act in Texas to be a little bit more accurate than, say, I-360. The I-360 is still really aware. So, yeah.
Do you use it to knock on the doors?
For those unaware, what this means is like when I go to the door, I click on their house, and it says, for example, Mr. and Mrs. Gonzalez live there. Mrs. Gonzalez is 56, and she tends to vote Republican. Mr. Gonzalez is 66, and he tends to vote Democrat. And your target is Mrs. Gonzalez. So I knock on the door, and I talk to them, and I ask for Mrs. Gonzalez. We have a conversation, and at some point, she either says, well, Marshall, I'm happy to vote for Monica, or, thanks so much for your time, I'll talk to you later. Like one of those two things. But that's kind of how the guy at work.
And that's like 1 out of every 3 doors, because you knock on 3,000 doors just to get 1,000 conversations, right, Marshall?
So, Abby, did that answer your question?
It sort of. I mean, we had a lot more info than just that, and pretty much targeted those homes that we, that was a high percentage we were going to have success with it.
That's our software too.
Yeah.
Like, I'm in the persuasion model, so I'm getting independents and moderates. But once we transition to a GOTV model, all I'll be getting is the base.
That's interesting.
The worst part that I hated about I-360 was the fact that you would like go one or two, and then the next house wouldn't match the data that was in there. It would just be like.
I found that too. I found that the data in I-360 and Tempest often did not match the people.
That's interesting. Brad, were you going door to door for Donald Trump? I didn't know you were actually going door to door using software. How many conversations at the door fronts did you have, Brad? Did you beat Marshall? Did you beat Marshall?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's interesting. The other thing that we talk about sometimes, no matter what state you're in, my state has ballot harvesting. So we did.
Mine does too. We call them political chaos where I live.
And that really made a difference. I mean, we were able, and this last cycle, the Republicans really took advantage of the harvesting. And I think that helped really bring in a lot of votes. So, how many?
Wait, Abby, before you go to that next question, could we just jump back to education real quick? I didn't get to say what I wanted to say about education. Because through property taxes, we collect $1.2 trillion a year, and Department of Education has a budget of over $200 billion a year. And so when we're trying to figure out what's wrong with education, it could be all that property tax money that the liberal elite Democrats collect on the backs of every American every single year to fund their communist teacher unions. Sorry, I didn't want to jump past that point there.
Right. We can't avoid this over.
Of course we can avoid it. We can make state law, and we can do what I was doing and just ignore it.
Get rid of property taxes?
In my state, no. The government in my state is funded three ways. Through oil and natural gas sales, through property tax, executive order, and through property taxes, which seem to increase ever more, but which the state legislature seems to be on a path to eliminate, which means the Texas government loses lots of funding.
Easy read.
That means the communist teachers lose all the funding. That'd be great news.
I'm not saying we shouldn't have property taxes. What I am saying is the Texas government can't do what it's currently doing without the property taxes. We have to eliminate the amendment on Congressman that allows no income tax.
How about this? I got an idea. How about banning public sector unions? We used to have a ban on this years ago. Breaking up the teachers union, I think that's a great idea that was raised. These are public employees. Could public employees be able to unionize? We used to 100 years not allow this. So we should go back to that model because these unions have captured our government.
Absolutely. I used to work at the IRS, and I was in the National Treasury Employees Union. And guess what? Push came to shove after paying union dues for 5 years and getting sexually harassed and physically threatened at the workplace. Well, guess what? They decided not to represent me in the EEOC case. So I had to do all the work myself. And that's fine because these unions are nothing but integrated into the organizations themselves. They protect and conceal to keep the scam going. We need to shut down 80% of the government. It's completely broke and serving no purpose. Why file a tax return? They can just send you a fucking bill. The whole thing is a scam. The taxation industry, the education industry, these fake Republicans like Marshall and Brad here who go around and act like Republicans, but they're really just Democrat shills. I meet these guys all the time here in Illinois. They don't fight the Democrats. They're fake Republicans. They're nothing but liberals themselves. Marshall proves it day after day here. Brad the Viking Warrior here on Clubhouse is the same thing. And that's all they do. They're just grifters. They're not really conservatives. They don't care about fiscal conservatism. They don't care about eliminating the liberal elite intellectuals who are ruining. All right, I am complete. I've landed my plane.
People who doesn't like Lindsey Graham. It's one of the interesting elections in South Carolina. People trying to depose Lindsey Graham. There was the Project 2025 guy, Paul Dans. It ran to a lot of people in the state. Suddenly,
deciding they don't like Israel, which is interesting. Probably not reported on much, but it's a lot of people specifically trying to get Lindsey Graham out for that reason. But the usual normal reason people don't like Lindsey Graham is that he's kind of a rhino on other topics. So, Alice, do you have
doesn't he yield a decent amount of power in the Senate? I mean, as against fishermen. We had let me just say this, we had Harry Reid for years, who was just awful, and you had to hold your nose. I mean, he ran against a very like fringe Republican, and a lot of Republicans did not want to support that candidate, so they kept Reid in office. But he also, and just like Graham, I mean, he ended up as a majority leader. So this small state that we are, population, had this incredible power in Washington. So we kept him in. I mean, I would think in South Carolina, Graham is pretty senior in the Senate, and there's definitely an appeal to that, correct?
There are videos where people will go to his hometown and just boo for 7 minutes straight, because the accusation is that he spends only 1 month of each 6-year term actually interested in South Carolina. I mean, I'm not saying I believe the accusation, but the accusation is
pretty true.
The accusation is that he will lecture the people of South Carolina when there's a hurricane about how people have it worse in Israel. And actually, the election got pretty ugly. It's just a very small.
He's pretty focused on Iran, though. I mean, it seems to me his foreign focus was a lot more on Iran.
The truth is, no one likes Lindsey Graham. Nobody in his voting district, nobody in the country. Everybody hates Lindsey Graham.
Speaking, Lindsey Graham is more focused on geopolitics and foreign policy than he is states. You have a right to complain about him, and as such, like, the people do have a right in Carolina. However, he has pushed like various Republican agendas across the finish line on a national as well as geopolitical level.
The guy takes orders for F-45s over the telephone calls when prank calls call him and they say they're from Turkey and want to buy jets. The guy is a Raytheon salesman. Hello?
Like, I wouldn't listen to people on Clubhouse that tried to campaign on Clubhouse to win a fucking seat in an office that they filled. I'm just going to throw it out there.
That's the great thing about ad hominem projection. That's a you problem, Brad.
That's not ad hominem projection. Don't dodge it now.
Anyway, I asked him what the state dog was, because I had just seen something on TV about that particular dog. He knew right away. And then he just started telling me stuff about South Carolina. Like, he's not so far into a state. I mean, I guess I agree with you. His focus, he was on foreign affairs for so long. But has he produced for the state of South Carolina? I mean, just...
Guys, he's extremely parochial.
So extremely parochial? The guy's indebted the country $40 trillion. He's ruined the nation. He's a traitor. He's a schmuck. He's an F word. He's a P word. An F word and a P word. You can figure it out, right? F word, P word. That's what he is. F word, P word.
As a consequence of being such a senior member of the side, it means that the state gets a lot of things. In the same way, John Cornyn being a senior member of the Senate means that John Cornyn is able to bring the meat home for Texas. Right? Senators, to a really big degree, should be parochial. Right? They should.
Parochial? House of Cards with Kevin Spacey. That's what we're talking about. F word, P word. A P word. He's a P word and an F word.
Chosen by the state legislature usually was to represent the trading interests of the state. Right? So senators really do have a place in representing the large business interests. And
yeah, he works for Raytheon. He takes orders over the phone direct for new fighter jets, personally.
Getting me ignoring you. Like, I'm ignoring you. What you're saying doesn't matter. You're not okay.
at least have the decency as a former candidate to wait till somebody's done speaking. So all I'm saying, it's extremely important for the people of South Carolina to consider the seniority of Lindsey Graham and what he brings home to the state. I'm not saying he's a perfect guy. I'm not saying he's a guy that cares about domestic issues super well. But I am saying the senators should be parochial. They should care about their state. And if you have a senior one, they can bring a lot of meat home for the public. I'm not that should be considered when people think about getting rid of them. If you get a junior member, they're a backbencher for years.
Wouldn't you say, Marshall, that people in Senate that are involved in foreign affairs, you can make the same argument about Cotton too, that most of the public persona is about their position on foreign affairs, and would people argue he's not good for his state?
If I were to ask you, what are the top earmarks and pork products that came out of the Congress people, you won't even tell me who it is and how much and where. I already know these numbers. Number one pork product in Jersey for $150 million by a congressman. If that's the type of meat you're talking about bringing home while the national deficit skyrockets past $40 trillion and monthly annual interest payments exceed $100 billion. $100 billion. That's $3.3 billion a day.
Currently, you also have his whole disaster relief. Granted, I think it still wasn't accurately done, but he did bring that money going home. And his water infrastructure project that he brought that massive, I forget how much money, he put that at the top of the list and made sure that was going on. So Carolina does owe him some because he doesn't really necessarily forget him. His primary focus is always when he takes a soundbite, it's always on foreign affairs. And I agree, he should.
Yeah, he hangs out with Reza Pahlavi and goes to his little soirees. Oh, you don't like the truth about Reza Pahlavi and Lindsey Graham's relationship?
And just screaming at him.
That's okay. P words and F words. You all know he's a P word, right? Lindsey Graham's an F word too. F word and a P word.
Should really just.
Insurrected for governor in South Carolina. Is Nancy Mace in that race?
That's right. My sister in the long gray line, Nancy. Nancy.
I think she's a positive figure, but they're currently I think tomorrow they're going to redistrict when it goes. So the maps of who runs what part of the state might completely change. So I don't even know how they're going to.
Here's the crazy. Joe, and others. Wait. Here's the other thing, Joe. With it, get rid of Lindsey Graham. Who replaces him? Who's the power dynamic that has as much pull as he does?
Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about. Lindsey Graham has significant challenges. Lynch is a businessman from South Carolina that is significantly challenging him. He's got two others, Paul Dans and Patrick Herman.
Paul Dans came out.
Yeah, he's good.
He supported Mark Lynch, right? Mark Lynch is now moving up. Right now, it appears like at least Lindsey Graham will have a significant challenge. But what makes this different, hold on, in previous years, Lindsey Graham has never really faced it.
I agree with all that in the campaign world. But without Lindsey Graham, think about this. Would Trump have been able to push his agenda through? Lindsey Graham has been one of the...
Lindsey Graham has been a heel in Trump's presidency.
You know what? I mean, a lot of things Lindsey Graham has been able to stave off he helped in staving off two fucking impeachments. He's also been one of the chorus boys. To be honest, but you put a junior senator in there, Lindsey Graham, you take him out, okay, right now you're looking at power. Who has it?
Okay, Lindsey Graham tanked the midterms in 2018. He put up a bill that had no chance to pass of getting rid of abortion. Do you remember this? And there was such outrage that the Democrats used that to campaign off of, to push the 2018 election into where the Democrats got support from it. Lindsey Graham's responsible for doing that.
See, I push back on that one. I think Trump won out on that one because he gave abortion back to the states, and like we just have to own it. Like I'm pro-life. Wait.
After the fact. Hold on. The ruling of the overturning of Roe versus Wade occurs after that.
Correct. But Trump was never on board with that. Like that wasn't part of his agenda. He never really was.
So why did Lindsey Graham put it up?
Because
it was to taint the Republican support.
No, it wasn't, because that's actually what he believes in. Like that's
hold Trump down.
No, that was literally what the Republican Party had wanted, like a significant number of that at that time. Remember, there was a lot of support for that on the Republican.
The timing of it. He knew exactly what it was. It was just.
I think that's a big. I think that's a conspiracy theory. I think he really thought he could get it through. I'm fully aware. We all lived it.
In the Senate.
I mean, come on. I mean, he advocated for that for the longest time. So did a shit ton of Republicans. Advocated since Reagan's era.
I don't disagree. They hold the position. I don't think they actually support it. But
well, I mean, that's a whole different thing. They do cheer it on all the time. Lindsey Graham went up there and thought, you know what, we're going to put this on the ballot and actually create the divide. His problem was he didn't read the tea leaves. Like, at that time, I think he was looking back towards, there was going to be more people that were anti-abortion. The abortion bill, the Democrats got their one and done, and actually it benefited Trump. Like, in reality, they blew their entire wad in that midterms, and then they had to push Joe Biden across the finish line, which you got 4 years of Democrats, which now gave us 12 years of Republican rule possible. So now you have 12 years of Republicanism versus, having a fucking, I don't know, who would have been up on that? Gavin Newsom after Trump's second term. Like, now you have a chance for 12 years. So, yeah, maybe he mistimed it. Maybe he was going with, hey, we have power, we can push this through, and he really wanted to do it. And a lot of Republicans were backing that. A lot of evangelicals were backing that. A lot of coalitions were backing it. But at the same time, it benefited Trump.
Joe was the chairman of the budget. Did you know he was the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee? I didn't realize that.
I remember specifically that the timing of it was done to tank Trump. This was what was talked about. It wasn't like there was major support for it. It's not even there isn't even major support for banning of abortion when you poll Americans. So I'm in the minority for that.
I honestly think he thought it could be a last-ditch grab.
Okay, but then move on. You got the big, beautiful. I'm trying to say he's the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, so he got the beautiful bill passed. So I would say he redeemed himself. With respect to other legislation, he also went after the JCPOA, fought that like tooth and nail. I mean, but staying domestically, we got Trump's legislation through. And that's a question. What I was asking, how do you vote out of office your senator that runs the budget committee? I mean, that's powerful.
Trump bent the knee to the establishment Senate Republicans this term compared to him bucking them in the first term. Senate Republicans showed them that they run the show in Washington. And to get anything done, Trump had to come tuck his tail in between his legs and side with them and continue going with some of what they wanted to do. Here we are with the Iran war and stuff like that. So, look, I just see it differently in the sense that
but Trump wanted to go after Iran. Like that was from his first term.
It was clearly also Lindsey Graham has wanted to go to war.
But Lindsey Graham never advocated for a Newland or a Bolton policy. He's advocated for more of stronger fucking sanctions. That's what he's pretty much.
Lindsey Graham, it's famous for saying bomb Iran. He goes on Fox News all the time talking about how we should just bomb Iran. He's been doing that for over a decade.
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta look at his actions.
Iran when he's not on television.
Yeah, you gotta look beyond Fox News. You gotta watch him on C-SPAN.
his public position on Iran has been to go to war with Iran when no one else was for the, publicly doing it. Lindsey Graham was. This is literally Graham's war he's been wanting to do for a decade.
I think back in the day he used to be friends with McCain. Is that right? He used to be friends with McCain, and he and McCain shared that view. McCain used to come around South Carolina. There's a video of him in Myrtle's Inlet, which is near Myrtle Beach, and he campaigned in 2007 when he was against Obama. He was saying he was caught singing "Bomb, Bomb, Bomb Iran," and the Democrats didn't like this. Obama, I think, made a point, but in hindsight, he was quite wise. But I think Lindsey Graham I would say Lindsey Graham seemed to have bridged the McCain world with the Trump world.
But Democrats wanted to bomb Iran. Like the Democrat policy was to be tougher on Iran. In fact, that was their campaign slogan: is we're much more tougher on Iran than the Republicans. That was literally their for 25 fucking years. That's literally been their entire slogan. Like Hillary Clinton said, I'll blow them up. Obama, even on the campaign trail in 2008, said, I will deal with Iran. I'll solve it. And they won't be able to do any of that stuff. He was like, I'll draw a red line in the sand. That didn't go over well. And so we're sitting here going, yeah, the Democrats were kind of soft. No, they had a different approach. Hillary wanted to blow the fucking Iran off of the planet. Then you had the Newland approach, Bolton approach, and Trump backed down on he used Bolton as a proxy, like a pawn. Like, hey, if you guys don't fucking act right, I'm going to bring Bolton in. I'm going to execute his plan. And they were like, oh, no, we don't want this. So now, all of a sudden, Trump is dealing with Iran, but he always said that he was going to deal with it. Lindsey Graham saying, yeah, we should go to war with Iran or whatever. Yeah, the Fox News bites, that doesn't mean shit. You got to actually watch the Senate floor, and you got to actually watch what they say when it comes to War Powers Acts and what they give their speeches on. You have to sit there and pull that in.
What did he really say then, Brad? If you're saying it, because he's had the public position to go to war with Iran for 15 years.
He can't go to war. First off, it's Lindsey Graham. He can't unilaterally go to war. That's absurd.
I don't even know what you're arguing.
But he's never advocated. In fact, he put measurements and he was like, we need to find a way to deal with Iran. He had bipartisan support. He was cheering on bipartisan support. I mean, it's just absurd not to recognize that. He had Democrats and him and fucking Cruz and everybody else cheering on about we need to deal with Iran. All of these guys used to sit there and have the same fucking stream of thought.
It's what I said. It's the establishment Republican wing of the party. Trump had to play ball with them rather than buck them in the first term. Because let's remember, when Trump badmouthed McCain, Lindsey Graham became a thorn in Trump's ass. So look, this all goes that I pushed back on the position that Lindsey Graham has been great with Trump. No, I think it's the opposite. I think Trump had to play ball with Lindsey Graham and the establishment Republicans, the Thunes, the McConnells. And, I mean, that's how I
see it. Of course he had to play ball with them. I mean, that's part of our system. The president is not a king. So he can't fucking just do it.
I realized the mummy was so alive. The 1,000-year-old mummy.
No, it's not. He brought them the heel. Literally, you're watching it right now. Indiana just flipped completely. Everybody that was, quote, established Republican or incumbent, everybody that Trump endorsed, 9 out of 10, fucking came up and won. Overwhelmingly. So, all of the tea is written on the walls right now. It's all, the signs are glowing. Hey, Trump has actually officially took over the Republican Party. It is what it is. Whether you like it or not, whether you hate him, it doesn't really fucking matter. But his policies and his agenda are there, and Lindsey Graham has helped push the majority of his fucking policies across the finish line. I don't like the twat waffle, but I can tell you what, I appreciate the fact that, hey, I don't have Lindsey Graham really fucking around like Mitch McConnell played the fucking footsie games with, but I can sit there and go, you know what, Lindsey Graham? At least you're fucking whipping up votes, making sure people are following his fucking agenda. And Trump seems to have you on lock rather than the other way around.
What votes are they whipping? What has the Republican Senate done?
Did they not put constraints on? They didn't put any constraints on the fucking president for the Iran thing, right?
He played within the 60 days. So once they,
well, I mean, they had that vote 4 fucking times, and they didn't fucking put constraints on. Who do you think solidified that? Do you think it was just, they unanimously? No, these fucking twat waffles all fucking talk together. They all fucking whip each other up.
So I mean, other than the big beautiful bill that was pushed through, what has the Republican Senate delivered?
Literally judges,
White House,
Supreme Court, White House
security, the immigration enforcement.
Seriously?
No, they did money. Hold on, for immigration enforcement, they did money, right?
So you need to pay those people. You need the money to actually go overwhelmingly. Go ahead.
All this big beautiful bill. What is some policy?
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department. We're issuing a 20%
I'm literally not.
Where the gin is cold, but the piano's hot. It's just a noisy hall where there's a mentally brawl.
The House is voting on bills.
Where the gin is cold.
But I mean, you got all your appointments.
That was big, beautiful bill. I did the first time they Trump Look, I'm a Republican. I'm just calling into question that the Republican establishment in the Senate hasn't let a lot of stuff go through. They're not focused on any new domestic policy outside of the big beautiful bill. I think the federal bill was very comprehensive, did a lot, funded ICE for 4 years. All that stuff was very clever, but they really haven't done anything else significance.
I mean, they supported the tariffs, the DEI restrictions. They helped the energy and regulation rollbacks. They did election. No, he can't do that unilaterally. Like, you understand that the Senate Congress actually fucking pull that back, right? Like, that power doesn't solely rest with him. So he does need senatorial support. The same thing with his energy and regulatory rollbacks and the reconstruction of those. He also did, the Senate also did the workforce changes. I mean,
the housing affordability.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had the Laken Riley Act. You had, a number of things now, and also the appointments. They're appointing fucking judges left, right, and center. But those go under the radar.
But this, I know.
Water infrastructure, the nuclear modernization. Bringing all the nuclear plants back online again.
So deregulate.
Sell stocks and cryptocurrency.
But I mean, you know what it takes to deregulate. Like, you have to sit there and you have to get those passed through discussions. That's not like an easy thing to just roll back like tens of fucking thousands of regulations and say, oh hey, you ain't doing nothing. Like, the calendar's pretty fucking full.
Then the question is, do you think this has been a successful Republican Senate term?
Yes. So far, yes. Like, they have given the latitude for Trump to actually execute his administration because he couldn't get it passed through Congress thanks to the Dems because it's a narrow margin. Hell, it's even narrow in the Senate, really, if you want to be honest. So, like, what they have done is just shielded Trump to allow him to effectively go ahead and do it, while they've basically targeted areas that they actually could. I mean, I don't know what you want them to do with a narrow margin. Like, you need the Marshalls of the world to put fucking more Republicans out there, but you're arguing against a Marshall And then you're saying, well, I want to get rid of one of the biggest powerhouses in that fucking Republican Senate, but I want this other guy who will have no pull, no power, no fucking connections, and no ability to sway votes. You want to replace Lindsey Graham? Like, I'm with you. Fine, get rid of Lindsey Graham, but tell me who's going to take Lindsey Graham's place. And it's not going to be the newly elected senator that's going to be able to have that power. Who is it, Thune? Like, Thune's got power, but you can't chip away all the leadership and say, hey, you know what? I want to get rid of all these guys, because when they're all junior, guess what? They don't have the power. They just don't.
I also want to say something else that they did. I mean, if you watch the hearings and you see also in the beginning of this administration, a lot of the exposure of people that were in different agencies that were brought in front of them. I mean, maybe that was part of the Doge thing, but that coupled with kind of getting rid of or making sure that the progressives within the Senate did not get their policies through. I mean, a lot of what they did was also on the defensive, not just what they passed, but making sure what didn't get through, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get where it's coming from. I'm just going to tell you, there's going to be a lot of voters that have this.
No, I get it. But see, my response is if you were to play back what you just said,
they haven't delivered enough wins. I'll give you an example. We have right now a bill that's supported by 80% of the public, and they're not moving forward with the Save America Act. It's been pushed heavily by Michael Lee. It's not moving forward. It's heavily supported by the American people. John Thune says it.
He sees the intensity of the violent flame.
It's been voted on many times by the House. It's not going to go anywhere. So there's definitely a disconnect.
But there is one thing,
Country
it is
club
the hour of the
establishment,
harvest.
Republican Party, and the voters.
Who are mixed, and daughters of Alpha and Omega, upon the situation.
They don't have the 60 votes. What do you like? They're right. It's a non-starter. They don't have the votes. And then on top of that, you're going to have the filibuster. You're going to take their time. You're going to take their calendar away for other agendas. They just do not have the votes. The problem is that you don't have the votes this term. Unfortunately, that's just the way the map and the math work. Like the Republicans are going to retain the Senate. Like there's really like a less than 1% chance that they're going to actually fucking lose it. Like even fucking Edmund could fucking run this fucking campaign for the Senate and actually succeed, and that's saying a lot. So like the idea that they're going to lose this, no. I mean, even the Democrats don't have a real big playbook. That's why they're not dumping as much money. Look at where they're spending that. They're trying to win House seats.
And now lobby control.
Yeah.
And the chamber of the Senate will remain Republican, or at least more like as your dad's husband likely. The House is going to go Democrat.
Well, I don't know about that because the maps are going to change. I still say 50-50, flip a coin, and that's how you can tell. And it's going to be 4 + 4 - 4, one way or the other.
Okay, so there was one time in Texas history, 2001, we had a 1-seat majority in the House. The next election, we retained a vast majority of representatives. We currently have a 1-seat majority in the House. So you could be right. Maybe a scenario in which like that 1-seat margin grows.
Correct. And so I'm sitting here going, yeah, like the Senate, just unfortunately, yeah, I wish the Save America Act would pass. I mean, there's issues I have with the bill itself. I think it could be a lot more. Trump is really good at running on vagueness and allowing interpretation to be like fought out in the courts. But at the end of the day, I still think that this would be a good thing for America. But when we look at it, he just doesn't have the votes. Like, where is he going to get them? What contrition do you want them to do with the Democrats to get them to switch sides and vote for it? Like, you have to play that math.
Okay. Listen, they have the votes to get rid of the filibuster.
And if you get rid of it, why would you do that?
The Democrats aren't going to do it.
No, they won't. No, they won't. They will absolutely.
They've argued.
Harry Reid didn't do it.
They've argued for 20 plus years they want to get rid of the filibuster. They've never done it. Here's the problem. Here's the reason the Republicans don't do this. If we do it, we get to say that, and maybe 2 or 3 other bills. But then, when the Democrats are in control of the chamber, they will be able to force everything and their mother down our throat without our consent. And it won't matter. And it won't matter because we got rid of the very rule that would stop them from doing it in the first place. And if we think it's inevitable, that we should look at the last 15 to 20 years of them promising they would do it. They've never done it. And they don't, probably the way the map is arranged, they don't have enough members who agree to get rid of it to actually vote for it.
No, listen, it was down to 2 senators from them overturning it last time. It was Sinema and Manchin, and they're no longer in the Senate.
So, and the guy from Philadelphia.
Let me finish my thought, okay? So we're not dealing with the Democrat Party from 20 years ago. This isn't Harry Reid anymore. You see the newly elected Democrats in Virginia and what they're floating.
Is this like the papacy?
Of changing, enforcing
Why do
retirements.
Republican voters decide on the 4-year term Republican leadership position? Why is this so highly manipulated and controlled by fake Republicans?
I get it.
Why every ballot there are no Republican candidates for judges? Why do Republicans have no power and are controlled by weak rhino Democrat control freaks who can't slate or stop Democrats from dominating Chicago and Cook County, etc.? Hello?
Now that they're going to get the votes, it will happen inevitably.
If they get rid, so think about it. They have to be in power to get rid of the filibuster. So they have to actually go ahead and do it. The Republicans are not going to give up a weapon that they will be able to use and force the Democrats to actually give up and force them to take time off the clock to end the fucking filibuster. The weird thing would be to sit there and go, hey, you know what? Let's take what little time on the calendar there is, remove the filibuster, have these arguments. Let's go on for fucking, what would it be, Marshall? At least 3 months? I'm arguing about it. Yeah. And so take all that time and say, hey, you know what? We're going to dedicate it to the filibuster. And then say, hey, we're going to get rid of it. No, let the Democrats burn through that. Why would we even conceive of doing that?
Is this like the papacy? Why don't Republican voters decide on the 4-year term Republican 4-year term Republican? Why is this so highly manipulated and controlled by fake Republicans? Why on every ballot there are no Republican candidates for judges? Why do Republicans have no power and controlled by weak rhino Democrat control freaks who can't slate or stop Democrats from dominating Chicago? Hello?
Kind of fucking important to help stabilize energy production, things along those lines. You're thinking just ending the filibuster, but again, I'm telling you, they would be stupid of us to waste our fucking time doing that. Let the Democrats waste their time doing that.
It's really hard to get the 60 votes, by the way. It's just next to impossible.
Yeah, because the Democrat Party doesn't want the country with us. Many of their supporters want to kill us. Even some of their politicians have advocated for killing Republicans.
I was talking to, we have an issue in our state, obviously, and it actually is in your state too, because you have the same thing legalized there. In the big beautiful bill, they screwed over the losses versus wins for people that are in casinos and gamble. And there are casinos all over the country. It's not just Nevada. It's New Jersey. It's Louisiana. It's many states. And they one of the senators from Nevada, who's a Democrat, brought it up and could not get the 60 votes, even though this is an issue, bipartisan, that affects many states and many industries and constituents in those states. I think she got 57 or 58 votes and could not get over the 60 threshold. I mean, it's just really hard, and that was a bipartisan issue. It's just, and it's also hard, is what they say, to get something onto the floor of the Senate in general.
It's hard to get a solid thinner agenda. But the point of the filibuster is it is the protection of minority rights in the Senate. And as convenient as it would be to get rid of it, the founders really genuinely intended for there to be. The founders didn't create it. The founders never created this. No, the founders did not create it. It was created. It was created in the early 1800s as Senate rule. And the reason it was created was because there was no way to end debate in the Senate chamber. The getting rid of the filibuster wasn't just changing through a 50+1 calculus. It makes it so debate is absolutely endless. So the filibuster
I like the way you put this stuff.
hold the floor.
Looking
It does.
for white sauce?
Get rid of the rule called cloture.
Do you put white sauce?
Is it vote for 60 votes? My point is the chamber, if you get rid of the filibuster, runs by endless debate.
You put white sauce on white bread?
Despite the son of a bitch and corrupt motherfucker that guy was the first dude since 1865 to get the chamber to run in a functional manner. And part of that problem was continuous debate without end. No cloture. Stop the Senate from functioning that. If the Senate decides to go to a place where cloture is done, and it's endless debates all the time, no matter what.
I'm John Kitover with John Kitover News Network breaking news alert fighting.
Would get very frustrated
Israel and Iran.
very quickly if the Senate of the United States was not able to end debate on a matter that they disagreed with because they got rid of the filibuster.
This is Ellen.
Like, are fucking funny.
Exactly. So you can be able to have a filibuster on a mandatory funding bill, right? So you want to fund the military? Well, guess what? They can endlessly filibuster that bill. And as long as they can talk, that bill gets held up. There's no ability for closure. There's no ability to end debate. There's no ability to stop the passage.
Okay, you made your point. You don't have to keep repeating. Listen, what we deal with today is if one senator objects for the unanimous consent request to move forward, then they don't even have to debate. Okay, so what we're dealing. Oh, come on now. What
that is Rand Paul. Rand Paul does that all the time.
Let me make the point. Okay, what we had previously was endless debate where they actually had to go on the floor and debate this. However, now what we're dealing with is where they don't have
filibuster because
so it's not like all of a sudden everything's better because of this rule. They should have to go on the floor. We need to get rid of at least the zombie filibuster where they can just avoid even debating the topic.
But I agree that you should get rid of the part of the filibuster where you're allowed to email the parliamentarian in the Senate and put hold. Rand Paul does that all the time.
It was Rand Paul that actually started that bullshit. Like you do realize that that's awful. Actually, some reason I haven't had that format today.
He just literally anything in the list on that. Anytime you puts a list together. If it's people that's a list of places, if it's a list of anything, Rand Paul objects. It makes them ability, and then the objectability of being addressed in unanimous consent and can't pass it. Right? You want the Senate to function. Stop people like Rand Paul from the zombie filibuster. Get rid of the ability from the parliamentarian. Make people hold the full.
Marshall, he's only filibustering because he's questioning the spending. You just want the spending to be ignored and kick it out the door. What is wrong with you? Hello?
It's a function of the U.S. Senate. If the Senate can't function, which it can't.
We're talking about why he filibusters in the same way why you filibuster. And Viking filibusters here on Clubhouse. You guys are the fake Republican filibuster hypnosis guys on Clubhouse. Texas Republicans. This is what filibustering means. Let them project their filibustering. Please proceed to filibuster. Hello?
comes down to is yes, the Republicans can't pass a SAVE Act because you have to have 60. You can't because you have to have 60 votes.
Joe, you have every right to be mad and upset. Wait, you have a right to.
No, you don't have to talk for me. I can talk. Look, the zombie filibuster was not invented by Rand Paul. It's been around and it's been used heavily.
No, but Rand Paul is the greatest user of it.
Hey, can I talk, bro? I'll let y'all sit here and make your points. It's been since the 1970s and 80s. It's been heavily used. So this is a cop out to blame it on Rand Paul. This has existed for over 50 years, pretty regularly. And look, voters are frustrated with the Republican Senate. You can make excuses for it. However, it doesn't change that voters are frustrated with them, and that's why I think Republicans shouldn't rest on their laurels on this midterm.
I'm sorry, we shouldn't.
There's, by the way, there's a 1962 movie.
50+1 chamber. It was never, it's not meant to function that way.
Marshall, you're going to have to eventually figure out where you're going to get your hearing aids and find out how much it's going to cost for your hearing aids, Marshall. Kmart, I hear, has good deals.
The zombie filibuster came in and it dominated in the procedural reforms of 1972 to 1975. And are you pushing back on the dates that I've listed?
No, sir, I'm not. In fact, you and I agree that getting rid of the zombie filibuster would be a good idea. I think the filibuster should still exist, but I think the ability to email the parliamentarian and put a hold on legislation should absolutely be eliminated. Right? I really genuinely don't believe we are eliminating minority rights in the Senate.
I don't think we should get rid of it. Like it would be detrimental to us. Like Biden had problems. Do you remember all the times that actually the Senate Republicans kind of thwarted Biden's agenda? Do you remember a few of those? You want to end that and give it to Kamala Harris? You want to give her the Senate on full tilt?
Biden's agenda, like giving Stacey Abrams $2 billion at the end of the day, passing out trillions of dollars in COVID scams. His agenda, you mean his frauds, his scams, his larceny, and the Democrat pilfering of our treasury.
So to make your argument, there's a 1962 movie, very famous movie called Advise and Consent with Henry Fonda. And it's basically about drama in the Senate. And one of the famous scenes in the movie is the lengthy filibuster and just the drama and how the filibuster screws everything up there. But it's a great movie. I don't know if you've ever seen it. But it's 1962 that came out.
Look, this isn't what the founders intended. I understand why they do it, and I understand why they went with the zombie filibuster after what happened during the civil rights era in the 1960s, how awful some of that was. It's because the politicians don't want to go on the record. Because the longer that they can advocate for their positions silently without ever being put on the record, we can't, as voters, hold them accountable for taking positions we disagree with them on.
Fully agreed. I think you hit the nail on the head.
Look, Abraham Lincoln was one of the greatest filibusters this country's ever had, next to Marshall Rankin and Viking here, who apparently need to get their hearing aids checked because they pretend that people don't exist and they just talk as if they know everything. But they don't know what a good filibuster is. So I'm going to tell you what a good filibuster is. It's somebody who won't sit down and let guys like Marshall filibuster hypnosis you until focused on stupid shit. Not priorities, not paying down the debt, cutting spending, being pragmatic.
Probably make the agreement people have in debates, like getting that stuff in committee, would probably make this a lot easier. So if I really do, I totally agree.
Filibuster.
I need to get rid of the zombie filibuster. You're right there. I think the filibuster itself should stay, but the zombie filibuster absolutely ought to go. It's outlived its usefulness.
A lot more faith in the Democrats not, jamming through their agenda.
No, it's not that I have faith. I just don't think the Republicans being the people to get rid of it, the narrative after that will be good for us.
If we then insist later on, guys, you ain't having your shit shoved down our throat, the answer will be, don't look at us. You fucking did this shit, not me. I'm operating by your rules. Right? If we maintain that the filibuster should be there and minority rights should exist, then we maintain.
It just says the same thing every day. It's so stupid.
Democrats be the people that want to be authoritarian, not us.
Well, look, I mean, we've hashed this out largely. My animosity is still with the Senate Republicans, and it has been for decades. It's been one of my biggest gripes is the Mitch McConnell wing of the party. Sure, a blind hog stumbles upon an acorn every once in a while. They get some victories here and there that I support. They don't necessarily represent the interests of the grassroots right-wing populists, and they haven't. And I think Trump wasted an opportunity. However, he learned his lesson the first go-round in Washington that if you want to get anything done, and if you want to have support, you better play ball with the major players like the Lindsey Grahams. Now, I agree, he is a major player. But we'll see. We'll see what happens if the Democrats, as they prepare for life with the Republican Party after Trump, will they stab Trump in the back? I don't know. Look,
I don't know, and I'll buy you a beer from
these Republican senators are snakes, bro. They go with the wind at any time they have an opportunity, and they only look out for their own ass.
A couple of things, Joe. Like, I have my contentions with Mitch McConnell. There are things that, like, I can go throughout history and say, yeah, I don't agree with Mitch McConnell, and we could all beat up on Mitch McConnell, but to sit there and say the motherfucker didn't hand us the courts across the nation and the Supreme Court, that feat alone has to give me like, all right, dude, I get it. I didn't like some of your antics. I didn't like some of your bullshit. I didn't like some of your positions, but you gave us a fucking monumental. And to be fair, Mitch McConnell gave the progressives a win. He gave them states' rights over abortion. The progressives are just too stupid to realize they won on that front. But the overall thing was that he actually got, like, you have to look at what the Supreme Court has overturned. Like that, get rid of Roe v. Wade, but like the Chevron decision, like they had all of these different things that they had did, and you're sitting there going, all right, now it's back in Congress's hands where it belongs, and you basically Mitch McConnell, you really have them walls. You also owe Joe Biden a smidge of gratitude because thanks to him, and then the whole you owe the Democrats like a lot of also for all the attempts to the progressives. You should have definitely thanked the Dems for creating that shit show that you didn't like. So, Mitch McConnell gave us not just a
for word
victory, but he gave us a all-time administration victory. Now, think about this. If like Vance or Rubio loses next term and a Democrat's in office, it's a conservative court. We can all a constitutionalist.
So Reagan
now
and Biden
they can't legislate through the Supreme Court to get their doctrine.
Because they pretend that people don't exist and they just
kind of
talk as
protected.
if they
Like
know
Mitch
everything.
McConnell put up
But
a
they don't know
security
what
net,
a filibuster
and I
is.
got
I'm
handed
telling
to
you
the
what
man.
a filibuster
He's a
is.
fucking
It's
genius.
somebody
I don't
who
like
won't sit down and like guys like Marshall filibuster hypnosis you to focus on stupid shit, not priorities, not paying all the debt, cutting spending, being pragmatic.
Basically about drama.
The one that side, like it took us literally 6 days to get there. And we fought tooth and nail, and Mitch McConnell never gave up. He never stopped. He kept charging forward. He kept playing the politics game. And unfortunately, it is a circus. You have to recognize what it is. You have to figure out how to politically outmaneuver your opponent.
the progressive vanguard.
You're thinking wanted to make money out to be able to say, no, stop that. And we now have it. Mitch McConnell set that up. He gave it to us. Now we can do that for at least, I don't know, maybe a decade more. And now we're pretty good. You now have Trump, who shifted a lot of the Republicans over. Hats off to him. He's got, a little bit. But the time frames that you're asking about, you also have to remember there are moderates. And unfortunately, MAGA at that time wasn't going to win elections. You needed the moderates. You needed conservatives. You needed every other entity outside of MAGA. So if you, as MAGA, couldn't win on your own and you needed help, then you have to realize you have to give something to that side. Trump recognized it. Everybody else recognized it. And even Vance recognized it. And he's not even MAGA, to be honest. His policies are definitely, they cross over, but they're not necessarily in alignment with MAGA if you actually listen to where his stances are on things. But he's, Rubio, he's more of he shifts a little bit over, a little bit more to the center as well. You have to play with the center. You have to draw votes in from the center. If you can't do that, you lose. Hats off. My case in point, my evidence to this is Kamala Harris's campaign. If you cannot pull the moderates, you will fucking lose in abysmal failure.
Trump created the largest coalition for the Republican Party since the early 1900s. He created the largest.
If you can't read your phone up close and watch TV from across the room with the same pair of glasses,
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. How do you feel? Ladies and gentlemen, the network news hour with Sybil the Soothsayer.
The broad tend to give us a ball enough coalition to win every time. Like he did a really good job in 24 at that.
Yeah, so the coalition is cracking. But look, I want to move this just a little bit. Wednesday, there's going to be a major announcement about the 2020 election. Kash Patel's been on the record talking about this, that they're going to be releasing information about that the 2020 election was stolen and that Trump actually did win it. Now, how would it make people feel if it comes to find out that it wasn't only Democrats but also Republicans that had their hand in it?
I'm gonna have to eat a whole lot of crow, because I've said for at least 5 years.
Well, you've been going hard on it wasn't stolen. You got a lot of crow to eat. Something goes up.
It's going to be released by Kash Patel. I think it's Wednesday, but maybe. Wait, let me look at that. I'll look again at it. Do you remember? Did you hear about this, Matt?
I saw little bits of it. I just haven't had a chance to follow up on it. But so they have an official date now, kind of like.
I think so. I think Kash was on one of the Sunday shows and said this this weekend. Let me pull it up. I'll get some more details for you.
I was curious, like what. He obviously didn't give out too many details because I'd be curious to see how he will end up showing that part of things. You know what I mean? I wonder what it actually looks like. I wonder if it's direct evidence or it's kind of like the whole subtle evidence that something fishy was going on. Interesting.
What he has said is that he's promising arrests. That there will be arrests that this leads to.
Damn. I mean, I know a lot of people call this crazy when it came to this, but all we've asked is if this is true, this is like tragic. I mean, this complete undermining of our democracy. I don't know what you even do. I don't know how you even recover. They better not hope that they have like a ton of good evidence, because I don't know what you do. Like if I was said,
we crushed them politically.
And to our top story now, our long debate ended with a unique.
Is that
either them or us? That's
what we're saying. Will that activate that? I mean, I don't know. If this comes out, it's like we're looking at another side that's literally looking for our demise. It might just trigger something like that, right? Like it's just like let's just all go ham and get the filibuster, I don't know.
Just hit them with.
Democrats who are slime. Trump. For a long
Just hit them
time.
with the dopamine.
Okay, AJR, thank you for adding. And I just feel like we're at a boiling point with these people. I mean, they want to hold their boot on our throat. And I'm just, more concerned with the Democrats' authoritarianism. And look, maybe my solution's wrong. Maybe we should save face, turn the other cheek, like we've been doing for many years. I just feel like that if and when the Democrats ever get power again, they are going to seek retribution. They have promised this. And we saw what they did to Trump supporters.
You can't get the money from property and sales taxes. Just hit them with the dopamine. Because why would a city down the liability of a casino business that won't turn a profit?
People that organized tea parties in America during Obama's term, where he punished them by using the IRS to go after them. We have seen that many of these Democrats they don't want a country with us. They advocate, they cheered on the murder of Charlie Kirk. And I don't have the solution on what to do outside of my natural instinct of saying we better do something before they do.
So you believe that Charlie Kirk's dead?
Yeah, we're not going to get out. What we are talking about, though, is the allegation that the 2020 election was stolen and that arrests are going to come out. Cash Patel talked about that.
Do you believe that Epstein's dead?
What happens to the electors that were arrested in Nevada? There's a bunch of them. They haven't released, they haven't dropped the charges. It was appealed. You know which ones they were? They called fake electors.
An alternate slope. I remember when that happened.
Yeah, it's an alternate. They still have charges against.
That's supposed to be legal to be able to put up alternate slates.
I know, but it's it went all the way to the state Supreme Court here. They upheld it.
Damn. They did that to people in Michigan too. The Biden administration was going after them. I don't know. I think things are real bad with our country, and that I'm not sure we really we're clearly in a cold civil war with these people. Do people agree or disagree?
Oh, I feel like it is. It started on a lower level of just people arguing. Now it's really splitting families, and people are not hiring other people. It's gone up to the next level.
Is there anything more than undermining our Democrat process of electing our a duly elected president by the people, to undermine him with Crossfire Hurricane? We already know they did that.
Exactly.
We already know that time that a coup was attempted. We already know that they spied on Trump's campaign. Now, if it comes out and arrests occur about the election in 2020 was actually stolen, I mean, where do we go forward from here? There are some of us that have been pretty convinced that this is how it's been, and now it's only getting worse. So if we allow these people to have power again, what are they going to do to us next time?
Well, that's what I was trying to get at, is I don't know what you do going forward, right, Joe? I mean, it's like,
right, I don't know.
Like, who wants to live with people that completely take away everything you believe? Like, I don't even know, I don't know what you do. I think, unfortunately, we go down the road we all don't want to go down. I mean, I don't know. If you don't want to live with people a certain way, I guess either you separate from them or you in a different way. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
that's why I'd say the 2020 election and the allegations and everything that was leveled against the other side really needed to be resolved in a lot of ways. It can't just be simmering around like this. And it looks like, I don't know, we'll see what Cash Patel has, but I mean, I guess the only good news, if it seems like it's not like totally direct evidence, like we have literally, if we have people saying that what they're doing certain things, that'd be really bad, you know? But if we have like, you know, there was a suggestion of this and that, and, you know, maybe we can avoid a lot of a huge mess of things. But man, if they come out and they're just like, we have this particular individual who is working with this individual, and they literally were changing things, and I don't even know, like, just wow. And they get Trump. Go ahead. No, I was just gonna say we have Trump, who's been completely maligned and completely removed from having a voice on this matter, and who knows what he'll do. I mean, I don't even know what he will do. I think this is real personal to him, this whole 2020 stuff. I don't think he's ever gonna let that go. But go ahead, Jeff.
Should be personal. It should be personal to voters as well. I mean, this completely undermines our system. We don't have a country if we don't, and we don't have a republic if we don't have this system. Look, do you remember? It wasn't. What was it, about 3 or 4 or 5 months ago that I guess it was at the end of last year, so maybe about 6 months ago, that the feds went in and confiscated the ballots from Georgia. Recently, Georgia tried to get the ballots back, and they're not releasing them, and the court has come out and said that the feds don't have to release them back to Georgia.
I was wondering where that was right now. So I have a feeling this is all part of it. This might be okay, we have something.
And since no one on this app,
and here it is, you know, like here's the evidence, you know what I mean? So it's like it's probably all tied together, right? That's kind of what you're thinking.
Well, look, if they can't name who or what organization is behind when they stopped the counting across the board, or it was like 6 or 7 states, all at the same time they stopped the counting in the middle of the night. Never seen that in my life. Staying up all night watching the elections from the beginning to the very end in the morning all my life. They stopped the counting. Someone made the call. Who organized that? Who was behind that? Those are traitors. That's the actual term of traitors right there.
Sure. And by the way, you mentioned Republicans. If it turns out, I think that really kind of woke up some of the guys that we know as Republicans in this room. Like, because it was Kemp, right, who was the man behind the curtain, so to speak, right, in Georgia, right? You got it all right, right?
Georgia, yeah. Kemp, I don't know if he was behind anything. However, he failed to act on stuff.
Exactly. But
you remember this is.
He could have looked the other way. That's considered action.
Well, this is what led the boil up after the 2020 election. Is Trump called Raffensperger, which was the Georgia Secretary of State, and Raffensperger was the one that came out and said the phone call that he was intimidated by Trump, that Trump said something along the lines of, well, can't you find the votes? And he felt like Trump was trying to buy him off or whatever. And that news story took off, and it made it look, and that was the beginning of the framing. This was prior to January 6th, but this was the beginning of the framing that Trump was trying to, he wasn't going to leave the White House, he was going to undermine our system by, he's an authoritarian dictator. Raffensperger phone. Some of us don't forget this shit.
And since I agree, I'll never forget it. That's mostly why I support Trump. Is what went down. I'm sorry, but it just is. I mean,
and since no one on this app actually organized,
it doesn't really matter. I'm still like, what the fuck happened here, you guys? There's really some pretty good evidence. I'm not like somebody that just goes along with everything. That some went on. There's no at this and go, like especially with like it was Philadelphia again. All this is coming back now, where they boarded up the windows, that whole deal. Remember that?
Oh yeah, the way they block people from watching them count and stuff.
And they COVID itself, like there's no way there wasn't cheating with the whole country doing mail-in ballots. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, they completely changed the system. What they did was usually the ballots get counted in the voting district that you're in. Then it all gets reported from that. What they did was they took these major city centers and they said, well, we're going to, rather than have these individual polling places where they do the vote counts, we're going to bring everybody into this one big arena, and then we're going to vote for this entire region right here. Well, this is what they did in Atlanta, in Detroit, in Maricopa County, just to name.
Santos was Clubhouse. He just got part. I haven't engaged.
And I think that oftentimes gets overlooked. if the theft
Oh no!
We would have never had a January.
That's correct. Correct. And of course, I've heard people say, I won't mention names, is like, why are we still talking about this? I mean, I can't think of a more problematic issue that's never been resolved. You know what I mean, Joe? Like, we're not doing this, you know, what is it? What are we, 6 years after the fact?
Maybe,
just
you know, maybe so.
Just for shits and giggles. Go ahead, yeah.
Well, no, maybe some people think we should just let this go. You know, oh, we'll let the Democrats have a pass on this. We'll let this go. We don't need to worry about it. They'll never. Don't punish the people behind this, and I don't know if it's a Democrat or a Republican or both, but if we don't punish it, then they will do it again, and they'll do it even more. And our system will never, it'll always just be a bunch of bullshit.
Well, it will always be doubt. You can't have doubt in a democracy. You know what I mean? You can't have this suspicion that that's the only thing that keeps this shit going is trust. I mean, like literally looking in and saying, okay, that was fair. We got what we wanted. The other side played a fair fight.
Hello?
And, like, there's winners and losers. But when you're completely rigging the actual winner, there's like no faith, like in the system at that point. Like I don't even know how you.
And since no one on this app actually organizes anything or accomplished anything from this app,
I don't even bother voting anymore. If it turns out that someone just completely fudged everything. Literally, like at the voting machine level, like somehow. I saw something about that. I don't know if you read that. Again, that's popping back down. There was, you know, like conspiracy theories around it. It kind of
Energy's got to stop at some point. I mean, America, we're going into the summertime here.
A lot of funny shit.
In manufacturing, senseless work.
I don't know.
Robert, and so we're walking by the
I
Washington
don't know how
Monument,
you like
and
actually
there's like
go
4 young Orthodox.
I do fear that people just check out of the system. And if they check out, that signature things are always free. They have their own camera crews. You don't want to have a strong enough base. It's like the way to key houses. I'm showing my brothers. I can show it to you.
If I want to learn, I just open them.
Voters involved. And that's just the reality of it. We could
I just don't get, like, it's gotta be.
Rules the House.
I mean, I know where she's at ideologically.
Someone who's pretty close to like how that whole run went there in Washington. It was pretty far.
Military as well. Was military as well. So
we're constantly have ownership of the House presidency.
Archer Avenue. By Midway, the South Side.
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on.
They're going to set it up and giving the system in their favor by putting are going to give the Democratic power to the Republicans a hell of a good job in the majorities in the House.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the.
It makes sense.
We're not.
Everyone learned real.
I got married in 1975, and I was actually making more money than my husband practicing law. He was the Attorney General of Arkansas. I could not get a credit card in my own name. If you went to the bank to get a loan, you had to supply a baby loan, saying that you were never going to have a baby during the period of the loan. In many cases, you had to have your husband's permission to start a business, and he did not have to have his wife's permission to go to the bank. When my husband died, all my cards had been Mrs. Lawrence Eldridge. Bella actually was able to pass legislation that allowed women to have their own credit.
Yeah, what are you doing in the audience, Sam? Make you a moderator.
I got married.
Happy.
Not. What is not a woman?
I thought podcasts were only for famous people. Then Podpitch got me booked on 4-Pole Podcast.
Look, realistically, they're just not populist right-wing supporters. I mean, Marshall's very by the book, and he sees the world by the book. Like his arguments about the education earlier in the night is like, well, the parents just need to hold them accountable. And it's like, look, man, not everything can be done by the book. It's a lot easier said than done. And man, I don't know about Brad. I'll reserve.
Brad's a funny cat. I mean, like, you know, yeah, like Brad obviously is. Brad is very knowledgeable. You know, I don't take that away from him. He knows a lot of stuff. I don't know. I think Brad can go probably either way when it comes to it.
If you were looking for short-term,
and Marshall, like I said,
Get out, Bella!
that kind of person.
And since no one on this app,
I guess it's our job to convince those folks, I suppose, right? Besides moderates, but yeah.
They pushed back on all my prognostication. You know, we've been talking for like 5 to 6 years with these people, right? And I largely get tons of pushback from Brad and Marshall. But I just want to say for the record, I've come through with a lot of predictions in the future about how politics were going to play out. And look, I wouldn't count. I don't believe in this. You know, we have the chance for 12 years of support. I didn't believe it when Trump won the presidency a year and a half ago, or almost, you know, a little bit longer than that. But I don't know, man. I think we have some Republicans that just support the status quo, and they don't want to take risk. They don't want to push outside of what we're familiar with. And it's natural for right-wing people to stick their head in the sand. And I've seen it for years. The Republican Party, one of the biggest complaints that we should have about them is that they do nothing. They just go along to get along. And, you know, and since, you know, they don't really have significant policy that affects the culture. And I've used this in debate often. And it's like you can't really pin any of the racial discrimination or any of that stuff on Republicans because they don't ever pass any laws that has anything to do with that. They don't really pass laws. You know? Now, financial stuff, lowering taxes, you know, they play it very safe. And when the Democrats understand that to force generational change, you have to max it out and push that Overton window with sometimes extremism. However, over a period of time, your extremism becomes common thought or commonplace. It's kind of like 30 years ago, gay marriage would have been unheard of. Now it's just common thought. It's common, you know, it's commonplace throughout
civilized society, right? So if we ever really want to make significant change, we need to push hard on issues. And since we should not play safe, we should want to be advocating to get rid of the personal income tax. You know, Trump's idea about if we can raise $800 billion in tariffs, 90% of the tax-paying population would not have to pay taxes. Like, these are the ideas that if we pushed through, we would get generational change. Rather than we suffered, I'll land right here. In the 20th century, we suffered under mass progressive changes between what Woodrow Wilson did, the New Deal, the Great Society. We don't have anything like that in our, like, the last opportunity we had was Reconstruction, and they killed our president before we got to really enforce it. You know, they had it for 30 years, but they weren't. The world, America would be a much different place if they didn't kill Lincoln than they did, and we haven't really advanced that type of cultural change, and we're living largely in what the Democrats of the 20th century have built.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And you can't know what works if you don't try it, right? That's one thing, like you're saying, you gotta push the boundaries a little bit. Because we tend to play the safe game and just kind of feel comfortable and not get uncomfortable. I think Trump has tried to do, there are some things that he's tried to do to really push that, like make us feel uncomfortable, let us get out there on the front. And if we fail, we fail. But if we grab a win, then we know it works for everybody, right? That's the idea. Is you rack up wins, and like you say, you can get one that's generational and keeps you empowered. I mean, all it takes is one. And you gotta try it though. You can't just be playing it safe, doing the same old, typical Republican, not willing to do something because somebody will call them racist or whatever. You gotta get out there. You gotta work it. You know what I mean? So
yeah, you have to look at it as a battlefield of ideas. That you advance your ideas, and even if they fail, the next generation can pick it up. Okay, so if Trump's tariff plan and getting rid of the income tax on the lower 90% population fails, which it will fail. I mean, there's not enough support for that. We'd get pushed back by the Brads and Marshalls on that idea, So we just wouldn't have enough support for it. However, if you plant seeds now and fail at it with the Trump presidency, we could have a president in 10 or 15 or 20 years from now that would be able to advance that idea. You have to look at it through the Overton window. The idea should be thrown out and advanced as far as we can get it, even if we fail. And take that risk now and let the next generation lift it up and advance it. Because look at what the Democrats do. You can see how the Democrats advance their ideas through the generations. Each one pushes it one step further. Now, there's a reason why they do that. That's how they stand out of their monolithic crowd. That's a whole nother story we could talk about one day. But Republicans don't do that. Republicans tend to want to play safe, hope we win the election by the skin of our teeth, and we need to advance cultural change.
But by the way, I would rather lose doing the right thing. I think that's like one thing that, as much as people think that Trump is all about him and politics, I don't think that's always completely true with Trump. I know this is a huge stretch, but I do think Trump does things, like I just said, where he wants to do right, even if it does cost him anything. Like, I think he would throw the midterms just to do the right thing. I had that discussion in this room, I don't know when that was, 2 weeks ago or whatever. I mean, that, I think we were trying to figure out, like, what's the balance on that? Doing the right thing and supporting your party. I don't know if you remember that conversation, Joe. I don't know if you were here, but maybe I'm completely, maybe there's two things going on. Maybe Trump is self-interest, has self-interest in other things. Like, I don't know, like we said, maybe in the money game. But when it comes to politics, I think maybe he doesn't really care for politics and rather just do the right thing. I don't know if anybody else has that impression. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being weird about it. Maybe I'm a cult. Maybe I'm a cult, Ann. Maybe I'm a cult, Ann. Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say he definitely wants to go down in history as the best. So I know that. But with that said, like he has to kind of be support from the American people. So I think he's in it for himself, but I also think that it's in it for us too. So I mean, it's a win-win. Like he is gonna, he wants to go down as the best president ever. So with that being said, I'd like to have my folks like not going to girls. That would be like a bad look on him. Definitely.
That's true. By the way, is that a bad thing? I mean, we always get told that he wants to go down as a really good president, and I've always told like that's a bad thing. Like, why is he working toward that? I don't know. Let's have you get that impression. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't a president want to work on doing things that he feels like the best president? I mean, I don't know why that's so.
I think what you raised is a great question. That should a politician govern by the polls, or should the politician govern by the gun? I think every politician is faced with that. And I don't know, look, I've seen it extreme both ways. They were ruthless by governing by the poll. Because the poll said, and you would think, politicians work for us, and they should go with what the people want, and things like that. And I don't know, there's this fine line between that. And I do think Trump uses his power over the polls.
You would govern differently the way that you want to be governed.
Yeah, like I think that's clearly oftentimes, if you really think about it, if you've ever been in a position of power, it's like how you want to be governed versus how you would actually govern.
And since no one on this app actually organizes anything and nobody's ever accomplished anything from this app, and if I get to resign,
started back in 2012, and he's actually in power, and also learning from his mistakes over the years, right? Changes how he approaches things. But clearly, I do think there's this difference in, especially every person who wants to be governed, largely different than how they would actually govern. Thought about that, Matt? Have you ever thought about if you had power, how would you actually govern? Like, you advocate for these positions of how I want to be governed, but how would you actually execute? Or would you just fall into, being a tyrannical leader?
I might turn into a tyrannical leader the way things are going. I don't know, Joe.
You have to try to read books, gentlemen. There are books on governance. I mean, you could read Machiavelli, you could read Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. The truth is, less is more, and Trump overturned and regime changed the government with just a feather. So there's something mystical, magical, powerful, and Trump has always branded himself, and everyone is essentially Trump branded, meaning that when you think of Trump, it's that gold hair, red tie, blue suit. Like, the guy has conditioned us to a very high degree. But as America, the big thing really is the culture issue and the debt and the military-industrial complex, but also the medical-industrial complex. $4 trillion, that's $400 billion a year in fraud. Everybody in here knows there's fraud in the system, and it's rampant. And doctors and health insurance corporations and medical group, they rape the country for trillions. The COVID-19 response is like a $10 trillion fucking response. It's bullshit. They've looted the treasury tenfold over. So, they have essentially wasted generations of labor. Generations. That's pretty unholy. It's pretty fucking disastrous. Hello?
You're spot on. It's the boomer generation, boy, they've really passed the buck on to the next generation. And I love boomers, but man, I tell you what, they went through the greatest moment of prosperity ever for the peasant class in the history of mankind. And I don't know if we'll live to see that. And what's it worth all this money that they have spent? They've spent us into oblivion. And I think, it's been and I've said this earlier, and I'm kind of torn on it, but I feel like we've passed the Rubicon. Like, there's no way to return. Like, if we don't have the most powerful military in the world, it all falls apart.
Well, not necessarily, because you got to look at the other two major GDPs in the world, which is India and China. Those are the top three. So all rising tides raise all ships. We just have to make sure we don't go to war with fucking China. And we got to make sure if we do, India is on our side to fully invade and take out the communists. But, hopefully we won't have World War III. But, World War II is a good indicator that we will have a World War III, or we are already in a World War III. And the fact that Zelensky is a goddamn fascist who's not elected, holds no open elections, but sells U.S. manufactured drones on behalf of Silicon Valley and Palmer Luckey, it's like, we're living in an alternative fucking reality here that most people don't know that you're actually living in, which is that the CIA has $100 billion a year budget. And they've been doing it for fucking 50 years, 100 years, basically. So, when does that shit end? When do we as taxpayers keep funding top secret paramilitary operations globally on behalf of pretty much private business interests? But, it's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is, is this the society you want? Because if you listen to the Democrats, they want to put MAGATs in re-education. They want to arrest Pete Hegseth. They want to arrest Marco Rubio. They're the bigger fascists. If Trump was a fascist, he would do what they want to do to him and everybody else in America.
Alright, so, I get you, Alistair. Francis, welcome to the stage. I didn't know if you wanted to speak on what's being talked about. We're open to any opinions. You could just do whatever you want. I don't know if you're there. Are you there, Francis?
Yes, I'm honored to be on stage. Just give me a little bit more time before I open my mouth.
Yeah, no worries, no problem. Poo, I'm not seeing your name. You've been on stage before. Welcome to. Do you want to say something? Go for it. Otherwise, carry on. Actually, AB, I don't know if that guy was snoring. What was he doing? Joe, do you know? Yeah, making noises or something. I went into a room last week and I got invited up and I just hit the yes and I didn't know the microphone was still on and I had background noise. Damn, they kicked me out of that room freaking hard. I was like, I see how this is. It's like, well, I'm just gonna rule with an iron fist, man. When these people start fucking around, bro, I don't remove them. I just kick them down to the audience because I know. But damn, bro, let me tell you how bad it is, Matt. When you don't run rooms like this happen, bro, it's awful.
No, it's really. I told him that.
It is. Dude.
It's really bad, man.
And there's no place to even have a little bit of content. And I get it. Look, I understand some of the characters. I've been around here as long as you have. So I understand the political dynamics. But, man, I tell you what, just to have a place where we can just share what happened this week or what's going to happen in the week with the news is all we're looking for, because, I try to do both. Because you can't just have
hours. What are we on? I don't know. I'm way past 24 hours. This room. You can't just have like serious conversations for 24 hours. Like nobody is up for that. You know what I mean? You gotta have a little bit of both, Joe. And sometimes you catch it when the room's pretty out of control. So you're like, where's the serious discussion the other
I
night?
have no idea. Like every day me and Joe are like, okay, why the hell or for that? Where's Beaver? What are they doing? Why are they don't do that, guys?
No, I try. And Joe saved it last night. Joe, remember, we literally got in the moment. Remember, you're like, I'm coming up. I'm modding the room. And ever since we got back on track, that was pretty funny. That was funny.
The constant, is crash out. Like every room, everywhere you go, it's what do they call it? The Olympics and racial struggle sessions, and like it's just it's so awful. And so like that's always the constant. And I get it. Like we got to have some comedic breaks. That's why look, Alistair. I think he's low key hilarious. The way he was trolling. And look, I didn't say nothing when Adams was tearing into Brad last night.
Oh God, that was incredible. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
You guys must have just on mute. You guys must have just been really having a good time, you two. Holy shit.
Here's me not getting in the way of that fire.
I don't mean to like
Wow. Like the last week, Brad's finally stopped, getting on my ass. And he used to scream at the top of his lungs at me every time I was in a room.
Literally every time, yeah.
So I'm trying my best to
I don't know. I thought tonight because you guys were not getting along.
I thought it would spill over to Joe at some point, but somehow Adam sucked that all up. You know what I mean?
I know. I gotta thank Adams once in a while.
Fuck you went to the States. Forget it. Fuck it.
Yeah, these people. I would have thought he was good. Yes, Peter. Yes, Peter.
Oh my God, Peter! No one can understand you.
Finally, John. Mostly me. I'll confess. What I do is. You know me, the number one rule is everybody gets to speak. Like this guy.
Everyone.
I didn't tell you this. Put a shirt on. Whatever, is this guy gone again? I can't look. Oh yeah, he is gone. Okay. Joe, what I was saying was I pretty much get everybody a chance, like a one chance, like that guy. No, I don't really look at profiles. I just throw them up here, and then like if they're not gonna participate, then I just toss them down. So that probably is kind of annoying for you. I just want to.
Yeah, no, we do like a little bit of like
He's feeling conscious.
Me and Matt let up Jules thing every time, and everyone gets all pissed off.
What's happening?
That's cool, man. I've ran rooms. I know what it's like. And you don't want to get to the point where you're cutting people rooms because all of a sudden you're going to look around and there'll just be a dozen of y'all in the room. And
You got it right. If you look at the opposition rooms, they're pretty low on actual people because they've been scarred up and like it's just mods, you know what I mean, left.
Yeah.
So exactly. My secret sauce, I'm just gonna give it out. Not that it's like too much of a secret, but if you let everybody speak, you're gonna have a room. It just is, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
If you don't like them,
get on your ass that way, like Matt, and I know that they get on you. That's how it used to be with me. If I let Chris was always like, "Why did you let them say this to me?" And it's like, dude, like y'all are adults, and I used to take it really personal, and I used to like try and like accommodate everyone. What a waste of time.
Well, that's what the Democrats say. They say it's too dangerous to have the debates. So they are really the biggest echo chambers, the biggest hypocrites, the biggest fascists, the biggest supremacists, the biggest fake intellectuals. And, that's why we have to essentially defeat them through the law and start making arrests. And until we have sheriffs and federal prosecutors and state prosecutors willing to actually put criminal politicians who are not fiscally conservative in jail because it's all a grift. The NGOs in every major Democrat city are pulling the same scam that the USAID and all those NGOs pulled, it just on a micro level, but it's still in the fucking hundreds of billions nationally. So it's a huge fucking grift. And we need 100 Cash Patels. Can he clone himself in India and bring a clone, Cash Patel clone army here to make mass arrests? Because it's not just the illegal alien invaders we have to arrest. We have to actually crush essentially the criminals in the political system who, have taken advantage. The biggest thing of 19 was the Triple P loan. That was $1 trillion government program. And look how many people they're arresting left and right. Every day some new fucking person gets arrested.
That's very much true. Yeah, Edward, hey, you're this late, Edward, what are you doing?
Yeah, general people like me can't have $1.
Yeah, I'm up late because I have a project tomorrow. I'm going to be at a nursing home for 12 hours, so I had to prep all this stuff. And my wife decided to go to sleep, so.
You're sneaking on it. Ed's all sneaking on Clubhouse this late.
Yeah, well, she's sleeping, so it's all good. But, Allison, you forgot one group. Because, you talked about all of the leftists and everybody else. You forgot the race hustlers on the Democratic Party. That's all they talk about. It's pretty sad. They're the dividers, but they call everybody racist, but they're the ones who always want to highlight everybody's color.
I know that's what him does. He goes, "You don't support gay black men? You don't support black women? Hello!"
I think Edmund is the most misunderstood character on Clubhouse, because if you listen carefully, he's not wrong in what he says. He just has the vision to get it out there and say it. He takes the risk of saying it. Because look, Lincoln, he locked up a bunch of Democrats. He locked his opposition up. And that may be what we have to do with this cold civil war we're dealing with the Democrat Party. I don't know how we continue to exist with them in the future if it comes out that they are responsible for the stolen election in 2020. Mr. Edward, that's what, before you came in, there's supposed to be a big deal by Cash Patel probably on Wednesday about the stolen election.
We know it, whether they ever tell us or not, but there's nowhere in the world anybody's going to tell me a lady that did not get 2 points. Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah, hold on. I'll get it.
Yeah. Are you outside? A lady that did not get 2% for her run for president, and a guy that was half dead, a guy that got 81 million votes. Yeah. Okay. I know you can tell me a lot of stuff, but that right there will never happen. You guys hear me or no? We can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know if you could hear me or not. I thought I was talking to myself.
That was you. That was annoying.
No, I thought my phone was glitching. I thought nobody could hear me. That's why I was like, hello, can you guys hear me? So,
Hold on, this one. I'll either.
Joe, have you ever speed ran through Super Mario Bros?
You hear me though, right? He's doing this purposely.
That's what we did, dude. We speed ran through 200.
Him because he has a stupid gay thing. Okay, good. He's gone. He has the stupid thing where if you click on it, it freezes. He knows what he's doing.
I'm immune to it because I'm Android.
It does. It has to do that.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. I love you. Yeah, mercy, Peter.
Oh God, how's he back?
You're welcome to
Peter, I said mercy.
Peter.
Pussy's trauma. Wow. So, Joe, I think that we all know, the country knows, the Democratic Party knows, they can't win based on policy.
I'm sorry. I made a mistake.
So they know they can't win based on policy. I always ask Democrats, could you give me your number one pro-America policy? Tell me what your pro-America policy is. You
the fuck? Notice how Peter forgets English when he's in trouble.
So yeah, it was going in.
No problem. Sorry, I showed you.
You gotta have. See, Matt, that's why I'm not on at night. This is crazy.
Edward, they'll tell you that their plan is restorative justice. We have an attorney general here in Chicago who issued innocence certificates to 100 people. Multiple people in that group she knew were mass murderers, and she still them over $300,000, and some up to $2 million. So this concept of DEI, social justice, equity, attorneys and no cash bail, so they can go out and do recidivist murders. It's utter chaos, and why we don't have sheriffs and attorney generals, especially at the federal level, who can do special interventions and make arrests and correct the legal system when there's problems with corrupt lawyers and judges who are 100% Democrat, because on our ballot, there are no Republican judge options, only Democrat options. How is that possible? How do Republicans not have equal representation at the ballot? So we live in this huge Democrat-controlled industrial complex where crony Democrats are at the county board presidency for 30 fucking years. You can't beat them. They got the whole system rigged and fixed. They control the whole fucking thing at the election commission. So until there's arrests and until the federal government does interventions, we will never, ever be free. And we need a Bukele type of intervention from Trump, and we need it as soon as possible. If he's going to intervene in Iran, he needs to intervene here in America in every major Democrat city and make mass arrests and really send these people to a pleasant re-education camp, maybe in Guantanamo.
I think California is kind of an example, Edward, where you agree of how the Democrats would like to just kind of like overlord, completely own every mechanism of our government, because California is just completely run by Democrats. So there was something else I was going to go there. Oh, Edward, did you see? Oh, go ahead, Joe. You're going to comment on that? Go ahead, Dale.
Yeah, no, that's definitely what it is. It's the Democrats' agenda is to create a one-party rule system where they get to advance through the hierarchy of their party who the next leaders are of our country, and that's their ultimate goal is, and that you see that in communist countries. That's the same thing that the Democrats want.
Can you give the example of those democratic countries who let Republicans to be their leader?
China's the best example of a one-party rule system.
Interesting. Okay, let me explain my side. What about the limitations that they impose to their citizens? Are they in the same level of mindset with the American Republicans, or they are different? They have different ways.
They're inside the one party of China. They do have different sides within it. However, it's still just one party rule.
What about the methodology? The methodology, the finding of a side to govern the country, that's the dispute.
Yeah, the methodology is the same methodology that the Democrat Party in America would like to ultimately execute on America. That is their ultimate agenda.
That's the goal.
But when you see Uyghur groups of China, would Republicans do the same like China do to Uyghur people, to some group of people in the United States?
No, not the Republicans, Peter.
Exactly, they are completely different.
Yes, Peter, you're understanding it. Hanging out in these rooms, you're understanding it. Yeah.
The Republican Party has a different concept. The Republican Party believes in a republic where what we have is a system based on federalism. And what that means is a decentralized governing throughout different levels of government, from state government up to the feds. However, in a one-party rule system, even within a republic, if it was ruled by one party, all the actual deal-making would be done in the party back room. And everything else would just be for show. It would be just going through the motions because they'll have already agreed upon what the outcome is in the background.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Necro, welcome again. You're always good opposition. I don't know if everybody's ready for some opposition, but you're saying in the chat about the no kings. Do you believe we are under some kind of kingdom or king rather, Necro?
Not written. The Constitution doesn't allow it. So right now, yeah, there's no sort of king. But
why do you guys say it then? Why do you guys say no kings? Why not just do like? I mean, actually, like no tyrant maybe might be better because like obviously we have no kings, but maybe someday America can have a tyrant. I don't know. But anyways, go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you have to make your voice known if you have a person who is in office who is lead the country and aspires to make it into a monarchy. I mean, like you have to make it well known specifically your opposition to it.
That's not why they do it.
Wait, do you think Trump wants to make the country a monarchy?
They don't say no fascism. They're careful with their linguistics. They choose a ridiculous term like no kings, which obviously is redundant. It means nothing.
Honestly, I think that so when I thought of the no kings, my mind went for people like Christ is king, and so like they are saying no kings. That's
an interesting approach, yeah. So they say get rid of Christ, essentially.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Necro would be good on that.
Let me reframe Marshall's question towards Necro. Necro, can you link for us the policy that Trump is advancing to turn the United States of America into a monarchy?
So one in which essentially where he has power, make sure we have right terms by monarchy, if that's fair.
Monarchy means ruled by a king with hereditary primogeniture. So Donald Trump would be the king, his son would be the next king, his son after that would be the king, his son after that would be the king.
Yeah, the easy way to answer that, Marshall, we'll take the common definition of what a monarchy is. Go ahead.
Yeah, so specifically though, I mean that's a pretty
this is what Necro does. I just want to point this out. When I actually ask Necro to define it, he philanders and filibusters and walls around like this.
So
the common definition of a monarchy, we're going to accept that. Can you link the policy? I'll say it again. Can you link the policy that Trump is advancing to create a monarchy in America?
Okay, so we're not going to be unified in definitions.
We just agreed to a definition, which is a king passes his rule from himself to his son. That's the definition.
Okay. So specifically, we're going to I could give a policy specifically about, what I mean by, and what most people I think.
Oh, I need voice inflection, Necro. Come on.
I'm sorry, and I'm working on that. But anyways, if you want specific examples and ways Trump tries to, aspire to be authoritarian, not necessarily I wouldn't say he's Hitler or anything like that.
That's not what you're asking. He has about a kingdom, like an actual monarch.
Okay, well, if you think that specifically that anybody thinks that, that people think that he wants to become like King Henry or anything like that, in that same sense, the exact same literal sense, then, I don't know what you're talking about.
What am I supposed to call the No Kings protest other than a bunch of people in Trump
Trump's a king and a hereditary monarch.
It's really about the propaganda that they distribute and who's funding it. Surprisingly, Warren Buffett is a primary funder. And they put down slogans like, healthcare is a human right. Healthcare is a human right. No ice. Basta. Basta. No ice. Basta.
Marshall, I'm not going to play the game. I'm not going to talk. Somebody else is going to be talking. So,
Yeah, I'm saying you.
See, Marshall's good at filibustering because he wants to maintain the filibuster because Marshall is a clubhouse fake Republican Democrat filibusterer. Hello?
What is this thing about the monarch?
By the way, real quick.
well, I'm willing to give you.
Nick, can you hear me? Sure. No, real quick. Yeah, I'll get to your question, Marshall. Because I'm assuming a king will be able to automatically, like, quote unquote, knight the next person, the next king, right?
Yeah, that's why I said hereditary prime.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, keep going. Necro, can you answer that, like his question?
Yeah, so the answer specifically is that, ways that Trump aspires to be an authoritarian, I would say that there's specific policies on, like, for example, the fact that he wanted to punish people who burn the American flag.
Okay, George W. Bush wanted to punish people who burn the American flag. Check next.
Okay, well, I mean, it's still authoritarian, right?
No, it's not that big a deal, so please check. Go to the next thing.
Necro's been on me all year about the burning the flag thing. We've been going back and forth for years. Go ahead, Necro.
So, you said that it's not authoritarian, so it's not designed to punish speech. That is.
No, what I said is other presidents have done that. So let's not pretend the Democrats are unique.
Marshall, hold on. Let me reframe here. That doesn't actually, like, putting through that law, if he is able to push that through, doesn't give him a monarchy. What I'm asking specifically is not policy that you find authoritarian. What I'm asking is, what policy is he advancing that will give him ultimate unilateral power in our country? Because from my understanding, we still, at my chagrin, have a Senate controlled by an establishment Republican that I complained about for 2 hours. And we still have the House of Representatives. And we still have a Supreme Court, to my chagrin, doesn't rule on everything that I wish would go my way, even though it does rule on some. So we still have state governments. We still have state constitutions. And tell me the policy that Trump is advancing that wipes all that away.
Yeah, I mean, this conversation is essentially going to go nowhere if we're just going to be, like, saying that, it's not here yet, therefore, you have no right to disable.
That's not what he's asking.
No,
he's asking specific question about kings and the No Kings protest, and people with the No Kings protest speaking Donald Trump's a monarch.
No,
and you apparently wanted to defend this act, and people thought he was a monarch. So he's asking you specifically, how is he a hereditary monarch?
I had no idea that Marshall does a loud mic like Adams. That's impressive, Marshall.
Let's let Necro answer. So Necro, what policy is Trump advancing that will slip us into tyranny?
Well, I just gave you an example of one of them, and of course, there's also plenty of other ones that I can name. For example, the fact that he tried to revoke the gag rule to forbid scientists from using certain words in climate science because it makes them look bad.
Wait, he did the thing he's allowed to do as an executive, and that's somehow an authoritarian?
No, he wasn't. It was struck down. The executive order was struck down, but it still is.
Struck down. If it was struck down, that would mean that he's not a king.
Oh my God! Like this,
So you're suggesting basically that, I mean, you're essentially going to say it doesn't matter because it's not a law. I mean, it's still authoritarian whether or not it is actually a law, right?
No. How is that authoritarian? Obama wrote plenty of executive orders that got struck down by the court. Like, how's that authoritarian?
No, but executive orders, regardless of whether they hold up, are still authoritarian functionality.
That's not my point. Like, if he had unilateral power to install that, that would be one thing. But the court struck him down and said he couldn't.
Marshall, can you answer this question? So, if Hitler's policies that were authoritarian, were they authoritarian regardless of
He was a military commander, different from President Trump.
No, that's not the question. Were the policies which he authoritarian before they was?
Was there two other bodies of government that were able to challenge Hitler's?
Wasn't the question.
Yeah, that's the part you're leaving out.
That wasn't. It's completely avoids the question.
There's a big difference between what Hitler did and what Trump is doing, as much as you would like to conflate the two. This government is set up, the Constitution is set up with three branches of government. They are constantly challenging each other. But to say because Trump exercises his authority as given by the Constitution, and that when that exercise is challenged by another branch of government, instantly makes them a dictator, is where your argument falls apart. Because every president does it. Some are challenged, some are not. But to characterize what he's doing as a dictator is bullshit framing by the left, because they're trying to dig into their grab bag and find anything that will create an emotional response from the public so they can get votes. It's the same as when you're at your senior prom and you're trying everything you can do to get your hand on your date's titties. And you will say or do anything to cop that feel and hopefully stick your dick in her. It's the same situation.
Yeah, so I mean, the question is,
and since no one on this app actually
you can answer it since you're on stage if you want, but
Where the gin is cold with the pianos.
But overall, I mean, like, to me, like, essentially the argument is that it's not authoritarian as long as it actually never becomes law. I mean, so essentially, I mean, to me, it's like confusing the map of the place pretty much is that, you know, it wasn't ever something that was implemented, therefore it never was the case.
You know, if it gets put down by the court system, it means the system did its job.
But it's still authoritarian.
No, what it means is that the president decided something that the other branch didn't agree with. That's not authoritarian, that's a president overreaching. The two are different in definition and in kind.
So, Marshall, if I asked you this, if I was to try to come up with a policy which excluded all Republicans from talking, is that authoritarian even if it doesn't become law?
I would say it's shitty, unequal, and unjust, but I wouldn't call it.
Is it authoritarian, though?
If you were listening, I said it's shitty, equal, and unjust, but not authoritarian. If it were authoritarian, you would be able to say it and do it unilaterally without anything to stop you. The fact that the president gets stopped by the court and gets stopped by the Congress means what he's doing is not authoritarian by definition.
Okay, so me censoring Republicans as long as it never becomes law.
You can't censor. That's not my point. My point is when you do it and you get sued about it, and the court says, "Hey, by the way, you can't do that." That's not a definition of authoritarianism. That's a definition of a president overreaching, which presidents in the United States have overreached for 250 fucking years.
An interesting case you bring up, because that very thing happened, but not by a president necessarily, but by the bureaucracy of the government. Conveniently, I was just watching a now 2-day-old interview of Matt Taibbi discussing how the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security, and I forget who else, issued thousands of emails to private organizations telling them to squash certain stories. And conversely, when the left freaked out about it, there was one letter from, I forget who it was from, the FBI, to Death Row Records, cop killer. They sent one letter saying, gee whiz, could you not release that because it might cause more cops to be shot. And the left lost their shit over that.
Obama did the same thing 1,000 times, almost that.
Yeah, so that was a very good example you brought forth, Necro, because that was not the three branches of government. That was the bureaucracy carrying out the wishes of one of the branches of government.
Yeah, so I mean, essentially, fascism as an idea was not authoritarian, as far as I understand. From what you're saying, it's just essentially is that because of the fact that it became an actual implementation of law, that's really what made it authoritarian. That ideas in and themselves cannot be authoritarian until they are actually implemented, is essentially the argument that's being made.
Well, I think the argument that you're making, and let me try and think of a way I can get it equally wrong as you've got my arguments equally wrong. I think the argument you're making is that you keep, excusing the actions of the left because you support trans rights, and because you support trans rights, you're just hoping
250 fucking years
that they get back in power because you just want to see more trans. When you look through the newspapers or go online to find a tranny. Okay, that's the way I understood your.
It's evolving into insults.
No, I didn't say anything about an insult. I was genuinely trying to understand the argument you made, and the fact that you would accuse me of insulting you, well, that really hurts. And now
let's refrain from all ad hominem, gentlemen.
This is violence against my person.
I got a question for Marshall. He was talking about Reconstruction and how America didn't make the investment in the South. And I'm just wondering, is that why there's such a class difference between the North and the South, and why the South is full of white trash? Hello?
I mean, he made the suggestion that the reason I support the left is because I support, I have secret fantasy with trans people specifically, and I want them to be able to do this, and so it was all into personal attacks, but no sort of anything substantive. So,
Which echoed what you said, Necro.
But let me reset the room. So I asked Necro a very specific question, which he's failed to answer, how to link Trump into what policy he was advancing to establish a monarchy in the United States of America. So he's failed on that one. What he countered with largely is that ideas that are proposed, even if they don't come into effect, and even if they are not enforced, can be ruled as authoritarian, hence making Trump a monarch or a king, right? That essentially paraphrases what we've had to listen to for the last 20 minutes.
yeah, I've made my position very clear, and I mean, I've not seen any refutation of what I've actually put forward specifically.
I think you failed to make your point.
And what was my point? Can you repeat it back to me?
No, I think I gave you a very clear example of why you were wrong, and you chose to ignore it. I think that's what happened. And I don't know, could we take a poll of the room to see if that, maybe I'm wrong, but I think the fact that presidents and the branches of government are in conflict with each other. And if you knew anything about the Constitution, you'd understand that that's why the founders made it that way. So a president proposing laws and other branches of government saying, no, you can't do that, and having a fight over it, and Trump is doing that too, yet somehow you've decided Trump is a authoritarian or a dictator or king or whatever other disparaging mark you want to make is absolutely false. And yet you want to keep ignoring that. Now, I think that's a direct response to your question. Now, would you like to counter that, or are you going to try and gloss over it?
Yeah, I mean, specifically, what I've seen is like particularly complete. I brought up points, for example, of Trump's policies that I agreed were that I point out were authoritarian, and I haven't seen a refutation of these.
So I'll give you an example. I'll refute it. So an authoritarian dictator would enforce some sort of policy that would render the legislative branch completely powerless, where the president could then advance into law anything he wanted, or he would render the Supreme Court completely useless and cut out any of their power in the rulings, or even if they did rule, he would completely ignore them, which he has not ignored the rulings of the United States Supreme Court. So, look, that was what I was looking for, is like some sort of policy that he's advanced that would actually block another branch of government.
Right. So the violations of trying to take away free speech rights of people, that is not authoritarian, or freedom of the press, that's not authoritarian.
I said it really clearly. You're not addressing any of my points. What you're doing is you're bringing up. Hold on. You're bringing up red herrings to try and divert the points I just made. That you failed to be able to link one policy where Trump actually hinders or neuters, for lack of better terms, another branch of government that would ultimately lead him to have unilateral power.
Yeah, so, I mean, trying to revoke people's free speech rights and trying to take away start bullets.
You were just saying he's trying. He's trying, but he has not conceded.
You're still failing to link something where he has hindered another branch of the government. So now what you have highlighted is where Trump has executed the power that he does have. Okay, so what you're saying now is that the executive branch, and we can have that conversation, that the executive branch may have too much power. Is that what you think? Because he hasn't worked outside of the parameters of the executive branch. Can we agree on that?
He has violated. I think there are plenty of grounds for impeachment.
He's trying.
No, that's not what I asked. I asked, has Trump done anything outside of the powers granted to him in the executive, being the head of the executive branch? He's the head of he's a single man that's the head of an entire branch of government. Has he done anything outside of the parameters that has already been afforded?
And I'm going to repeat my answer, which is that I think there are reasonable grounds that he has violated his.
Name one.
When he declared the missile strike on Iran.
Well, that's actually within his power as the president.
No, he doesn't have the right to declare war without the approval of Congress.
The Powers Act gives him 60 days. What
can't declare wherever he lives. Hold on. The War Powers Act is very clear that the president does not have to go to Congress for 60 days.
Okay, so you can attack a country as an act of
Every president. Listen, let me teach you. Every president has the power, according to the War Powers Act, given to him by Congress. Congress gave the executive branch that power, that they have up to 60 days of any conflict before they have to seek out getting congressional approval for war.
So president can launch.
They may not even have to do that.
So
they may not even have to do that for the 60 days.
Yes. So the president can launch. Okay. This guy done. Okay. Just the president can launch any missile in any country as long as he notifies Congress.
No, he doesn't have
Genociders. People
do that. He doesn't have to do that. Moving on. You know, you seem to have issues, so I'm going to help you out, Necro. How has Trump tried to take away free speech rights? Suppression of protest and dissent. Detention of pro-Palestine student protesters. Ideological testing.
I just gave an example earlier, which is
law firms and lawyers.
Alan, so I gave an example. Yeah. I gave an example earlier of punishing people who desecrate the flag.
Yeah.
So that's violation of free speech, right?
How did he? I'm not seeing it in this list here. So let me look it up. Has Trump punished people?
That's actually right. See, they're not allowed to do that. That's actually right.
What about the violation of free speech in Iran?
You're not allowed to face the American flag. That's a crime.
What did Francis say? Go ahead, Francis.
Facing anything like that, like the American flag, is actually a crime.
It's not true. Untrue. It's protected by the First Amendment. It is. United States v. Eichmann. Read the case.
You know, Necro, I gotta say I'm okay with that, because we saw the previous administration attacking people who desecrated the trans flag, the LGBTQ flag, and so yeah, you know what? I'm okay with.
Do you have any evidence for that?
Yeah, it was in the news. Let's see. In the meantime, for desecrating
LGBT desecrate. Are you talking about Mayor Pete Buttigieg? Mayor Pete? How did Mayor Pete become a military officer without going to ROTC or even doing basic boot camp? How is it senators or Congress people can just create officers in the armed forces? Hello?
Yes, individuals have been both attacked and prosecuted for desecrating LGBTQ flags or crossings, often facing hate crime charges and significant jail time. Notable cases include a 15-year sentence in Iowa, 2019, for burning a church's pride flag, and multiple arrests in 2025 for vandalizing flag near Atlanta's Rainbow Crosswalk. It looks good for the Google.
Was it their property or was it somebody?
Never attack a symbol of a gay, black, elite, intellectual Democrat. How dare you? How dare you?
You know, the crosswalks
or public property. Yeah, you can't do this public property.
Yeah. I feel like there's something that you're not. That it's more to a story than just simply somebody had a flag.
There is. They imposed. Yeah, if I want to fly my American flag, that's fine. But why do I need to see it on a public place, on a crosswalk? And don't I get the right to express my opinion on that crosswalk?
You have the right to express your opinion with your property. You have the right to vote your flag, but you don't have the right to burn other.
I think it's called public property.
You can't destroy it.
Yeah, you can't destroy public property.
How is burning a tire track on a crosswalk? Is that destroying it? It's still there.
So
excuse you're gonna hide behind.
What excuse?
So can I say something, gentlemen? The reason because I was arrested for that.
It's a gay crosswalk. I don't want it to, if I drive over it, skid over it.
We have a true story here. Hold on. Go ahead, Francis. What happened to you?
So during the Iraq War, I took an American flag. I went down to DC. I organized my university. We went down there. I took an American flag. I wrapped it. I had both my money. I wrapped it around and I burned it. I went to jail for 5 days for that. And they told me it was a crime and that my citizenship could be revoked if I ever did that again. That's when I say it's a crime.
Hello? Francis, do you have any proof that you were threatened with your citizenship being taken away from you?
I can't. I went to jail for 5 days.
I know, but going to jail for 5 days isn't necessarily proof that an attorney general or something. Did you want to burn the U.S. flag and reap the repercussions of doing that by the White House?
I learned my lessons. That's literally what I just said.
Oh, so you fucked around and you found out.
And it was wrong. I was told it was a crime. I wasn't allowed to do that. And I was very ignorant about that. I thought I had a freedom of speech right to do whatever I wanted.
Did you think about maybe just like doing it in your backyard and then putting up a YouTube video? Like, did you have to go to Washington D.C. to go to the White House?
I didn't take the flag and took the lighter for it and light it. It wasn't by myself. It was a group of us, and I took responsibility for it because I organized.
Yeah, you took it. So what is it about America? What was it that you were protesting? What about America? What are you complaining?
Iraqi women and children when they burned down an entire school and they killed like 100. I know I was wrong. I went to jail for 5 days.
Beaver
said that.
It
was massacred 500,000 people, leaked wrong information, and they put the launchers of missiles inside the school. They locked the doors of the school to students who don't avoid exiting the school during the attacks, to make some kind of leftist excuse.
I wasn't called to see it. I was part of the
administration of terror, because they are terrorists and they live with terrorizing others. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used 1.5 million bullets in 2 days to kill 500,000.
So, I mean, I think specifically though, I feel like there's a lot to essentially the cases that you're mentioning, Alan. No, if you could find a specific case where you had a person who simply had a thing of their own that was an LGBTQ flag and they decided to burn it, which I've seen a lot of online, but I've never heard of anybody who was simply, was prosecuted because they had a LGBTQ flag theirs that they decided to burn. That's clearly, and if it was the case that there was a Democrat who did that, I would be equally as opposed to it as a person who was punished for burning the American flag.
Even if it violated burning laws at the time?
And,
cities have burning laws, right? When they can burn and when they can't burn fires.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, burn something if it's a threat to public safety.
Yeah, so what's the difference between burning a building and burning a flag? If it's freedom.
There's one.
What it specifically is that certain regions have no burning laws where you're not allowed to have fires because those areas are dry or prone to fires. So you're only allowed to have a fire at certain times. Do you think they should still be able to burn their flag during those periods when no burning laws are in effect?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you struggle understanding my questions?
No, sorry.
Why do you clam up every time I ask you direct questions?
No, you asked the question.
He's no IQ. He's not material for this discussion.
No, so do you still support the burning of the American flag even when no burning laws are in effect in that region?
Do I support the person's right to burn a flag even when there's no burning laws within that region? I mean, absolutely.
In fact, at that time, absolutely, you say. So they should risk starting a fire in a dry area. Okay, like areas like Colorado have no burning laws in certain cities, right? Certain areas because they're prone to fires. Certain areas of California have no burning laws in effect, right? Do you think that your speech trumps this?
Do I think free speech trumps people's whatever is considered a hazard? I mean, I obviously, like I said, if there is a hazard, then I don't support it. And if it's the law, then, no, you
didn't say that till now. Not like you've been saying. You didn't say that till now.
Yeah. I mean,
it's simple. No, you don't. You don't support the burning of the American flag for the right of someone's speech if it's at risk of starting a fire in a fire-prone area, right?
And I mean, yeah, because you can't endanger people through in an area.
We've established that people don't have the right to burn the American flag 100% of the time, right?
It depends. So no, it's just you don't have the right to shout crowd fire, and
you do if there's a fire. You do have the right. You do have the right to shout there's a fire if there is a fire.
Yeah. But you can't do it just in a public theater, right?
And if there's a fire.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, essentially, you can you can come up with all these different things, but I mean, to me, I'd like to illustrate freedom of speech in the same way as with your hands. You have the right to your hands. You are. So hold on. I just want to finish the point. Okay. So yes, you're always going to have specifically certain boundaries that you have the right to move your hands, but you don't have the right to move your hands in people's faces.
What's the message that's being sent when you burn the flag?
It depends on the context. I mean, you can have people who oppose America's foreign policies in other countries, so many people, whether they be leftists, communists, or even libertarians, have done. But I mean, it's true specifically you expressing dissatisfaction with.
So if I go so that's kind of back to my other point. If I go to the Pacific Palisades and I light the whole place on fire because I hate the rich, is that freedom of speech? If I that's how I show off my state or something for the American flag or state or country for what you just said that it did. Or can I just go to the Pacific Palisades and light it on fire because I hate the rich?
Is it your property?
Or a law?
Is it your property?
Huh?
Is Is it your property?
Okay, it says the property, because you own the flag, they get to your expression, right?
Well, I mean, it's not the only thing. I mean, there's other things with property that that's
No, if I own, let's say I just bought a little piece of land with all like if I just like, I don't know, what if I made a house or something? I can even, what if I bought a little piece of land that had all the stuff on it, the sage, the building? Is that good enough to meet that requirement that I own the property that led to the burning of Pacific Palisades? I don't know.
if you burn the property that led to the specific Palisades.
As an expression of frustration toward the rich.
I mean, if it's your property, it's one thing. But given that everything is like secure to the endangerment, then
Fake random Republicans in Texas who hate Trump.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Is this like the papacy?
So, I would like to see Trump, if that's what you declare as authoritarian, I would like for him to be authoritarian and arrest someone for burning the American flag so it can be brought in front of the Supreme Court again so we can overturn that rule. It should be illegal to burn the United States American flag.
Okay. Well, and you're free to have that opinion, but it's still, I mean, constitutional amendment. But I understand.
It's not a. Hold on. Let's be clear. It's not a constitutional amendment.
Yes, it is.
It's case. No, it's not. It's case precedence. It's case precedence. It's literally, you even cited it. It's from 1989, the Supreme Court ruling. It's case precedence, much different than a constitutional amendment.
So, is McDonald v. Chicago something that's just the Supreme Court precedent?
Okay, so do you understand case law, case precedence?
I understand
that it can be that the Supreme Court can just like what happened with Roe versus Wade. It was case precedence that Roe versus Wade existed. It was not the supreme law of the land. It was just a ruling that established, which the Supreme Court can then later in years on rule opposite of it and set the precedent a different way. So I believe, in my opinion, the Supreme Court should change their ruling from what they found in 1989 and allow us to have laws against the burning of the American flag.
Okay. Well, I mean, you have the right to feel that way about, but the thing is, though, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that people who want to, because the people who oppose Donald Trump, essentially are people who are very likely
to. American flag. Yeah, You want to burn the American flag. Gotcha.
No, I don't. But to me, it's like I understand why Trump wants to punish people who burn the American flag, because a lot of people who don't agree with his policies are the people who are most likely to express their opposition to it that way.
Isn't it largely only people on the left that burn the American flag when they're upset?
It's not only people on the left, but yeah, a lot of people on the left.
I said largely.
I think the majority, I would say, yeah.
Can you name one?
Yeah, we have Republicans or conservatives burn flags. I don't know which one. What are them? Have you ever seen that show?
There are libertarians who have burned the American flag.
They're definitely not Republicans. So,
okay, but that wasn't that you said leftists. Libertarians are not leftists.
In a lot of ways, they are. Yes, libertarians are much more left leaning than they are right leaning, for sure, 100%. Where do you think the whole transgender ideology concept comes from? It's we're just going to let live and let everybody just do whatever the hell they want. Just prop up. It's individual freedom, right?
Yeah, I thought that was what conservatives said that they liked, though, was individual freedom.
No small government is what conservatives advocate for, and family.
So
family rights. So true conservatism is about the nuclear family. It's not about the individual.
Okay. So I know libertarians believe that conservatives support, state. Pretty much.
What's that?
Well, libertarians, they argue that even though they're better than liberals on, like, you know, reducing the government from being nanny, they still think the government.
I mean, recession is coming, buy gold and silver, sell stocks and.
But I mean, either way, like, to me, it's like, I would like, if you think the libertarians that they're a bunch of leftists, or like, I would recommend
Libertarians believe in illegal immigration. They're like, let them all come in. We shouldn't have borders. Libertarians believe in unfettered abortion. Let people have the freedom. The mother has the freedom to kill her child. I mean, yes, this is what libertarians, many of them, not all. I mean, Libertarian Party is largely just a party of disgruntled right-wing and left-wing people.
You brought up immigration and abortion. Do you not think there have been any leftist governments who have supported closed borders or have been against abortion? Because plenty of leftists.
Not in the recent. I mean, I'm talking about today and the positions today. I'm not talking about positions 100 years ago. I mean, shit, 100 years ago, Democrats didn't even think black people should be afforded rights.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the parties did change. I would agree with that.
Not really. I mean, they still don't think, you know, that all Americans should have equal rights.
Okay, well, I would agree that the Democrats have been a failure to Americans, but I still think the same thing about Republicans. So, I mean, I think both of them are essentially, if you remove a lot of the cultural war issues, I think they're pretty difficult to distinguish, in my opinion.
Joe, I got a question for you. If I had an American flag that was old and dirty, and I had a permit to burn trash in my private property, and I lumped it in with all this other garbage I was burning, like, if you had your way, you would make that illegal?
Yeah, I think communities should, if it was my way, I think communities should have the right to set that as their law. Now, it should be up to the communities, though, to be able to do that, yes.
Yeah, and I believe that the Constitution should protect people from tyranny of the majority on human rights, so.
I think in Kitover's scenario, I probably just disagree a little bit with Joe. I think like in that case, like I think we know the intention of someone trying to get rid of an old flag, perhaps, you know what I mean, versus somebody, you know, out in the street at the protest doing it. Maybe, I don't know. But I'm assuming you're going to say the standard should just be the standard, right, Joe? On that one or no?
I really understand the question. However, should we have the right to govern ourselves, set a law to not burn the American flag? Yes, we should. We should have that right to be able to set that law. Right now, due to case precedent, it says we can't have that law. What actual individual liberty we're not taking people's
Joe, you have to. It is a speech issue. You have to look at it as art creation, because the moment you outlaw it, now you create a fixation opportunity for people that will intentionally do. It's the same thing with the Quran burning. There's this Christian guy who goes around burning Qurans, and then the police have to put out the fire, and then the Muslims are trying to put out the whole thing is just wasting everybody's time. And, you know, I like all the debates and conversations, but we have to, you know, I know it's just a fucking social conference call, but I'm saying, like, how, as a herd, do we actually intelligently prioritize what our government is doing, what the taxpayers are expected of, and how do we essentially stop running a broken simulation on a redundant, you know, fully automated setting? I mean, you know, these conversations are awesome, but honestly, isn't that, like you said earlier, Abraham Lincoln arrested criminals. So is Trump actually going to liberate us, or is he just like, got the fuckets? Hello? Fuckets, buckets, 2 tears in a bucket, you know? Like, is anything ever going to change? I doubt it. I think the status quo is good as gold. But miracles and breakthroughs do happen. Trump is that miracle and breakthrough, but how do we get the all-seeing eye to focus on liberating America? Because how has technology not essentially created efficiency? The internet is supposed to modify everything, and the biggest thing that isn't modified is the goddamn teachers unions and our national education system, which is bupkis. And look at Clownhouse. Like, this could be the future of education. Dr. Peepee here could be teaching a class and maybe making a salary, and we could eliminate the $1.3 trillion annual budget for education in this country. It's just a joke, but not really, because something's got to give, and something's got to give in Medicare, Medicaid.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. So we talked about this earlier. We discussed that Kash Patel supposedly has a big reveal coming up where he's talking about arresting people that are responsible for the theft of the 2020 election.
Well, there's also a lot coming out with Rand Paul and Dr. Fauci, and Tulsi Gabbard is also releasing information on biolabs, 40 of them in Ukraine. So, the Pentagon and Fauci and all these bioweapon research programs, they're being exposed. And Dr. Bill Gates has been exposed. And, they still got these Epstein files. I mean, does anybody here look at Thomas Massey's, Instagram and X account, or Rand Paul? I mean, these are leading conservative intellectuals, not the homosexual elite intellectuals of the Democrat gay trans party, who want to tell you everything is racist and everything is because of structural right racism. We still got to think about indigenous rights. We got to think about the immigrant communities, and we have to think about the open border. Things got to go back to normal, is what they like to say. When things go back to normal. Well, Pandora's box is open, and nothing goes back to normal when things start getting weird. And things are going to get weird, in my opinion, or the status quo will persist and the Democrats will actually return to power and wipe away these years of work. So, hello?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I understand it, I understand that plenty of Americans have gotten away from what our Constitution actually said. I mean, we have plenty of things in the Constitution that are pretty explicit, explicitly says, forbids being subject to cruel and unusual punishment, but surprisingly, the majority of Americans find it acceptable. So, I mean, the thing that I do find disgusting about Americans overall of the country is that somehow it's something that we've been okay with.
Was it acceptable for how the Washington, D.C. Legal system treated the January 6th protesters?
If you're talking about specific cases, I mean, there are some that I do believe were given sentences that I felt were a little bit lengthy. Like, I feel like, you had some of them, I think, guys like, I think it was Joe Biggs. I mean, I don't think he should have got off scot-free, but I do think that I don't think he should have been sentenced to, I think it was like 17 years or whatever it was. I think, to me, the thing that I found really distressing was the fact that these people, got all this time that they served. Meanwhile, the guy who what led it did not face any time, but that's something that, I knew was pretty much never going to happen. Overall, I mean, in regards to, I don't really think we give specific examples of people who I felt were a little bit lengthy. I mean, as far as people, though, who assaulted police officers that day, it's like, I don't see how Republicans who have claimed to be the party of law and order could be okay with those people being pardoned. essentially, it's like if I was a person, if I was a police officer in DC, I don't see why I would want to be defending Trump anymore because of the fact that, you know, he could have any bunch of rioters come up and he'll pardon them if they assault me.
But no man alive has seen the living dragon.
Yeah, I guess thankful that we have the Secret Service gentlemen don't have to rely on the DC police.
I am not a liar.
Oh, I don't think you are. Because I've never met you before.
I mean,
my opinion on the matter is that
but doesn't that mean that,
Where
like,
I come
socially,
from,
that
guests
do
are
you not
treated with
value law
respect,
enforcement,
not
though?
insulted at the gates.
You got
perhaps you should examine.
Well, you literally just said that you think it's enough that the DC police force is captured.
We have received it. Here we are.
Okay, but they still work to protect everybody
All
who
of us
is, you
will
know,
die.
Which we
The
shall
police
deeply
force
regret.
protects everyone in DC. Have you seen the murder rates prior to Trump's involvement with enforcing the law?
Please be careful.
I mean, it's DC crime rates have always been high. I mean, of course,
Until Trump put the National Guard into the DC police force isn't really something to go around and champion as like this beacon of policing example, like this great policing example. Right? Would you agree on that?
My name is Banana.
Remember what Avicii said?
I mean, as far as the failures of the DC Police Department, I don't know so much about everything about the police department, but I mean, you could be right, but to me is that when I see like what happened on January 6th was that you had police officers who were who were assaulted by protesters that day. I mean, they were.
Didn't steal the election in 2020. Would January 6th have happened?
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is kind of a thing where it's like, I don't know if we're going to see eye to eye because, I mean, you believe it was stolen, but I mean, all the evidence that I've seen shows that it was secure.
Secure.
Yeah.
How secure? The most secure election ever?
I don't know if it was, but it seemed like pretty secure. I mean, Trump's.
That's what the Democrats told us. That's what Biden told us, that it was the most secure election ever.
Okay. Well, I don't know specifically about whether it was the most, but I think essentially to me, it's like.
Do you think 100 million mail-in ballots is a secure way to run an election?
I know there's been talk about the concern about the mail-in vote, specifically that, you know, there were a bunch of people who sent in their mail before they, right after they start counting or something like along those lines. I don't know about the security of mail-in voting, but I mean, in general, it's like I think that, you know, it's some people.
There are people.
So if you're asking me about what are the best methods for people to be able to vote, I haven't looked at all of them.
Do you think it's authoritarian that the United States Supreme Court has now ruled that mail-in ballot cannot be counted after Election Day?
I don't know what the basis for that is, but I mean, if
during the 2020 election they were counting ballots up to a week after the Election Day, the United States Supreme Court has now come out and ruled that they cannot do that. That election is Election Day, and that if ballots arrive after Election Day, they should not be counted. Is that authoritarian?
I don't know what the basis for it was that they made that.
There are people.
Said it in the 2020 election, they were counting ballots up to a week after the election.
There are people.
It was a secure election, you said. And I'm saying now that the United States Supreme Court has ruled that they cannot do that any longer, that those ballots should not be counted. Is that authoritarian of the Supreme Court?
Outside of the floor, City Hall.
Is there a reasoning for that? So I would have to look at it.
Would you be for counting ballots?
And the social person in the time of the CTU shook. Everything is racist, including me. Black supremacist fraud.
Done as fast as possible. And so, if there's limits on people, being required to do that, but I also believe that, there's plenty of other concerns, like just forcing stop counting or voting, like what happened in Florida back in 2002. And so we're back 2000, but ultimately I don't know I know there's concern though about, them taking ballots in. So I can't say ultimately though whether it's right or wrong. It seems to me that, election laws, what is decided by law is a state issue.
I'm assuming you're ID.
I do believe that there should be some form of verification.
Wow. I'm surprised. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a person who, thinks that it's right to say that, that voter ID is racist. Although I do believe there are concerns about, I believe we've touched on this, me and Joe, where I brought up research by journalist Greg Pallas that he did in a documentary, and you said that you'd watched it. I just wanted to know specifically if, like you said, I believe you said you believe the movie was factually inaccurate or something like that.
Me, so what I want to talk about is what you just referenced. So you talked about you are okay with limits on counting ballots, right? So the Supreme Court established rule that they can't count after the election day. So the Brooks Brothers protest is what you referenced, that you do think that people should not be able to protest the counting, because that was roughly 2 weeks after the election that Miami-Dade County wanted to continue to count votes and count ballots after the election was already done. So why are you okay with having limitations, but you're against the Brooks Brother protest that occurred in the 2000 election?
So specifically, like I said, it's like I don't know necessarily what was the ruling.
Like you go one way or the other.
I'm a person who is mostly, sees a lot of laws as simply not just purely black and white.
Sit on the floor.
Like the issues that are being decided, it's like.
Is the Constitution a living document?
What do you mean by a living document? Does it?
If baby Hitler was alive and you had the chance to kill him before he became adult Hitler, would you do it?
Fuck you.
So you're asking
baby in a river.
Whether I would kill a person when they're innocent.
He's being blown up before he can even walk.
Okay.
Damn, Buckets.
No shit. People are having abortions every day, dude. What's the difference?
Oh, that's a good question. What do you think?
Should abort baby Hitler before he becomes adult Hitler?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm stuck in a line here a little bit. Hold on, folks. We got him. Go ahead.
No, I don't think you can declare a baby a king or a fascist. And I largely don't think these people that are in the No Kings protest can declare a president a fascist or a king, or it's largely just, a attempt to try rally support for the next election cycle. That's really all.
It's organizing.
We get from baby Hitler to
And look who funds it. George Soros and Warren Buffett.
left turn, Joe.
Did you see the list of the funders?
Been here earlier.
Oh my bad, I was late, my bad.
I think it's interesting. I think it's a question I would know is that, there's always the saying of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, is like whether that's true. Would you become friends with Stalin if it was your only way to get rid of Hitler?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would.
Absolutely.
But I don't know if everybody in this room would do that.
I'm not sure I know what we would do at that point, but I don't think it has any relevance to any topic regarding President Trump.
Yeah, the baby Hitler thing was pointless too.
Yeah. It was just a thought.
But I like it, yeah. I was just saying, I like it. I like thought experiments.
Yeah,
I'm for it. Thought experiments, Alan.
We're just picking Necro's brain on how do you think if a young Gen Zer got the world around them.
Necro, how old are you?
27.
I'm fucking 29. Does that make 30?
Yeah, I know. He's old.
I'm basically a Gen Z. I'm 96.
29, so.
I'm a Gen Z, right?
I don't know when the cutoff is for Gen Z.
I was before AOL.
Yeah. But were you after, like, Resident Evil?
2000 cutoff. 2000 Gen Z, so 4 years. Okay.
Yeah.
I was a millennial, thank God.
Well, actually, millennial, I think it's either like 96 or like 95, something like that.
Thank God I made it.
But I know for sure I'm Gen Z, because...
Yeah, 99?
Yeah.
Damn. Anyone born after 2000, I just don't think they... I think it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I'm a 90s kid, technically.
So, you guys love politics. I mean, Necro, do you think you'll ever try to run for... Do you ever think you'll try to run for state representative? Will you guys ever do anything other than coming on Clubhouse for years and years more?
I'm going to keep delivering loans.
I'm glad you asked that, Alistair. Yeah, I've always considered it. I've thought about, one of the positions, policies I want to push for, and at least in my state, is raising the age of consent to 18, abolishing mandatory minimums on simple drug possession, and I would also want to extend the punishments for children. I believe that those people should be sent to life imprisonment without parole.
I think they should be castrated. I'm with you. No, I will never run for any type of representative position. I'm not trying to sell my soul, but I will deliver your loads. Unintended.
Load.
I also would fight to, this is another thing that puts me at odds with most Americans, is my opposition to capital punishment.
I think we should bring back the death penalty. So.
Well, on immigration, Necro. I support closed borders. You can't have a functioning country without borders.
I love that.
Yeah. I think one of the things that Trump has done that, to me, it's his most effective policy that he's, actually has kept his promise of is immigration. I disagree with some of the methods that he's done it. But for most of all, it's I believe in, the purpose of what he's trying to do. I think, it's something even the Democrats have had to admit, as much as they try to pretend that they weren't in favor of a fence back in the early 2000s, and talked about how corrupt Mexico was, like Joe Biden did. The Democrats were the party that was, in many ways, just as, if not more harsh on the border for a while. But even some Democrats have admitted to that, the border was more secure under Trump and his first administration than under Biden. So that's one thing, I think, why I thought Trump had a good chance of winning in 2024 was because immigration was so bad.
H-1B visa holders, should we increase them or decrease them?
Yeah, that's something I haven't really thought about too much. I do think, there are definitely jobs for people who are outside the country who I think are the only people who are qualified, that plenty of Americans aren't able to do it. But in the end, I also think that, there's plenty of lack of funding for Americans to begin with, which I think should be addressed.
Are Americans incapable of doing these jobs?
You ever ran for president and lose?
No. Yeah, I believe I would.
Yeah, literally, people would hate what you have to say, which sucks, but it's awesome.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of the thing, though. It's like, I do like the idea of putting, America first. And, like, my greatest issue with Trump is the fact that he's, not been putting America first. He's spending so much money on this war when, it's been shown, $72 billion that has potentially been spent on this war. It could have given every American community college completely.
It's over $1 trillion. We're spending annually $1.3 trillion. So if we're engaged in war for 1 year, technically we spent $1 fucking trillion on war. It's crazy.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't agree on
Hello?
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how much money we spend on war. But it actually makes us money, which is sad as well. Really profit off the...
It doesn't make you money when you only make $5 million but spend $7 million. Are you guys all broke? Hello?
No, and if that's not what what?
Well, you gave me money pockets, so obviously, you're at a negative.
We'll never finish what we're doing. It'll keep going. Unfortunately.
You have to understand how to run a business. You got to turn a profit. The government's no different. You can't keep running an insolvent organization. It's lunacy. Hello?
People running it are making bank. Hello? People that are not running it like us are the ones paying the dues. Hello? Yeah. They're doing just fine. Well, they're doing exactly what they want to do.
Well, the medical industrial complex is doing great because that's the biggest budget, $4.2 trillion a year. And you're a recipient of that pockets. You work in medicine. Without the government, you wouldn't make a salary. Hello?
I'm not in the government. That's why you said I'm not.
Yeah, but you work in the healthcare industry. Who do you think funds the whole healthcare industry? The government. $4.2 trillion a year. Medicare, Medicaid. You quit it? No.
Absolutely. I'm quitting it.
No.
The claims department quit that shit. That shit's ridiculous. Fuck working on it's a scam. There's nothing I can fucking do.
Well, you got to get on the board of directors because there's a lot of little health groups billing Medicaid $100 million. And the doctors are making $1.2 million.
Didn't you try to run and they fucking turned you down, bro? Who's running that's really changing shit right now? Nobody.
Rand Paul, he just got an indictment on Fauci. They're going to arrest Fauci and Bill Gates. Hello?
And finally, after the HIV, after the fucking COVID, I caught you. You think they'll ever fucking get arrested? No. Bill Gates is not getting fucking arrested. Are we serious?
Yeah, it's really sad.
Bill Gates is not going to jail. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, it's really sad because
Bill Gates is going to pay them.
Bill Gates is the bane of my existence now.
I hate that man. Steve Jobs as well. Fucking hate Fauci as well. Been calling Fauci out since HIV.
Yeah, I'm actually working on since there's been like a trend of making all these art pieces for the Epstein administration. I've thought, it's a shame that I don't have a DSLR because I thought about doing a Bob Ross parody video where like I was doing this painting of parody of Mount Rushmore, where it's basically Epstein and his bestest friends.
Trump.
Yeah, Trump, Bill Clinton, and Bill Gates with Epstein. And I thought about having Elon Musk at the site, crying.
Can you get a white wig, Necro, and just pretend to be Andy Warhol? Can you do a gay voice?
I could try to do like a Carl Sagan, kind of high voice.
I believe in you.
Sorry, what?
I said I believe in you. Do it.
Yes.
No,
my name is Carl Sagan.
Trump is your man. That looks beautiful.
Oh, that sounded so gay.
Yes.
My name is Carl Sagan. In the future, hundreds of people will gather on a conference call app to figure out unique ways to how to waste their time through multivariable expressions of political propaganda.
Actually, on point. I still hate you though.
I did a video where how marijuana will ruin your life, and I talked about how you might have to become president of the United States if you smoke marijuana. The past 3 presidents, Obama was president at the time that I did it, and so I said the past 3 presidents have all admitted to smoking pot at least once, and they look like they've aged 20 years in just a few years that they've been in office.
Yeah, I think politics did that to the man. Obama came in looking 20. That dude left looking 80. Like, that dude looked stressed.
Did they even drug test the presidents? I don't even know.
They should. They fucking they probably have a piece of their poop in a bag somewhere. Fucking just like saved.
Yeah, they don't. Drug test. Hey, Necro, what do you think about Trump lowering the classification of marijuana? Is that a big thing? Do you?
I heard about him and Elizabeth Warren putting forward a bill, and so to try to decriminalize or to repeal the old law that on the federal level where marijuana is criminalized, and so if that's passed, I would appreciate. I do appreciate.
No, there's not a law. It's a classification. So they lowered it to a class 3 now.
Yeah,
schedule 3. Yeah. Okay. The executive branch can do this in their authoritarian power unilaterally.
Do you think that they're going to backdate all the people that were arrested and free them, or do you think they're going to keep them in jail, the people that were arrested?
That's a really good question. You might be able to submit for a reconsideration.
You think?
I don't know, but if I was in that position, I would.
Right. Okay.
There's plenty of things that I would say that I do agree with Trump on. One of them is him trying to go after big pharma for the cost of prescription drugs, because that's one thing. I do support. The other thing would be his position on. The political landscape. You mentioned marijuana. The other one would be abortion. One thing that was noted about 2024 was that 3 red states voted for Trump, also voted for abortion rights on their measures as well.
Interesting about the big pharma, because he does a tag on the drug prices, and he has pushed most favored nation pricing deals to lower the prescription costs. His administration said it has deals for 17 major drug companies, but he's also making deals with pharma, not trying to destroy or take on, but they include benefits for companies like tariff exemptions. So I see, and he has to, obviously, because if he's going to give one for them, he has to give one for all. So I see how people make it. Someone put in the chat, he's not doing anything against big pharma. Yeah, he is. He's just giving them tax exemptions like he is with any other corporations. But he is literally lowering the pricing, and Medicare is dealing with that as we speak. So come, I believe, 2027, drugs like, medications for diabetes and insulin, and even I think treatment for your diabetes is going to be lowered for people who are lower income, so that they can afford their treatment. So I do praise him for that because that's very much needed.
It should be. It should be just for the sake that it's already been admitted that it's not very expensive to do so.
Yeah.
What's not expensive?
To provide that medication.
Oh, yes, it is very expensive. No, it is very expensive.
No. It's really not.
You said insulin?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not that. Like,
it's not.
It's the manufacturing of it.
They've already admitted that so many times. It's like, we gotta be done with that.
Yeah.
It is really just to put money in many pockets.
Yeah. No, it's
like manufacturing a drug might be cheap, but how much is the R&D for that drug? How long did it have to go through testing? How expensive was the testing?
Oh, well, Alan, are you talking about the COVID-19 vaccine? Because I don't think they did much testing on that.
No.
I think they had the patents for 15 years beforehand.
I don't want that.
Oh, it's not the same when it comes to COVID-19. I understand. Okay. Special rules, special circumstances. I understand. Okay.
It's been in good standing for a long time, and that's what came forward in the conversations.
Well, first of all, it's not even a vaccine; it's just a gene modifier.
There's no good reason to charge so much for that medication.
I mean, there's also no reason to charge high prices for plenty of drugs. So yeah, I would agree. I mean, Ozempic, they said it costs like about $5 to make. In other countries like Germany and Canada, they pay less than $100 while we pay.
Well, I don't think a shawarma sandwich should cost $20, but I'm still prepared to pay the $20 for a good shawarma sandwich.
Well, and that's the thing.
That's really funny, and thank you for that, but also.
I think
Novo Nordisk has stated it spent over $10 billion on.
Yeah, tell us that you don't need that medication without telling us that you don't depend on that medication. You don't have to pay for it. Okay.
Whether you need it or not, they spent over $10 billion.
That's really
But Alan, Medicaid spent $60 billion on peptides, so it all balances out, doesn't it?
Well, I got to pay this and I got to pay that, so everybody else should pay something. That's not right.
The chemo industry is a $60 billion a year with an absolute 100% failure rate. Should we keep funding $60 billion worth of chemotherapy every year? Or how about $50 billion to Catholic churches? Maybe the Catholic Church medical industrial complex should come to an end. $50 billion a year to Catholic churches every year in this country? That's a lot of money. The Pope has his own medical industrial complex. Can you hear me? Hello?
Just take turns. It's okay. I want you to be able to speak because you're trying to speak right now.
So I just looked up on Yale School of Medicine the cost for one vial of insulin. It costs
$2.
Yeah, it's
$2 and it costs $35 a month. If you don't have coverage, it's about $200. Yeah, it's a fucking lot of money.
Yeah, and
it's really because we have PBMs.
Yeah, and they were charging like for a while. It was well over 1,000. So people were paying over.
So long.
Yeah, and we can blame our PBM for that. We can blame our the benefit managers. We can blame the FTC for that. We can literally blame the fact that there's only a few, like 3 companies that are the major competitors with insulin. I forgot the fucking company. So sorry, but I believe it's Novo. Yeah.
Pfizer, Moderna, J&J.
Yeah, you're not listening. Go ahead, Kitover. But it's crazy that when my mom didn't have health insurance coverage because she was doing everything under the book. She didn't do her taxes either. And one round of her chemo was $130-something thousand.
Oh my God.
Stage 4 cancer. One round of her chemo. That's uninsured. Well, she passed away because there was nothing they could do. I still got the bill, and her bill was over almost $2 million for a week in the hospital. I believe 2 appointments at the oncology center, and I believe 3 rounds of chemo, which I did at my house, by the way, the last round. They sent her home with me, where she passed away, and I still got a bill. And I'm not paying it, obviously, so I don't have to. But it was $2 million fucking dollars.
See, if we had smart contracts, instead of paying the medical industrial complex $2 million, you could have taken a settlement check for $100,000. Would you have taken it? Would your mom have taken it?
I mean, she lasted 3 weeks after diagnosis, so probably she would have rather had that.
A settlement check. J.G. Wentworth, it's your money. Spend it when you need it.
I probably would have just to take advantage of the system, sure, because I'm gonna die anyway, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was so fucked. And I was like, bro, like it was just fucked. So I hate the healthcare system. I worked in Medicare for about 3 years. I worked in the claims department. I worked in finding seniors primary care right after COVID. And it was just the seniors right now, they pay 65 years into taxes, and their Social Security is being wrecked, completely taken. They're broke. They're literally, these seniors are fucking broke. Don't even get me started on our veterans. Veterans are homeless, broke, no coverage. The VA doesn't do shit. The VA doesn't even let them know that they're entitled to a civilian doctor along with the VA doctor. They have no idea. Like, I'm only scheduling seniors.
No.
Have no idea still that they're entitled to a civilian provider.
Well, you can go. Anybody can go into that emergency room, but if you're a veteran, you can't just wander around and say, "I'm a veteran. I demand to be seen by a doctor."
We get that insulin. We get it.
You're so smart.
Well, you're making all or nothing claims, pockets. They're not accurate.
It's okay. Don't entertain that one. It's okay.
I think what's worse, essentially, is like, to me, like, you know, the cost of gasoline is like, the oil companies made record-breaking profits during when the Russian pipeline was cut off. So it's not.
Is that a bad thing?
Well, essentially, the thing is that my point is oil companies are not desperate to make profits. It's not that they're desperate to make profits as to why the cost of gasoline is going up.
It's still not a good argument because whether a company is desperate or not has nothing to do with anything. Whether they're desperate to make it or whether they're not desperate to make it, fundamentally, companies get to make money.
I really like your vocabulary, but also you're not really contributing to this conversation.
An oil company is just trying to maintain their quarterly earnings revenue growth by 5%, 10%, 20%. Or maybe they're going to have a big gusher.
I think that the people that are trying to speak about real things.
Hold on. So basically, the thing is that, to me, so people say they don't have an issue with business. Like, they have issues when the government decides what you get and how much you pay for it. But somehow, is it okay if corporations do the same thing?
Because the corporations have competitors. The government does not.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. It's such a benefactor on all of.
If one oil company decides,
and then you can sell another cut, and then the market will adjust.
But also, why are you muting me?
Because I was talking to you. I have to teach you.
See, Beaver, I'm glad you're there because I just want to say this. It seems to me that the left has an emotional crisis. That what they're experiencing, that's the main problem. And the problem is they've decided they hate Trump. And they can't accept that other people don't hate Trump. So they just keep looking for intellectual reasons why we should all hate Trump. And it's not working. And it's not going to work. We will never convince people that Trump is a bad person. They've decided that, and it's an emotional response. Everything we're hearing, and I don't know if Necro is on the left or the right, he'll probably deny being on the left, though he's certainly parroting a lot of those talking points. But before I was called away,
I went through those lists of how he's limiting free speech. And first of all, he's not limiting free speech. The government can and will decide where it gives its money. And we've seen this. Certain presidents will direct the government funds towards one set of corporations. Another different places. And we see that time and time again. Yet when Trump does it, somehow he's inhibiting free speech.
You're also
and you can see it. He
Stop muting me.
NPR. He cut funding to
Stop muting.
NPR. Well, where is it?
Coward.
We have to fund NPR. And then I can see all the things, all of the places he targeted had taken legal action or taken political action against him personally.
Okay.
And against his administration. So if they are going to get into the political realm, well, then
I make you nervous. That's why you keep me.
You do it. Well, because you keep it. I'm not even.
You're rude.
But you
don't have any manners.
Interrupting me.
Interrupting you, Sean.
And so, in conclusion, again, it's an emotional problem. And we need to treat these people like they're 12-year-old teenage girls who just were upset because they didn't get invited to their best friend Susie's birthday party because the other girl that they hate got invited and they just can't get over it. That's the level of emotion
We got it, love.
we're dealing with here.
No, you're speaking facts. It is an emotional response to hate somebody. I don't think people hate Trump. And then if they say they do, they're just being emotional or being petty. I think people just don't agree with his politics. And they use the word hate because they're emotional and they're petty. People just need to say they don't agree with them. And leave it at that. I don't agree with a lot. Don't interrupt me, please. You asked for the same thing. You asked for the same thing.
Go ahead.
No, I got you because I interrupted you like 10 times, so it's okay. But I feel like with Trump, I don't agree with a lot of what he's done. I don't agree with the younger version of Trump. Which, people are weird when they're younger. A lot of people make mistakes. A lot of people in the 80s were fucking weird. Okay, half of you on the stage were probably fucking weird in the 80s. Doing some weird shit.
The 90s were
talking about weird shit in the 90s. But this Trump, the one, the dude's a businessman, dude. He's not even a politician like that. People gotta get that through their heads.
He's good as nails.
The dude's a businessman. He just wants mine. And I'm for the green. I just want green. I don't care about the left or right. I don't care if you're conservative.
And he's honest about it, though. If you really listen to him, he's honest. He tells you.
He ain't honest about shit, but he's
I'm not saying like he's really forthcoming. He'll tell you, though, what
why
he's
you're
doing.
muted, though. This is why you get muted. Like, I'm good.
Seriously?
Yes, love. Like, come on, try to mute him on there.
He's much better than Biden.
He's much more efficient than Biden.
Yeah, hold on. I have to defend the 80s and 90s. For the record,
You weirdo.
the 2020s is a lot weirder. I'm going to tell you that, right? We didn't face tyranny, medical tyranny. We didn't face all this people confused with their gender, 72 different genders, transgender, all this bullshit. It's a lot weirder now.
Also, like drugs and rock and roll and fuck yeah, like getting fucked, party and child talking about that, but yeah, that too.
Yeah, and pockets.
I was talking about like the weird 80s, Go ahead.
But excuse me, can another pocket? The 80s
you can't.
Once HIV hit. But pockets, 26, like it's 26% of the people on the left think it's okay to kill Trump.
Right, and that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
When you say no, they just disagree with them. I can't tell you the number of people on the left. They're like, I wish Trump would just die.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, it really is. So that was the only thing I wanted to say. As far as the 80s, up until 83, 84, it was great. And then HIV hit. And then, things got weird. If you had sex with somebody, it could kill you. that fucks with people's brains. And there was no cure. And it was a long, painful death on top of it. I mean, people forget.
I think it's crazy to wish death on anybody. My bad.
Well, I think wishing death on someone, I mean, I think really it's like, you know, it's something that plenty of people have. I mean, like, there's a whole...
No, it's not both sides. You're not going to go there. Less than 3% Republicans agree that political assassination is valid. But on the left, it's like 26%. That is a huge disparity. So no, this is not there are good people on both sides.
So you think that specifically you have data that shows that, you know, the left is...
Yes, there was look it up. There was a poll that was done, and it came out that's where the country is at. Go find the link.
Well, I mean, I think that both sides, I mean, I think both of them can really work in toning down their rhetoric as far as I'm concerned. I mean, as far as I understand it, and like, I think specifically that, you know, that's one thing. It's like, I think, you know, beyond, I just don't think it is exclusive to one side. And so, but if you have data, Alan, that shows that the left is...
Look for the poll.
Well, I mean,
That's weird.
That's weird. Well, but you made the claim, Alan, that, you know, it was...
Yeah, and it's a recent poll where both sides were asked if it was political violence was okay. Do a Google search. I'm sure you will find it.
Well, I actually believe that you and I think, actually had this conversation. I think you and I went to can't remember if it was PBS or it was Marist or something like that. But I don't remember it being, you know, where one side was more infinitely, completely inverted with how they viewed political violence. I mean, I'm disturbed by any side, by, you know, any sort of approval of violence to another person. As far as, you know, feeling that somebody else, you wish that, you know, they would just die. Not that you would wish that, you know, anybody would commit violence on them, but hoping that, you know, they will eventually, you know, pass out or something like that. I mean, I know plenty of people in my family who've wished that of me, and I've, you know, and I mean, is it something that people wish? I mean, that people have. I mean, I don't know, but to me, I understand that people have that opinion of me myself, and I don't have any thoughts on it. So.
You better tell your cousin I said Bucky will be good. That'll be great.
Yeah, that's very appropriate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
If y'all think Rubio or Trump's mad, wait till Rubio and Vance come in.
Mark Rubio, you think he's bad?
No, I like him.
I was gonna say.
Do you hear my point?
Oh, the left thinks he's bad. Got it.
Yeah, if they think he's bad or they are bad, because I think they're going in as a joint ticket. I don't care what anyone says. Sit down and hush up. That's all I want to say to the opposition.
I think Mark Rubio is going to be a great kind of like, and because he is more, I want to say moderate, but he is very conservative. But he's more moderate in the way that he speaks to the left about conservatism and his beliefs. I think he's a way more, I don't want to say just better communicator than Trump is. I think Trump is just so blunt and brash, and he's just very shock factor that people are not prepared to even process what the fuck he's saying, just because how shock factor he is. But Mark Rubio, he's able to break it down. So I'm looking forward to it. I haven't seen J.D. Vance and I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but definitely looking forward to Rubio.
I think your persona of hold on, Necro. I think your persona of J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio were largely crafted by the media.
I just said I haven't seen JD Vance in forever.
Well, yeah.
Oh, I follow them
Even in limited,
extensively.
can I finish my thought real quick here? Even in limited fashion, the right wing and the younger generation of the right wing will be more extreme than what people have seen with Donald Trump.
I didn't speak on JD Vance's facility, so I don't know.
They're looking for answers,
Yeah,
and they'll find them there.
I think that's what Joe B's trying to say. Joe, am I echoing it correctly that the next generation of Republicans are likely to be even tougher than Trump was?
100%.
Hear us talk, right? You hear the ones that are in the next generation, and we demand more solutions than what Trump has delivered.
Yeah. I honestly think Ron DeSantis, Joe, I think you're not. I don't know if you're a fan of him or not. I forget where you are. We'll talk about it. You want?
Up in Indiana,
we had our battles.
up in the Midwest.
DeSantis would be a beast. I mean,
Up in the Midwest,
I think Ron DeSantis would be a worse nightmare than Trump for the left, in my opinion. I think I said that before.
He would send immigrants to what's her face, Nancy Pelosi's house.
I think Ron DeSantis, he's pretty much the 2024 type. I think, and so I don't.
What's up? If you're listening,
Damn, when she was gonna say all hail Sean, bro.
No, it was just
totally missed out on the moment.
Look, with Ron DeSantis, I think he's been a great governor in many aspects. However, he lacks the personality to become the president. He's not likable. He doesn't like people.
Yeah, but that makes him more vicious and than Trump, right? At least Trump is likable.
But we'll never see it because we'll never see a president Ron DeSantis. I can tell you.
It's right.
We also said we never see a President Trump either, but here we are. The terms.
President Trump.
Like, hello. Like one second, now their fallback during COVID, we got Trump.
Do you like Pockets?
I like DeSantis. Yeah, I think DeSantis is so funny. I really think he's likable. I really think what he did with the immigrants trying to come to Florida, that was hilarious. I think that certain shit that he does, he's very low key. To be honest, he's kind of very much like Trump, but just key about it. So I like DeSantis. I think he's an asshole, but a good asshole. And that record's squeaky clean. You can't find him in nothing.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, I think to me, my greatest issue I had with DeSantis was probably when he signed his Stop the Woke Act, which concerned a lot of people who were teaching history because of the fact that his lawyer was pressed to define what woke was, and he said he believed that racism that exists in any of America's institutions or laws, which in many ways is something that has been understood to be pretty much established in academia.
Understood by who?
That is not true. Not in academia.
See, it's funny. You're pointing to a specific person, Ron DeSantis, but when you reference what woke is, and you want to counter it, you're saying it's understood.
Wokeness?
And it isn't understood. There's a theory that racism and the effects and the disparities with which there's a theory that the disparities that exist in the United States are caused by racism, but it's just that. It's only a theory, and it's a theory that doesn't actually use data. It uses lived experience as the basis by which it arrives at its conclusions. So it's fraught with, even within academia, it's fraught with problems.
That's why it's called a theory.
Okay, well, I mean, essentially, it's something that is still like in academia is really something that there's, data that shows. I mean, you seem to implicitly acknowledge that there are disparities that exist. Now, I'd agree that they're not necessarily proof that, racism is actually that race is the cause of it, any more than, Asians having higher test scores is racist against white people. So I mean, I definitely am aware of that, but it's like at the academic level, there's definitely discussion of essentially whether it can be attributed to race, though, inconclusively. Like,
that's all they do in academia is discuss. Come on now, show me a product.
Right, but I mean, that's essentially what, DeSantis, the law, was saying essentially could not, that it couldn't be legal for people to discuss that, basically.
Yeah, I kind of don't see a problem with that.
Well, I mean, I think it's important for us to know our history, know of when laws are actually effective.
Well, can you say the specific law? Give me a law that says a black man can't do something that a white man can do.
Well, I mean, essentially, there's not anything explicitly that says that is the case.
Then problem solved, isn't it?
But yeah, we still have it where specifically that plenty of people who are black somehow seem to be struggling to get to a position in society with roughly the same merits, if not more merits than the other person.
Yeah, we do, but is that caused by racism?
Well,
or is it caused by individuals' behavior?
Well, and like I said, it doesn't mean it's not necessarily racism, but I mean, it can be, it's like, do we also have to believe that essentially that black people just suck at everything? And I don't agree. I just don't agree with that.
We have common ground. No, black people don't suck at everything. I think we can acknowledge that. That's not a problem. But, when we look at the different disparities of outcomes, we can look, and remember, laws are designed to protect individuals, not groups of people. And we can look to individual behavior. And then when we look at individual behavior, then we can start to see, well, did racism occur? Was there prejudice involved in this specific thing, specific action? For example, that, people always bring up, well, Wells Fargo was discriminating against black people, et cetera, et cetera. And guess what? Glory be, they were penalized for that. And that's the way it works. Well, if you're going to discriminate, well, then, yeah, you will be penalized. That doesn't mean the country is racist. It means the country isn't racist. A country that's racist would not penalize a bank for that. So, no, you're not going to find any more. And that's the problem, because once they achieve that parity in the legal system, it then had to become this, amorphous, well, it's underground. Which I can understand.
No, that's just not true. The country is and was racist to a very high degree and still is very much now. DEI woke, social justice activism, community representation, all these terms are still out there. Hiring practices discriminating against white men. It's all racist, and a lot of wealth redistribution that's already taking place is racist and discriminatory and preferential towards melatonin density. Democrats do it all day. It's part of their platform, and it's racist. Hello?
So I would just say, so the drug wars itself was, historically was motivated by racism.
You know that the whole crack cocaine epidemic, who is providing the drugs to the African American communities? Do you know?
And I presume you're probably going to say it's the Democrats or...
No, it was the Bloods and the Crips.
Okay, can
CIA has nothing to do with it.
Alan, can I answer a question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so what similarities do you see between George Wallace and Donald Trump? None. There's zero.
You know, as people always remind me of how old I am. And I remember when George Wallace was alive. So I don't need to go back and read the history.
No, I know. I'm just asking a simple question.
Okay, well, there you go.
Let me ask you again. What similarities do you see between George Wallace and Donald Trump?
Okay, George Wallace was a racist. Donald Trump is not.
What similarities do you see, Dan Adams? Dan Adams, what similarities do you link between George Wallace and Donald Trump?
Racism.
Okay.
All right,
that's easy to say.
Wait, no. Let me be very specific.
Yeah, give us specific.
Yeah. Let me be specific. Before Donald Trump was president, the racism that he's shown as a business owner towards blacks and his business practices. If you want me to go into detail, I can. But I think you all know. Well, I shouldn't think. But I'm assuming you know his business practices before he became president.
We asked for specifics. Could you give us a specific?
Yeah.
I think you can.
You can. Do we want to go?
The Central Park 5 event. We can start there.
Hold on.
No.
We can.
Well, you're not your piece. We can talk about that. Dan Adams referenced business practices. That's not the Central Park. That's not the Central Park story.
All the redlining and discrimination in real estate him and his father did for years.
It is.
So can you give us a specific, Dan Adams?
Specific, he took money out of his own business practices to pull a front page ad in the New York Times to say the Central Park 5 was guilty.
Have you actually read that statement?
Yeah, that's a different story.
Yeah. At the time, hold on. So before you all just jump on, right? So a lot of people haven't read that in real time. But back in 88 and 89, when it affected the black community, I read it in real time.
They confessed.
Yeah, but
everyone thought they were guilty.
Dan,
wait.
Everybody's reaction would be the same.
Hold on.
They're guilty.
Hold on a minute. So you're saying that the Central Park 5, everybody was guilty of the crime that they were accused of?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That was the public sentence that they were guilty.
Wait, so why bring up a crime?
They admitted it.
Guilty.
They admitted it, not us.
Oh my goodness. Great.
They were kids and they were covers.
Wait. Hold on.
we can't get this confused. Come on, we're people that have brains. Did they admit that they were guilty or not, Adams? Come on, dude. Are you fucking serious? You're gonna sit there and say that they were guilty or not?
They weren't guilty.
I know they weren't. That's not the point. Did they say it though? My God, I give up.
As far as Trump knew, they confessed. It was all right. So if you're
a 16-year-old kid,
it doesn't matter the
get
age.
out of here.
What they did. It's what they did. It doesn't matter their age.
No,
and you're not this dumb, are you?
You're not using common sense. Use common sense.
It's not common sense. It's what that point.
You're guilty.
No.
Thank you. Did Trump know they were not guilty? No.
They were guilty. When he published it, first of all, it's horrible.
When a published act.
Did he know they were guilty when he published it? Or had they admitted guilt?
Okay, so let's move to business practices. You lost that one.
Hold on. I got a follow-up question.
He would have
hold on, Dan. I got a follow-up question. Dan, can we look in this room?
No, I'm not.
Dan, in this room we have dialogue. We go back and forth and take turns talking. Look, I have a question for you.
Yes.
But you. The actual racism to it.
Their race. Okay, so before I give my answer, do not respond. Can I ask that?
Good luck.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly. So, or I think
you came in here to tell us that Donald Trump was racist,
right?
And you have failed to do that so far. I'm asking you to explain the specific. You can't dictate the conversation, Adam.
No, you're not allowed to complete a sentence.
I can't do this. I mean,
exactly.
No, we're either going to have a conversation or we're not.
A conversation is not allowing somebody to complete their sentence.
Okay, you finish up and then.
So repeat the question.
Okay, is there a disconnect here? I asked very. I've also made it a statement. So you asked for me not to speak. I sat here very quietly, and now you're asking me to speak again. Right?
Interrupt.
Because I'm not interrupting. You asked me to speak.
I got interrupted.
You're filibustering because you don't have an answer.
No, I don't.
How Trump is racist.
Ask the question.
Ask the question.
Ask the question. Oh my goodness.
We're repeating your question that you asked. That's insane.
One person, please. One person.
This is black excellence, guys. You guys, be nice. Okay.